Hey everyone. Hey Kevin. Hey Phil. It is Wednesday. We are close to launching our next demo and we've got some stuff to do. So I think let's get to it. I started working on the camera movement. I should probably finish this up. And then Kevin's PR should be on this list too. Kevin's PR and then potentially launching the demo. There is actually something else I wanted to do here. Let me think about this. The reviews on Steam. I don't think we can do anything about that right now. Maybe we could. Anyway, I'll probably hold off on that one. Okay, let's take a look at this. So fix keyboard input when buttons steal the focus. What we said the other day was that I just need to go into the project settings and modify the input map over here. So we're going to add in 4 new actions, I guess, like UI camera left, add, UI camera, let's just copy paste that, left. Out of curiosity, how do they specify them here? Although you might be able to move these around. It's left, right, up, down. Yeah, let's just specify it in that way too. Just for consistency, left, right, up, and down. Okay, now, instead of allowing for WASD to be left, right, up, down. Oh, interesting. These have buttons here as well. Well, thanks for the resub, Kevin. Happy 8 months. Much obliged. Thank you. I think the best way to do this, it sounds kind of silly, but we just bind this to literally anything. So here, clear, for example, hit OK, hit close, and then go take a look at the underlying Project Godot file. And we should see our new stuff here. And then I'll just take whatever we had for up, down, left, and right, except for the arrow keys. Those will stay the same. So here we have, oh, drat, they're key codes. So I'm going to just copy paste this. Well, then we have to figure out what order they're in. Left. What does it even mean? It doesn't say it's a physical key. I guess because there's no concept of a virtual left key. It has a physical there. All right, I guess we remove the bottom 3 of these. Yeah. So bottom 3 of these. 1, 2, 3. And I guess the comma. And let's put these down here into the other left that I just added. Camera left. So now we put these here. Delete the comma from this. Reload the project. And that should work. Did it? Because it didn't refresh the input map. We might need to reload the whole project for that to work. Yeah, don't save this. I don't need this. Okay, how is that? Good. And good. Yeah, okay. So cool. We can just do that for all of them. I just want to make sure. I don't know why there would have been a problem. It's all declared right here. But now we know for certain this is going to work. So we move these down there. We should have 3 objects. Yep. And then we put those down in right. Events there. Okay. Then up. Yep. And then down. Okay. There. Now it might want to format this file. I say it might. I might want to. Let's do that and that. And then try to get this to look sort of like the other ones do. Yeah, it looks like they put the closing bracket on its own line. Yeah, okay, that's fine with me. All right, now let's reload this. And that's it. That should fix the issues we were having. The thing we're trying to solve here is that WASD was being treated as up, down, left, right, which was overloaded. It was doing 2 things. It was moving the camera and it was also moving the focus around in Godot. And I only wanted to move the camera now. So now this is going to make it so that only the arrow keys move the camera. And then we need to so now WASD has stopped working. Yep. And we need to go fix the camera controls so that instead of UI whatever, it is all UI camera whatever. And I guess delete these because it'll be obvious. And we might save those for now. There's one other change I need to make. All right, so WASD is moving the camera. If we give this the focus, it's still moving the camera. If we open an instance, it's still moving the camera. Click debug speed up. Yep, no matter what, it still works. Good. And we didn't add shift controls here. We could change how we have the camera movement work, but yeah, in general, this is good. And the up-down keys are still going to move between these, right? Yep, they will. All right, so that fixes one problem, but the other problem is that we have two cameras. And what was the issue there? That they're both taking input. Okay. Let's check in what I just did, because that alone is already fine. I guess we'll delete these prints now at this point. This we probably don't need. Yeah, I'll just leave it there for now. That's fine. And then we had, yeah, no real change. So just check this in stage and the project changes. And then all the rest of this should be pointless for now. Yeah, revert this. UID file is missing. Anything else? No, that's it. All right, and what bug does this fix? This one? To clicking buttons because the buttons will steal the focus. Yeah. So, and then this one's different, right? This is... No, they're kind of the same. But there was a different problem here. I think it's this issue. Something about moving the mouse. No, these are both the same. These are one's just a duplicate of the other one. I'm gonna close this one in favor of the other one, I guess, because this one has more details. Close as duplicate. Done. And then I guess technically we've just fixed this, so sure. Make camera specific inputs. Fixes this. Prior to this change, WASD was simply mapped to the same thing that left, up, right, and down. I guess I should write them in the same order, right? It's up, left, down, right. I'll just say we're mapped to up, down, left, right, which meant that Godot's focus handlers would take precedence over the camera. Now we have special inputs just for the camera. So there won't ever be a problem moving the camera when a button has the focus. Note that the arrow keys... Oh, the arrow keys won't even move the camera anymore. Yeah, they won't. Okay, so then there's no real issue there. We'll no longer move the camera. Yeah. And I think that's fine. These are the kinds of things where if people are annoyed by this, it's easy enough to add a setting to change this. But, well, I say easy enough. It's not actually all that easy because we need to change the focus mode of buttons. But either way, it's something we could modify. We can't modify, I think, which keys are used for focus in Godot. Although possibly we can, now that I think about it. You could probably just remap up, down, left, and right. Where'd they go? I don't even see them anymore. There they are. Well, anyway, something like this. Yeah, you could probably remap those to some other keys. Maybe like F1, F2 or something. Doesn't matter. Should update the pause menu to remove the arrow keys from there. Oh yeah, you're right. Here it is. Okay. Yeah, let's check that in-game menu. Amend. Cool. Yeah. Great. All right. Next problem that we had. So this is going to be fixed automatically. Next problem that we had is both cameras getting input at once. We should be able to revert all of these changes. I mean, I guess printing this is, yeah, I don't think we need any of this. Except for the, I guess we'll check in the UID file. Check in missing UID file. Yeah, sure. But the rest of this we don't need. Yeah, I originally thought this change was going to take a very long time to do because I didn't know what the problem was. I thought it was going to be something like we got to change our entire input handling. Thankfully, it didn't end up being that. Okay, so this new issue is... Oh, wait, the new issue is something like this has the focus and now... Yeah, so this is when the buttons have the focus. It's still a problem. I wonder what causes this to happen. Like I'm pressing WASD and it doesn't do anything, but then I move the mouse and it does something. And I know it's because we have two cameras, but why? If I hit start battle and press WASD, it works here. And then I move the mouse and it... Maybe it's because moving the mouse gives this camera the focus. Anyway, I think all we need to do is check to see if the battle panel is open, send WASD here. Or like, because the town camera is always going to be visible. Oh, but we won't get to control the order of this, will we? So yeah, what logic do we even want? Could be because the town menu's in a different viewport as the town. Yeah. Let me think about this. So we want the input to be handled by whichever camera is on top. Which probably means, maybe that means the input handler should be in town and it should figure out where to route it. That probably makes the most sense because otherwise I don't think there's a way of doing this unless we detach the input handlers from one of the cameras. Anyway, this is option number 1. I'll write these down. Which is put the input handler in town and route the input to the correct camera based on what's visible. This is what I'm leaning toward. Option 2 would be when the battle maps camera is visible, remove the input handlers from the town camera. And what else? I think that's kind of it. And I think I'd prefer option 1, but does it really matter too much? I think option 2 just feels weird. It's not that bad though. We already have battle panel. We already have this modifying something. Yeah, when its visibility changed. What we could do is just emit a signal. In fact, there's already this. This might have a signal. It doesn't. But anyway, we could emit a signal and say like, oh, the battle panel is visible. And at that point, the town camera removes its listener. And then when this thing becomes invisible, it adds its listener back. I'd rather just have the town handle this stuff. So I don't think it's a big deal either way. But for that to work, that means that the town needs to get this input. So let's go make sure that's even the case. Because if it ever doesn't, then we're going to have a problem. So for now, let's get rid of all of this stuff. So you can't move the camera anymore. And in town, we'll put this here. Unhandled input. I'll put this stuff here. And instead of this printing out, we'll just say gg.print pressed camera button. I don't even care which one. I just want to see when does this get triggered. Yeah. So we press it now, it should definitely happen. It does. Clear this out. Now we click a button and press it. Yeah, that's working. Okay. Now we open up this and press it. Yep. And maybe over here, I don't know why this would matter. No, now here it doesn't work. I think because we paused the town. But if we open up this, then it should be opening it. Yeah, so then this would work. So what this would mean is that we'd be moving the camera right now, which I think is probably already the case. In fact, I probably shouldn't have deleted this stuff, but okay, let's do that. And let's see. I don't think it's a problem, by the way. If you can use WASD to move the camera in the background, it's not like it's a big deal. It's not like the camera can really screw you up. This isn't a real-time game. It doesn't work that way, though, somehow. And that I'm not totally sure how. Maybe something has the focus here. Do we have an issue to not pause when the settings are open? I think so, yeah. So this become a non-issue. But this is... Oh, weird. The town is getting them. Oh, only when I'm moving the mouse? No, what? What's going on? How does it say 19 over there? Oh, and it's still saying it. Wait, it's only when I... Whoa. Okay, I just got myself into a weird state. So let's take a picture of that. Bug with Z index using shortcuts while the menu is open. Okay, but before that, something very bizarre happened. It's only when I press two keys at once. So if I'm just pressing W, nothing happens. But if I press WA, wait, even that's not working now. What? What? Oh, wait, no. I have to have this open. Yeah. So I press W, nothing happens. I press WA, nothing happens. I press AD and something happens. No, it's only A and D at the same time that something happens. No other combo does that. What is doing that? Hey, Campbell Soup. Yeah, that's bizarre. And I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I've just made up a scenario that I wanted to test out. Okay, so how do we want to do this? I want some node to have both cameras and figure out which one should be showing. So I guess we would need to listen for whether the battle panel is visible. But I'm going to make a new node that controls this stuff. So let's save this inside of... We don't have a camera thing, do we? No. All right, I'll put it in towns. I'll just say something like camera input handler with two H's. .cs. Yeah, so public class camera input handler. And when we make a new one of these things, we're going to pass in two things here. We're going to pass in the town camera and I think the battle panel tab entirely. Does this have a camera? It doesn't. The instance map does, though. And the instance map, it's public there. So we can pass in the battle panel tab. Battle panel tab. Okay. Hey, Kojin. What's the wishlist count? The wishlist count is at 1,499 as of this morning. So we're one shy of 1,500. I don't know what it was during the last demo. I think we could just go find out quickly, though. Let's see. Last demo was like February. It was like mid-February. So I'll click 3 months here. I'm looking at this off screen. So as of February 21st, it was at about like 1,280-ish as of February 21st. And now it's 1,499. So we got 219 over the last like month and a half. I don't think that's great. But I don't know how to improve that right now. I'm sure Next Fest is going to help. And I think even this next demo might help. Was that wishlist? Yeah, that's wishlist. Hey, Worka. I've been making a bunch of YouTube shorts trying to just test different ways of providing valuable content. This has nothing to do with Skeleseller, and while these look like they have to do with it, it doesn't really. It's talking about game design stuff. And these have been getting new subscribers to the channel. They've been getting a decent amount of views. Not great, but... And it's probably moving the needle for Skeleseller a little bit. So I wonder if these became popular, would that work? Oh, thanks, T Slater. I appreciate it. Yeah, it doesn't update in real time, because I think it'd be cool to see what time of day I say, hey, if you wishlist a game, that'd help, and then see when it actually results in a wish list. Hey, Gorillas, I'm going to buy this game. You charge $50 million, so maybe take that into consideration. You know, this sounds like a joke message, but maybe Gorillas is serious. Maybe I should charge $50 million. The golden gun. That would 100% work. Are you talking about the shorts route? Because I think... Yeah, shorts. Yeah. So I think normally what you'd have is like shorts about Skeleseller leading into Skeleseller marketing. But instead we have shorts about like tech stuff, ideally leading into Skeleseller marketing, just because I want to have something that would be valuable for people. I don't know so much about this because like I'm not hitting the same target audience, but we'll see. I just made it 1501. Thanks. Yeah, if everyone could just tell me what number wishlist they are in chat. Yeah, you can stream to Steam. You could do that for at least a year, I think. Probably longer. But no one, I think, really watches those streams when they have very few viewers. I don't think there's an easy way of just browsing the streams. And I don't think people generally kind of want to do that, given that Twitch exists. Maybe using events and announcements to discuss our upcoming features. Yeah, I think what we need to do is publish a non-minor news post. So there are two other kinds. Or maybe three other kinds. There's like update, event, something. So I think we just need to use the bigger update. I should probably write that down here. Yeah. Very first thing, post a major update. Yeah. Why not make a Skeleseller YouTube and make more game content there and continue the dev content on the other? That could potentially work. The thing is, I don't think anyone's really looking for the Skeleseller game content. So if you look up Skeleseller right now on YouTube, you'll find like 400 videos from me, and then you'll find a few from other people. These didn't get a lot of views. These were commentated playthroughs of the demo at the time. So this got about 2,000 views, right? You'll find some other ones on here if you keep looking. But yeah, most of them were in the like 1,000 to 5,000 range. And that's other people making content. If I were to make content, I'm not sure exactly what I'd cover or who would be interested. I made some devlogs at one point, and no one really cared about those. So I just gave up on those. Yeah, here, devlog number 1, 456 views. Devlog number 2, I guess, 411. So they're going down in view count. 456, 411, 324. And maybe I could market these better. Maybe the thumbnails could be better or something. But it's like, I don't think they're going to get 100,000 views for some random game devlog. Makes me wonder if anyone sees that stream. You could tell them to join on Twitch. So a lot of the people who seemingly are seeing the stream are not actually seeing the stream because of how the view count works. So typically like this, I think I'm counting as a viewer right now, but I don't even have the stream open. It's here, and I would need to expand this. And then you see it says view count 3. I had Steam chat open for like weeks, and no one ever really typed anything unless they were already in this chat. The second thing to consider is I can actually see the number of impressions that Skeleseller is getting, and it's not so large that I think people would watch the stream. And yeah, so we have sort of some actual data, and then just sort of empirical evidence that it doesn't seem like it's going to pull people in. And then also just think about, like, have you ever browsed Stream and tried to find a Steam, or sorry, I said that backwards. Have you ever browsed Steam to try to find a stream of a game you've never heard of before? How many impressions am I getting? Okay, so this I found out recently. I can't actually show on stream. I did not know that until very recently. So let me load this myself. Impressions this entire week has been 833 impressions, and I don't think that's for the stat page. I think that's for Skeleseller showing up anywhere. So like if you go to Steam, how do I? Okay, apparently that Well, anyway, let's say you go to here. And we see this game, Fields of Mystria. That is one impression now for that game. I never went to the page. I never had a chance to see the stream. So in the entire last week, I was getting about 100 and whatever, 10 or 120 or something per day. How many of those actually made it to the page? Anyway, I am streaming to Steam. I don't think it's very valuable. That's all. I usually insta close them. I don't think they're very good. Yeah, and this is me developing the game. So I think people are probably even less interested. It's like, would you want to go to Steam to watch a stream where someone's talking through the code that they're writing? Like, probably not. All right, we got to import these things. Can't remember where I read it, but these announcements do end up getting a lot of clicks. Yeah, so the way that Steam works, and I think they're public about this stuff, is that, like I said, there are different kinds of updates you can post, and you have some amount of cooldown before Steam pushes this out to people. So let's say you post a major update every 5 minutes. No one's going to get the subsequent ones. They'll get the first one. But if you post them every 2 months, people will get every one of them. Or something. I'm making up the time. I don't know what the time is. But there's another kind of update, which is what I've been posting, which are minor updates. Those are for patch notes. Those don't go out to anybody other than the people who, I guess, subscribe to them or something. So that has very little reach. But this should have a little bit more reach. So yes, next time I publish a demo, I'm going to publish it with a little bit more reach. And we'll see if that helps. And yeah. It's not how shorts algos work, though. If you start tagging video game, PC game, etc., it'll auto-feed the algorithm. People don't have to search directly for Skeleseller. Yeah, that's true. I guess I don't have any super convincing content for Skeleseller that I think people would want to watch. Part of this is I'm not an expert at marketing. Part of it is that I'm not devoting a lot of time to this stuff. I've basically said that like Tuesdays are my shorts days. So I'm spending those days making typically like one short. And it's like I got to come up with a script and then do all the recordings. I try to make them very professional sounding. So I try to do everything in like one take and not have jump cuts or hesitations or anything. And all the editing stuff and then finally the publishing. For shorts, I've gotten this process down to about 4 hours, maybe 3 hours. Yeah. Yeah, the rap is where the money's at. Hey, Hyperbit Studios. I'm new here. Don't know if this is helpful, but I love a devlog. I find them really interesting and love seeing the thought process behind the thought behind the creation of a game. Yeah, welcome to the stream. I'm not saying there's no interest in a devlog. It's just how I've done them so far. There's been basically no interest. Like I said, we had like 450 views down to about 400 views down to about 350 views. And even if this were 4,500, it's probably not all that worthwhile to do. And I'm not saying this is devlogs. I'm saying this is a combination of me plus the game plus the devlog. So like it's possible that someone else making Skeleseller would take off and get like 1 million views because they know how to edit and market this stuff. Just take funny and unique clips of you demoing the game and post them in short form. They don't have to be scripted out and all that. I do shorts content for a living. Simpler the better. But funny and unique clips, like what are funny and unique clips? I don't know. I don't have any great ideas for this stuff. Which tab is the impressions under again? Trying to find mine. I got a direct link to it. So let me see if I can find out the link and just paste it to you. Yeah, so this is your app ID. This is the link, but instead of app ID, obviously type in your numerical game. Hey, Maple. Okay, so we have these things. I want an unhandled. Oh, this has to be a node. What am I doing? All right, let's undo this. Let's make this into a node because I need unhandled input here. So this can't be here. This needs to inherit from Godot, which I don't know how we would have gotten camera if that wasn't the case already. Now we put this here, public void init, camera, town camera, and the battle panel tab. There, okay. Hey, Sever, and thank you. Okay, now we get on handled input and we put in all this stuff. And then we just route it to the right camera. So these things go here. And then we get rid of this. And we need to know whether the battle panel tab is visible. So we figure out like which camera to route this to. Camera to route to equals get camera to route to. Okay, private camera get. This is a pretty simple function. That's it. Yep. So this is instance map camera. Return this. Cool. So visit says the number of people that went to your store page. Yeah, I could look this up. I just is the thought that like, well, let me just reread what your thought was. Yeah, so I guess this is not true for my game right now. But if it is eventually true, I think it would be interesting to keep Steam chat open and see how many people are chiming in, how many people are like, "What are you making here?" Which would be weird to ask on a Steam page since they could just scroll down. Struggle with Steam followers, industry's hard. So for one, I think I appreciate the sentiment. I think the focus on Twitch is purely on what is your current viewership at any moment. That's all that really matters. You could have 5 million followers and then start streaming yourself watching paint dry. And yeah, maybe you'll have some people watch you for that out of irony, but you won't get views, right? So I have a decent following because I've been streaming for a decade now at this point. But the average viewership is about like, I don't know, 95 to 105, something like that. That's not crazy. And a lot of these people are going to tune in here and there and then like never tune in again, or only watch for a little bit, or not care about the game but want to see development, or just want to voice out in the background. Seeing you put a label on your stream over that says live on Twitch or something, it drives users from Steam to your Twitch. Yeah, I don't think anyone's really seeing the streams to begin with. And I think if they are, it's just noise on the page. Like when I land on a new Steam page, I do not like watching those streams. So let's say I'm interested in let's find a non-mature game here, I guess. This looks pretty innocuous. Okay, so let's click this. If there were that little banner that showed up here, I would ignore it. And if it were expanded by default, I would collapse it or just scroll down and look at the trailers and stuff. Because the mindset I'm in when I go to Steam is like, will I enjoy this game? And I typically look here, and that's about it. Sometimes at the price, I guess. We're working my way through the VOD backlog all the way from day one. Wow. Okay, so we get the camera, and then we need to actually send the input to the camera. And this is something that then gets handled in process. So this is going to figure out what to do with this. I think we just pass in. How do I want to do this? We just pass it a vector. Yeah. Do we have a way to set the velocity vector? Oh, interesting. We have this set movement direction. Why is this public? Oh, for panning. Okay, yeah, interesting. All right, well, we could just do that. It's a little weird that this would be here, but I think this is fine given that we know what we want to do with this. So we just copy paste all of this stuff over to here. And then we get the camera to route to dot set movement direction with the velocity. And that should pretty much do it. So now we delete the code from here, delete this code from here. New velocity won't even be needed. The rest of this is still input handling, so that can stay. Oh, so I guess technically this is the camera keyboard input handler. Yeah, I should rename that then. All right, camera keyboard input handler. And I'll write here to write a comment. Then we rename this to camera keyboard input handler. delete the old one, and then go make one of these inside of town. We need the battle panel and everything to exist. But then all we need to do is add this somewhere. Where do we add this? Town. I guess it could even be in UI. It is kind of a UI thing, right? And its order doesn't matter. We do have the music system there. Yeah, where this is located doesn't matter. It could even go in systems. All right, I'll just try adding it somewhere. I'll catch up and no one can stop me. Well, just so you know, there are ways to speed up YouTube videos. I think I probably already talked fast enough by default, but if you ever want, you can type something like this and it'll make it go faster than 2x even. Yeah, it was about a year ago. And no, Halsey, don't ever feel that way. If you're interrupting a lot, I'll probably just stop answering or tell you that, hey, sorry, this is for another time. But people asking normal questions is totally fine. I wouldn't be on Twitch if I didn't want to be interactive. I think the problem is only when it is stopping productivity and it's not from any one person that's typically going to happen. Unless they're like, hey, can you explain the universe to me? And then I'm like, okay. Hey, HJK, welcome in. All right, so we make one of these things and we need to do it after we've already set up the battle panel tab. This comes from the UI being set up, which is done here. Then the camera is set up down here. So I think as soon as we've done both of those things, we can make one of these. So how do you instantiate one of these? I guess you just say this equals new. There's a way to do this. Then we initialize it and then we add it somewhere. And the somewhere was in the systems node, I think I said. But it could also just be in the UI. In fact, the UI could fetch these things from the town. Yeah, I think I probably prefer that. We get the town there. Yeah, let's do that. Let's say set up camera, keyboard, input handler. Yeah. By the way, can you explain the universe? Yeah, sure. I don't know if you've ever seen Britannic, but it always reminds me of this sketch, which is probably not safe for work. But I don't fully remember what they talk about. Just for language reasons, by the way. Nothing else. Okay, so we get that. This is the town's camera. This is the town's battle panel. Battle panel, that's just that. And then we need to add it here. So add child, camera, keyboard, input handler. All right, and that's it. That will hopefully work and we won't have this problem anymore. Let's try it out. Man. I've been thinking a lot about just game dev in general. Not this specific game dev. I think about Skeleseller a lot. Well, one of the things I was thinking about is it's very accessible to get into game dev now. There are a lot of resources. Computers are more forgiving with what you can get away with. Like if you were making Super Mario World, for example, on a modern computer, it could be probably the most inefficient pile of garbage and it's still going to probably run at 60 frames per second. And like that wasn't the case back in the day. Anyway, all these things contribute to, there are lots of games on the market. There are lots of games for people to play. But also it made me think expectations have risen. And I've talked about that before, but I think the thing I haven't talked about is how long into the development of a new game, I guess, is it before it starts to look interesting? And this is such an open-ended question. I'm not really looking for an answer here. And interesting is subjective anyway. But like over the months, people have been commenting on Skeleseller and how it looks like it's been progressing. At what point does it just look like, oh man, that's his game he's working on? Like I would have just thought it was an already published game out there. Hey Moondoggy and hey Noob. And I wonder if this amount of time keeps increasing because of gamers' expectations. Then again, there are a lot of layers that you just add on top. Like people on Steam typically expect achievements to be in games. But if you're just looking at a screenshot of a game, you don't know if there are achievements in the game or not. Ember, thanks for the resub. Welcome back. Happy 23 months. All right, so this broke immediately, right? Object not set to an instance of an object. What is not actually set here? Because the only way this should be possible is if I didn't initialize this thing correctly, and I don't think that should be the case. Yeah, so what's null here? This is set. This is set. This is not set. How though? Because the town didn't have a camera by the time we set up that. Yeah, okay, that's probably why. Okay, yeah. So there's UI.init here, and then the camera's not set up till here. I mean, we could just set this up beforehand. And then everything should be fine. Since I've been working through the backlog, I heard you mention you used to use Android Studio. Did you used to do Android dev somewhere? Yeah, I used to work at Google on Android Studio, which is actually the only real time I've used Android Studio is when working on it. Okay, what's going on here now? Base tile map layer. Is it something that's called through the camera being initialized? Yeah, it is. Okay, well, that's fine. We can save that for where it used to be, which is right here, I guess. It's a little weird that it's separated from where we get the camera, but at least we have the camera node now. In fact, I think fetching all of the nodes is something we should do in one spot, and then initializing them should be done in another. But now I think WASD should work. It still doesn't. Is this null still? No. Is something else? Is this camera null? No. Oh, I have a breakpoint set there. Oh, I thought it broke in on its own. I don't remember clicking that. All right, so WASD is working. Now we click a button and it's still working. Nice. And now we open this and it's working. This seems to be moving kind of slowly though. Is that just because I'm zoomed in or zoomed? It's just kind of slow. That's all. We can increase the speed of that for sure. Yeah, it's because I was zoomed out. Did it feel slow? Yeah, maybe we change the speed based on the zoom. I also got to that conclusion after having another change the order things. Yeah. Yeah, I'll write that down because I want to make sure I'm only tackling the highest priority stuff today. But I'll write this for here. For town fetch nodes before initializing any, it'll look cleaner. Probably even have a separate function. Some studios take shortcuts and publish trailers and features before anything is made. Just pretend it's functional, but normally I'd say to do at least half the game to have anything before having anything to show. Yeah, it wasn't necessarily like what's the best marketing strategy. It was just like if you were making Super Mario World today, how many days would it take you before you said, okay, I've got like most of the game ready, or I could show this, versus how many would it have taken back in whatever it was, 1993 or something. Yeah, the speed probably should depend on the zoom. Yeah. I'm not gonna do that now. I think we'll probably get feedback on this stuff once WSD isn't totally broken for people. But I like this. I think this is a nice working solution. I think the only thing we have to change in the code now is that one to-do item that I wrote. But otherwise, yeah, this is looking pretty clean. Okay, so let's go write that down. That'll go in camera, keyboard, input handler. And the to-do item is to write a comment. So this is, there are multiple cameras in the game. And we only want one to handle input at any time. Each viewport can only have one active camera, but we have multiple viewports as well. Thus, this class was born, and it's responsible for making sure the correct camera gets the input. Okay. Also, this was very good. What was that video? WEK. Did I paste a video? Oh my God. I am losing my brain. Yes, I like that video a lot. Yeah, I like Britannic in general. I think they're a good comedy duo. All right, looking good. Cool. So this is fix camera bug. The bug was that multiple cameras were trying to handle the same keyboard input, but they would mark the under. Would this have been a problem if we just didn't mark the event as handled? It probably would have just been fine. Hang on a second. I'm curious about that. I don't want to change this. Something's not visible. It would have gotten the input. No, it would have gotten the input. Huh. Yeah, I'm not totally sure about that. But as mentioned, I don't really mind right now. All right, bug was that multiple cameras were trying to handle the same keyboard input, but they would mark the underlying events as handled. Now we have a router to pick which camera should handle the input. This fixes the following bug. So this is like click a button in town menu to give it the focus, and then try to use WASD to move the camera without moving the mouse. The camera would only move in certain axes unless you touched the mouse, in which case it would be fine. Anyway, that's that. I mean, I feel like I'd look at it, that question from a weird perspective. For me, there's no real definitive point when a game looks interesting. Yeah, by the way, I recognize that it was very open-ended, right? Like saying a game is interesting is very, very subjective. If there's a concept that I enjoy, I'll happily follow a game from the beginning to release. But there's also the idea of if the person creating it is presenting it in a way that makes it seem interesting. No, I think my point was probably muddied a little bit. It was more a comment on how game dev has evolved. So if you think about it, if you were to make a game in 1990 versus today, and the exact same game, so like pick a game, Final Fantasy 1 or The Legend of Zelda or something like that, you're almost certainly gonna have a way easier time making it today than you would have had in 1990 for a million different reasons, right? Computers are more powerful, so building is faster. You have so many more mature debugging tools. You have resources out there that computers themselves can run the game faster for even your users, so you don't have to optimize as much. Graphic creation is probably easier. So like, how long would it take you back in the day to make Final Fantasy 1 and have it look interesting versus today and have it look interesting? And if you're making the same game, I think clearly today it would be faster, but you couldn't make the same game. If you made Final Fantasy 1 today, people would be like, this is the worst game I've ever played. You'd have to make it with, quote unquote, modern features. And factoring that in, that people want different things out of the game, is kind of what I thought was interesting here. There are a lot less games then as well, so you could tap into the fact that most games are different, whereas now a lot of games are similar with different graphics. That's something else I've kind of been wondering about is how, there's certain like meta genres, like saying something is a roguelike, that doesn't tell you the actual genre of the game. It could still be adventure or FPS or whatever. It could be anything, or card game. So you have these meta genres, and I feel like we're getting into sort of standard meta genres, like survival. Survival is, again, a meta genre, I feel. It's not an actual genre. You could still have, well, I guess we get into this weird, like, what's the terminology of defining genre? But still, you could have a survival 2D platformer like Terraria, and you can have a survival first-person, like dinosaur raising game like Ark. Yeah, anyway, I think the expectations out of these meta genres now are pretty rigid almost. And I'm gonna stop ranting about this stuff, or rambling about this stuff. When I made Botland, I was surprised by something. This is a multiplayer game where you log in, you make bots, you battle each other. And at some point, people said you should add login rewards to the game. And I was blown away by this, because in my mind, as a game designer, the login rewards are not something that is extra for players. It's something that you bake into the balance of your monetization of the game so that players think they're getting something extra. So for a player to request, hey, I would like this thing that was made as a psychological hook, just blew me away. It was like, oh, when I play a game that's on my phone, I want login rewards. Like that's a thing. But the whole reason login rewards were added was to have you build a habit for yourself. Like feel the dopamine hit when you open up the app every single time, so that eventually you don't need that dopamine hit. You're just opening the app already. So anyway, my whole like roundabout point there was, I think this is kind of happening with these meta genres as well. If you make a crafting game or a survival game or something, people are going to be like, where's cooking? Why is cooking not in the game? It's like, well, you don't need to have a game with cooking, but enough games did it where now people probably expect it. Different for every platform. Maybe have access to one book about game dev. That's all. You probably had the support of the video game consoles as well. Like I'm guessing Nintendo had some kind of, I don't know, developer support thing. It's probably a phone number or email or something. But yeah, I know what you mean. And probably back then you were only developing for one kind of console anyway, or one computer or something like that. Wonder if development speed would have been similar because of the familiarity of the tools at the time. It's possible. Yeah. It could have been that there were fewer amateurs trying to make NES games, for example. Yeah, I like bunnies. They might be thinking of login rewards as a sort of meta game, like cookie clicker progression. I too think of it as a dark psychology trick. Yeah, it was just one of those things where it's like even in Skeleseller, we kind of had this happen. This is a game with leveling up, and the number of people who've asked for two things that are typical of games leveling up, experience points and equipment, it's been like through the roof. Those have been like two most commonly requested things. And I have very strong reasons for not wanting either one and why I think that they don't make sense for this game. But people just have that sort of gut reaction of like, I expect it in this game. And it's hard to violate those expectations and still have people have fun. Because if you read Steam reviews, sometimes it's like, there are a lot of entitled gamers out there, but there are also sort of a lot of misguided people who, when they see something that doesn't match their expectations, they assume why it is that way. Maybe they'll say they must have run out of budget, or they must not have known this solution existed. And it's not usually that like, oh, they analyzed it and they came up with a way that they thought was fun. And sure, it's not going to hit for everybody. I said I'd stop rambling about this, so that's it. Now I'm done. We're going to check this stuff in. So these are all finished now. We're finally done with the keyboard movement problems. Send you a whisper on Twitch about clipping for shorts. Idea and example for you. Yeah, thank you, Golden Gun. I'll have to take a look at that. I'll write this down for tomorrow. Okay, there were some other issues I had here. Make perks look better. It makes skill buttons look better. These are important, but they're not critical for launching the demo. Yeah, what's this one? Yeah. And these aren't even probably that hard to do. Improve adventurers UI, mostly skills and abilities. Oh, this one actually might have very slightly gotten better by coincidence. But yeah, let's get back to this stuff. So bug, get item stacking and shiny loot maxed out, then sell 3 things. This is not super important. This is not super important. I only want to do super important stuff right now. So I think it'd be this. And then these 3 things. These are 4 things that I highlighted anyway. But yes, this is exactly what I want to do. So this is the highest priority stuff. And of these, I think we move this farther down. Sorry, hang on 1 second. Okay. High priority item, actions, menu, review the PR again, and then add a perk for this. This is at the bottom of the list though, right? And then this is above that. All right, so show level up deltas. Let's go do this one. This was my mock-up for this. I wonder if we should show skill points here too. How would that look? We have it right over here right now. So if we got rid of it from here, let's level up once and then unlock a skill. It is nice to have this close to where you spend the skill points. Remember that players won't see the debug button. They'll see reset skills, but they won't see a debug button here. So they'll just have this UI. But if we put it over here, then it'd be easier to show the deltas as you get modified. We could show them in both locations, actually, because that wouldn't really be a problem. Health, power, fortitude, and skill points. Yeah, so I think no matter what, I want skill points in the left side. So then the question is pretty much, should it also show up in the right side? Also show in the right side. It'd be closer. I mean, let's remove it and just see what it looks like, right? Why am I even asking about this? On the left, we could show used in total. Oh, maybe on the left we only show total. So you know that you had 5 skill. No, that doesn't really help you though, right? The number of skill points you have in total doesn't matter too much. All right, well, let's see what happens. Let's hide this. And then let's show it over here. So hang on one second. Okay, sorry, I wanted to catch my wife on the way out. All right, I want to add this here, so let's do that. VBox container. I'm gonna just add in something super fast here. So we'll just have it be a label. Test. Yeah, so skill points 3. And now let's launch the game. And then let's make it so that we actually have 3 skill points. Unlock your first skill using the button below. Yeah, maybe it's because I know what the UI used to look like. But only having this show up over here does seem like it's kind of far away from where you use them. So I think we should just show them in both locations for now. That's the only thing that's duplicated here, though. If I click this, it's not going to subtract a point because I just hard-coded the number 3 there. I guess we have the little pips here. No, I think we should just put the label in both spots. Okay. Showing the total would allow us to show the delta. So I think that's an option too. Well, even if we don't show the... So what I was thinking is, let's say you are level 18. You would have had 9 skill points, but maybe you spent them all. So it says skill point 0. We can still show the delta, like +1 next to it. In fact, the delta is always only ever going to be +0 or +1. So this would just indicate to you that you're getting a new skill point every even level. Are you thinking of always showing the delta or only on hovering the button or something like that? Yeah, only on hovering the button is what I thought. And this is all open to using it and seeing if people like it. Yeah, I meant showing something. Wait, I'm not sure I understand the distinction that you're making. All right, so I think my conclusion is let's put this in both spots, as opposed to only showing skill points on the right. Oh. Okay, wait, let me read your other message. Okay. I think I'm still not understanding something. But anyway, here's my plan. My plan is just add a new label on the left that shows skill points, just like on the right. So it's just going to be the same label in 2 different spots. Yeah. Alternatively, how would we do this? I guess we don't have to show skill points :3. We could just, when you hover over the level up button, we could have it say you will get a skill point or like +1 skill point as well. But I don't know where we'd put that. Maybe, nah, I don't know where we'd put that. Yeah, I'm just going to add the other label, I think. Okay, let's go do that. It would have the exact same tooltip, right? I mean, it's showing something on the left, whether it's total, not use both, allows us to show a delta. Oh, yes. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm with you. All right, so where's the other skill label that I hid? This? No, not that one. This one, yeah. And what does this tooltip say? You get 1 skill point on every even numbered level. Changes in skills only take effect in future battles. Yeah, I think that should be on both of these, which means we should probably define it once and set it through code. Okay, yeah, I'll write that down. Make sure it has the same tooltip as the, or I would say make sure both labels have the same tooltip. All right, so probably set them through code. So set them through code. Great. Okay, now let's go add this thing in. This num available skill points. We put this next to whatever I added here. Delete you, paste you. Now there are 2 labels that basically have the same name but can't be accessed uniquely. So this is like, I wonder if we should just fetch them both. Oh, and I also wonder, until you've unlocked, I guess we could say skill point 0 here. That's not a problem. In fact, is that what happens already? If I just start a new game, does it say 0 skill points? No, it just doesn't even show you the skill points at all. So should we say 0 over here? Or should we not show this at all either? Defeat the next elite enemy to be able to unlock your skills. Okay, let's take a look at that. So start a battle. Start another battle. All right, now it says build the farm. So we go build the farm. And now it says level up. All right, probably at this point is when we should maybe say, no, we shouldn't maybe say anything. Okay, let's write this down or take a picture, I guess. If you haven't leveled up, we don't show the label on the right. Yeah, and I'll say we currently don't. Okay, so all we need is a name for this thing. Hey, Godzilla, how you doing? So number of available skill points. This is like, I'll just call it character skill points. Cool. Now let's go get this fortitude. So this is character skill points label. Yeah, num available skill points 1 and 2. Character skill points. We have another skill points label, this one. Yeah, where does that get used? Here. Text, skill points, colon, whatever. Yeah, we're going to set this for both of these. So this dot text equals this thing's dot text. All right, so they use the same message now, which means this should work. Yeah, instead of saying 1, 2, 3, 4, it should work that we have this rendering correctly. It won't have a tool, well, it will have a tooltip, but it won't have the same exact tooltip. We want to use the same string. Yeah, cool. Okay, so when I give myself a skill point, yep, that rises to 1. Perfect. And now we want the actual delta thing. So let's go into town where we have skip tutorial. Let's unlock the farm, create farm. That'll give us the ability to level up. And when you hover over the level up button is when we want to show you these deltas. The deltas should be in a different font color probably, because right now this is kind of reddish. I think we should show it in a greenish color. And I think they should all be aligned. Were they aligned in my mockup? Yeah. Okay, that shouldn't be very hard to do. All of this stuff would also be in an HBox container. Let me think about this. No, well, sort of. We put this whole thing into an HBox container. Well, just the stats. Okay, so this goes here, this goes here. And then we put another VBox container with the deltas. VBox container. Delta container. Delta stats container. They're not all stats. Skill point's not a stat, but that's okay. It's just a name. And then we add in some rich text labels here. They're not possible to hover over these, so we don't need to worry about that. Rich text label. All right, so we say like +1. Where is this showing up? Not showing up at all. We need fit content on. Let's just copy paste one of these then. That way it gets all the same properties completely. So this is health delta. And we say +5, let's say. And then just copy that a bunch of times. Power, fortitude, skill points. Power delta, fortitude delta, skill points delta. Yeah, this is pretty much what I was envisioning. This is taking up quite a lot of space though. I think we need the stretch ratio to be set lower, or what, higher? Why is this not changing anything? Do these have a minimum size? Yeah, it does. Huh, interesting. We don't need a minimum size. But I gotta delete them from all of these. And then we probably don't need that stretch ratio anymore either. Yeah, there. Now where's the stretch ratio? This, reset. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Now for the colors. Let's get the colors of that. Theme overrides, colors, constants, fonts, styles. Normal font. Where's the... Oh, default color, this? Ah, there we go. Okay, the problem is I want to pick this color and then hue rotate it. So there's the right color. Now to get the right hue, we move over to here. That's probably pretty good. And then just copy paste that to all of these. It's really hard to tell because this is against an unstyled background. And here it's going to be against a blue background. So possibly what I'm doing will look bad. In fact, let's just try one of them in that case. We need these deltas to show up though. Give them a few different colors and check. Well, I was hoping I had it right on the first try. It's using the wrong font, isn't it? Yeah, it's using the wrong font. Oh, because we dynamically create these with the correct font. Okay, so then we need to change this too. Normal font, quick load, handwritten. There we go. We copy that everywhere. Copy value. Paste value. Okay, let's take a look at that. All right, so now it's the same font. Is that readable? Yeah, I think so. Okay, so now we need to vertically center it and then probably put some padding here or something. Should I put it in parentheses? Or maybe would a background color look good? Can we even add a background color easily? There's an outline color. I guess we could add one of those. I think it makes sense to use a grid container here so it always aligns. Yeah. But then we would change the alignment of these. In fact, I'm not even sure I want these to be aligned. Maybe just, yeah, I'm not sure. All right, so centering that either had no effect or I need to restart. Strange. Oh yeah, because nothing is gonna let it know that it's the same size as the other rows. Yeah. Yeah, but still, I'm beginning to think, what if we just put the pluses inside of this other thing and then just got the right font color? Let's try that. So here's the font color we had. We have Fortitude label. So this stuff, what if we did color equals, I don't know how you specify this. I think you have to put the pound symbol. I'm not sure. Oh, we could just test it over here, right? Color equals that. Oh, nice. That works. Okay. +5/color. All right, so paste this in everywhere and see if that looks better. This is always going to be +1. I don't even think we need the delta for that. Obviously, your level's going to go up. But it might look nice to see anyway. And then we hide all of these and we try running that. So now they should show up in green. I don't think I put parentheses there. Yeah, I didn't put a space either. Probably should have done that, huh? Space and then that. Okay. Yeah, I think that looks nice. Yeah. Now I think the color green is too dark. So let's lighten that a bit. So we're just going to take this and pump this up. There. And hope that that's good. That's even worse somehow. What, do I need to be darker? I don't know. Why did I not like it that way? This is maybe because this is on. Maybe because it's green on blue. Oh, did I even change this? No. Oh, I probably should have taken a picture of that. Okay, well, let's start taking some pictures now then, I guess. So there's one. Paste this in here. We should probably paste what color it's using. Actually, we don't need to do that. We can just color pick them. So that's the darker color. Here's the lighter color. Then we need to form these things, of course. I don't think that should be very hard to do. Yeah, lighter looks stupid. Maybe, are these in bold already? I don't think so. I don't think we have a bold handwritten font though. So I don't think this is going to work. Won't stop me from trying, but it might have those weird gaps in the characters. And I don't think we need a bold handwritten font. Weirdly, it wants me to close this. I didn't think that would be necessary. I guess because it's a nested tab that it needs to be closed. I think if I had closed none of them, it all would have looked fine. How is that even looking close to good? Don't we not have a bold font? Game, fonts, assets, I guess, fonts. Hand regular. Yeah, we don't have a bold one. Huh. We only have the main font in bold. So this is the fake bold, which means that possibly one of these is going to be messed up. We can take a look and see. Rich text label, BB code, B, and then give it the right font. Theme override, font, normal. Oh, maybe it's using a different font altogether. I don't know what would happen in that case. What does this look like? This isn't even bold, is it? I delete the bold. No, it's not even bold. Is it because of that? We would see the cutouts in the 5 though, right? Yeah, it's definitely using a different font. That's now obvious to me. It's using the main font and then bolding that. Got it. What game engine am I using? I'm using Godot. Should be dark red at all. All other text is black. Probably not. Yeah, maybe it should just be black. And we just use whatever green color we want. Yeah, I don't think putting this in bold is going to be helpful though. And we don't have a bold variation of the font, so I guess let's delete that. So what's giving those their color? Because I don't think we overrode this. No, we didn't. Yeah, the handwritten portion is set in code, but is that where the color is coming from too? No. Where is that color coming from? It must be in the theme somewhere. Theme override stats. Theme is set to basic fonts here. Okay, I see. So we need a different font set for just this thing. Yeah. Although we could, no, we can't. We can make a type variation or something. I'm not gonna worry about that for right now. I think let's keep what we have. Let's go back to this style. I think this is good enough. Yeah, I think this is good enough. Is that getting cut off? Like 1 pixel seemingly missing there, but it's not to the right of the other pixels. I think it's just an oddity of the parenthesis. All right, cool. So let's delete whatever wacky things I did to this scene. Not all of them, because I want the skill label there, but I don't want the delta stuff there, and I don't need the containers to have switched around. Yeah, so most of this is going to be the same. And then we just get rid of character skill points. Hey, Craze, it's going pretty well. And hey, Speezy, is it common in Godot for people to use C# instead of GDScript? Not as common, I think, as people using GDScript. I had my gripes with GDScript that I think are slowly getting worked on. Hey, Muzo. So what's the easiest way to set this back to what it was? If we know what we did, then, well, I guess we could just move this here, and then we're probably done. That wasn't hard. All right, so the scene should have minimal changes now, right? Something's wrong. I don't even see the tooltips here anymore. Did I delete the wrong thing? No. What is going on? Oh, the diff was out of date. I wonder why. Huh. Yeah, this is what I want. Good, cool. Everything's set there. All right, so now we just need to compute the deltas if you're hovering over the button. We don't know that you're hovering over the button though. So we got to go save that somewhere. And then I guess we got to call this function again, but only when you hover over this thing. It's kind of heavy weight just to update some deltas on this. I guess we could have a function that just computes these things and can update them later. Happy Wednesday. Happy 5 months. Thanks. Who cares? And same back to you. I use it because I use C# for my job and can't continue to feel like I'm using work after work. You know, if I use something for my job like that, I'd probably want to use it for a hobby project because then I would feel like I'm benefiting from all of the things I learn in both cases. But I understand not wanting to resemble work. Gotta make a programmer app that enables students to register for classes, make payments, meet with advisors via chat. That sounds like a good idea, or a good project, I mean. Oh yeah, you're right. I always turn off the, thank you, Kevin. I turn off the sounds when I'm recording shorts. Okay, so what does this need? This needs a bunch of components. I think we'll just call this for now. So we'll just call this when you hover over the level up button. Level up button is here. So we need to do this dot mouse entered plus equal on hover level up button, and mouse exited will be on stop hover level up button. So on hovering over the level up button, we want to show these deltas. So like show deltas equals true on character selected. Good. And then pretty much the same in the opposite direction on stop hover. And then we need some private Boolean over here. Show deltas. Cool. And then we use this inside here. And we want this for everything. Skill points aren't even here. Where are skill points? Update available skill points label. Here it is. Yeah. So I want that same thing. We're going to need a color for this. Let's save this off over here. Private const string delta color or stat delta color. That's probably a better name for that. Cool. Now let's get these. These all turn into this. And then we only show the deltas in a particular case. So, and we need to figure out what the deltas are. Ah, that's the harder part. Yeah, that's the harder part. String delta, this is going to be level delta. Show deltas, question mark. It's always going to be +1. Yeah. Good. Let's try just that to begin with. Yeah. So everything else is hard-coded, but the level should work. So now when I hover over the button, it's going to say +1 or it's going to say nothing. Yeah. I wonder if we should fade that in. Nah, it's not worth it. Yeah, I think it's fine. Okay, so now to get all the other ones, how do we get the other ones? Stat computations. Health. So let me think about this. How do you even get extra health in the game right now? It's only by leveling up, right? So we don't need to compute anything else in here. We just get the next value. Is that the same with all the stats? Maybe. I don't remember if it's true for something like the Paladin. Let's try that out. So let's say the Paladin is level 2. They have 10 fortitude, but... Okay, that seemed broken. Hang on a second, let me try that again really fast. I right-click here. It didn't do anything, but then I left-clicked and it unlocked everything. Okay, that's a small bug, but that's just a debug feature. Bug, right-clicking to unlock a skill doesn't show the unlocked skills until you left-click. Or maybe until you move away from them. Let me see. I click this, I move away, I come back. Yeah. Until you select the character again. That should be super easy to fix. I'm just going to write it down for now, though, so I don't get sidetracked. All right, anyway, Paladin has 10 fortitude. One of these skills increases their fortitude. This one. Does that get reflected over here? No. Unless maybe... No, yeah, it just doesn't. Okay, that's fine. I guess actually it doesn't matter because the delta is a delta based on leveling up. So we can just always get what the next level is. Unless you're at the max level, in which case the delta is not going to show anything. So bool show deltas equals show deltas, and you can't be at the maximum level. And not av component dot level is greater than or equal to game constants max adventure level. Then we use this here. Actually, we should put a less than sign. All right, now let's get all the other ones. So health delta is going to be plus a dynamic value, the next health value. So we need to get the adventure. The adventure data should have it. Yeah, health per level, right? Did I call it health? Life per level? Sure, whatever. Add for component dot level. Do we not? We must show the level here. Yeah, there it is. Let's just get that as an integer. That'll simplify a lot of this stuff. Okay. And then delete these that we use anywhere. Cool. All right, now show the health delta for this. The reason you don't see the adventurer on, or sorry, the paladin on stream a lot is because if I'm playtesting, I don't tend to unlock it until like 45 minutes into the game. If I'm not playtesting, I just don't really call it out or ever click it. All right, so do we use this for anything else here? No, literally just for level. I think it's fine. All right, so that's a health delta. We're going to do the exact same thing with power and whatever else. So string power delta. Wow, thanks AI. Adventure data dot power per level. And this might be wrong. This might need to be level +1. I don't actually know. And then the last one is the fortitude delta. And just like before, it doesn't know what to do with this. Adventure data dot fortitude per level. Okay, and then it should recommend changing that. It did. It's like not getting there for some reason. Whatever. All right, cool. We just need skill points showing up now. Update skill points here. Yeah. So this is adventurer component. Well, I guess we're going to need that anyway, right? Adventurer component. Show deltas is totally fine. This is going to be the... Oh, wait. Oh, no, we don't need this at all. What am I doing? It's every even number level. So all we need to do is show skill points delta. Show deltas. Yeah, I guess, and level %2 equals 1. So if your current level is odd, then that means you're going to be on an even level, which means you're going to get +1 skill point. In which case we just write here +1. And then we need proper parentheses. And then we need to put this in here with the right color and everything too. Where are the colors? Here. Okay, copy this into here. And then rename this to skill points delta. All right, that should do it. Now, like I said, I might have gotten this off by 1 level. In which case, I guess it'll be obvious. Yeah, first of all, that's bad. That's on a delta. That's how much it should be set to. And I think even those are wrong. Yeah, I think, well, actually, I don't know about them being wrong. Hard to say. So let's see. What happens when we level up? 160, 17, 4. 160, 17, 4. Okay, so they're the right values. We just need to get the deltas. And the delta should be compared to whatever the prior levels thing was, which should always exist. And we know what level they had. Level here. Oh, I see. Level's 1 index. That's why this worked. That's why we didn't need to add to that. Okay, well then let's figure that out. In fact, adventure data should probably just have a like get delta, whatever. as long as it's not at the max. Oh, wait, show, yeah. For now, let's do this because this'll work. It's just a little ugly. And then same thing with skill points. No, wait, skill points don't have that problem. Is that color equals Godot or C#? It's Godot, and more specifically, it's BB code within a rich text label. So if you ever posted on like an old school forum, they typically use BB code for that. So to make text bold, you have to do this. And to make it italic, you have to do this. Actually, I think even Steam uses this. So that's BB code, and it happens to be implemented in Godot. All right, so we click this, and we hover over this. And I think we're good now. Nice. So what happens when you're on an even number level? That's probably going to say +0, right? No, it's just not going to say anything. Also, didn't the color change? 5449 or 549963. That's not what that color is. No, it's not what that color is. Do I like that color? I want to try the darker one. Did I not copy this? Copy. Yeah, it worked. Yeah, sure thing, Sitcog. All right. I think that's looking pretty good. So now let's give ourselves a bunch of sludge and click the button. And as soon as you click it, it's going to change all the numbers, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I think that's looking pretty good. And now they're the right numbers, right? +25, +7. Yeah. Man, that's these level of values are nuts. I think we need to balance those a little bit. +15 power, where you get like 50% more power when you level up. And that is what happens, right? Yeah, probably. I just messed that up. All right, pretty nice though. Pretty nice. So I think the only thing we have left to do is to share a tooltip, which means setting these through code, which is easy peasy. We get this. We call this character skill points tooltip. And then same thing for whatever's down here. This one. Num available skill points tooltip. All right, now we want to set those, but those only need to be done once in ready. Let's do this. Tooltip on parent. Skill tooltip 1 and skill tooltip 2. These do not need interesting names here. We're only going to set something super fast on them. And both of them are going to get the same text, which is this. Private const string skill button or skill label, skill points label tooltip. Yeah. All right, now let's go set those. Messages.get. And same thing for that. Not too shabby. Oh, and then did I change this? No, I didn't. This should say set via code. And the other one should say that too, so that we know not to modify it here. Anything else? No, that's it. One skill point. And every even number level. Changes in skills only take effect in future battles. Yeah. I think that's good. I think it's really good. All right, one more issue fixed. That's 870. Let's check this in. Looks good. Does not look good. Does not look good. Fine, fine, fine. Yep, yep, yep. Yeah, it's a little bit ugly. Might want to move that. Yeah. Other than that, I mean, everything looks good here. So was this fixes this one? Show stat / skill deltas before leveling up. Do we want to fix that code? I don't really care that much. Yeah, I don't care that much. Save and commit. What did I change? Oh, the town thing? Town shouldn't have any changes. Yeah, it doesn't. Good, good, good. Cool. One more bug down. Well, that wasn't really a bug. That was a feature. Improve camera panning. What is this? Oh, God, this. Oh, I don't want to do this. Okay. Well, it's on the list. We have to do it. It is this functionality where when you click something, it moves the camera to that location. Like that looked fine. But then you do something like this and it zooms way out and then pans over. And it doesn't look bad. It's just not as good as it could be. Like sometimes it probably should pan out or zoom out that far. And sometimes it shouldn't. Yeah, I don't want to do this. All right, so we should have some basic ideas in mind for where this looks bad. Because like sometimes it probably should zoom out that far. Like let's say you're way over here and you're zoomed in and you want to go to wherever the armor shop is. Whoops, not like that. It zooms out, it pans over, it zooms back in. That's probably fine because it's far away and you were zoomed in. But if you're already zoomed out, like if you're already zoomed out, it's never going to zoom out more. I think it always takes 3 seconds to do this and there's no overriding it. The duration should probably change based on the distance it has to move. Figuring all this stuff out is not super easy. All right, how do we want to do this? So what do we even want in plain English? When the camera is already pretty close to the destination, just pan it. When it's too far, zoom out first and then pan. Well, zoom out, pan, zoom in. We already have logic for this, right? If I'm here and I want to go to wherever the warehouse is, which is right next to this, it just pans it. So it's already doing that. It's just not doing it in a polished way, I guess. Like if we're over here. Wait a sec. Yeah. Yeah. It already has all of the logic that I want. It's just not polished. So I don't know if this is a matter of tweaking how much it's zooming by. Because what's happening is when you build something, so let's say you're zooming here and you build the town hall. When you click this, it pops up the dialogue, but it doesn't center the camera there. When you do hit build, then it centers the camera there. Clamping the max zoom may be enough. Yeah, although then it's going to have to travel pretty far at a lower zoom. All right, so what do we set to the new zoom here? Possible zoom values, new zoom index. Change this to zoom out to a particular zoom level without considering where you already were. All right, so we do we clamp this number. Possible zoom values I'll count -1 minus distance to travel divided by 50. Zooming out all the way. So if we divide by a smaller number, we'll get there sooner. So we divide by a larger number. So if I set this to 500 and then we run this, then it's barely ever going to zoom out, right? Which just means we need a number between 50 and 500. I just want to make sure it's not between 0 and 50. So if I click this, oops. Yeah, so now it's basically never going to zoom out. So we just need to be very conservative about that probably. Like, is this bad? Is this moving too fast? I think that's too fast. I think it's a little bit like motion sickness inducing. So probably that was far enough where we do want to zoom out a bit. So maybe we set this to 150. I don't know. I'm just going to try numbers and hope that it looks good. Now let's try that again. So we were zoomed in a bit. We were at the tavern and we wanted to go to the, I don't know where, armor shop. It still doesn't even zoom out now. That's strange, right? Because the distance between those two things should be large enough for it to have triggered that. Town. We went from roughly here, which is not the right coordinate system. We went from roughly here, which is like 400, 450, up to here, which is 600 pixels to the left and 500 pixels up. Yeah. And this isn't causing anything to happen. Distance to travel is already a float, right? Yeah. So we don't need to cast this to a float as well. If I set this to 100. It was doing something at 50. I don't know why it didn't zoom out there. Okay, so now it zoomed out. All right, so maybe something like that is good. Now when you move to something closer, like the fishing pond, it just pans the camera down there. Town hall, we zoom out a little bit. That's pretty nice. Yeah, I think that's maybe all we needed to tweak at first. Because now it's not like super zooming out over here. Yeah, so I was not fully zoomed in though. Now let's fully zoom in. And now let's try going to different ones. Okay, that one's fine. What about to something farther away? Not really farther away. Go to the tavern. And then all the way to the armor shop. Okay. I think this is actually looking pretty decent. Now let's try if you're zoomed out to begin with. Yeah, this wasn't too bad. I think that's good enough. There is one more question though, which is, should we pan the camera as soon as you open one of these? Like, should you be able to see where this thing is? When you click garbage slime and it pops up the dialogue, should it also pan to where they are? Zoom out, move, zoom in or zoom out while moving until 50% of the way and zooming in after 50% of the way possibly. Yeah, changing the order I think is something we could also do. Like changing the order slightly, I mean. And I don't know how we do this now. Movement duration times ratio times ratio. How far into a zoomer pan? Yeah, we could try to change this a little bit, but it might be tough. Oh, new lines didn't work. Because here's what I'm thinking. Let's say you try to build the town hall. You don't know where it is, and then you click build, and by the time the camera gets there, the smoke is already cleared. That's not necessarily a problem, but we could also do it where it pops up the thing and also moves the camera over to it. So you're like, oh, that's where the pond will go. So when you finally hit build, you're looking at it. I kind of want to try that. Yeah, but then we would delete the camera buttons altogether, I guess. Well, let's see how it feels. Available buildings menu. Camera, panel location over time. So when you go to build this thing, there should be a signpost.show. Yeah, here it is. All right, so we change this to this. And this. Okay, so now when you click any of these, it's going to pop up the dialog and it's going to pan the camera. I know that chat isn't controlling this themselves, but does that seem like good behavior here? It's going to show you where this thing is. Because I think I like this. But then I think the whole center the camera on this thing we can delete. A lot of people don't hover over this to figure out what this even does. So they never know where they're supposed to be looking. I was thinking about that as I was saying that. Not necessarily your example, but an animal example. Yeah, I think I want to get rid of these. And then there's been a suggestion before that maybe we should do now, which is that there should be a tooltip on each of these buttons that tells you what this dialog tells you. Yeah, I think that would be the best for usability. Okay, so then here's what I'm planning on doing. We get rid of the camera button. Make the main button move the camera anyway. And then give the main button a tooltip with what the sign will say. Should be faster though. I think in some cases we could probably make it faster. If we know that you're really close to the thing, we can just stop it. But in other cases, it's going to look a little bit jarring if we do that. Yeah, I think I want to make all those changes. So let's start with just this one. Let's check in that on its own. It's basically the most important thing. Stop zooming so much when auto moving the camera. We would frequently zoom out many levels to pan to a faraway location. Okay. All right, so buildings. Let's go do this. So we still have the camera button there. Just make it teleport, like when you press the minimap in Warcraft. I mean, I could certainly do that. We could just, instead of pan location over time, we could just call pan immediate. I don't think it's going to look good, but yeah, let's try it. Camera.pan immediate. It added the ly, not our function name. Also, hey, Maki. Yeah, I don't think this contextualizes where this is. Like, I know that you have the rest of the town still to contextualize it, but still, I think it's a little nicer to have it pan the camera there. Yeah. You lose the relative location. Okay, so what do we say we're gonna do here? Get rid of the camera button. Yeah, let's go do that. Available buildings menu. Where are the camera buttons? Build buttons. Okay, so it must go inside of that. It's a row. The row is create the entire row. Oh man, I feel bad getting rid of this. Yeah, the map button just wouldn't be visible. We could just turn these off for now. I mean, ideally we'd get rid of the concept of this row even existing. But this is just hiding them. So if we look at the menu right now and take a picture before I mess this up, there's a picture of it with the buttons. Why can't I paste? There we go. And then here's a picture without the buttons. Hopefully there's no blank space there. I'm assuming this is an HBox container, in which case it shouldn't have blank space. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Okay, so those are the two differences. If we just consider whether there should be a camera button there or not, those are the two. I mean, it's very obvious how they look different. We could still have these here to make them obvious, but like I said, I don't think people are clicking that. And maybe it just looks like an idle icon and not something you can click. And then what was the last change I wanted to make? Give it a tooltip with what the sign will say. Yeah. The map button had a tooltip. I guess now the building button's going to have a tooltip. Building button. And the map button was just the button. So what added its tooltip? Oh, it's inside the row itself. Map button row or whatever. What's it called? Building row? Yeah, there. Okay, so we copy paste this over to here. Done. And then we fetch this thing, set that. That's fine. And then we need to update the tooltip. Here it was probably hard-coded, right? Yeah, but it can't be hard-coded over here. So we need something that's going to set it. And we set the signpost here, so this should be pretty simple to do. Row gets created with the text, and the text is the... What is this? Theming? What is this? Oh, no, just the name and everything. So, where do we put this? These are private. So I guess when we init, we can initialize it with a tooltip. Build tooltip text. And set that here. I'm gonna clean this up before we commit, but for now, let's just do this. All right, so then we call init. We call it with whatever the sign had for that. This is, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what it's called. What is it called? Build labels. Dialog description. What shows up when you click this? Yeah, I think just the description is fine because you'll have the title right there, fishing pond. So this will tell you what allows you to catch fish. However, there's also an upgrade description, I believe, and we need to make sure we pick the right one. Build. Wait, where's the description text? Where is the description text? Is it just called build labels? It's called build labels. Yeah, and that's public. Why won't this fetch this? Oh, it's protected. Ah, I assume the upgrade signs override this. I'm going to make this public. All right, so this is going to be the description. And that's that. So these should be all the changes, but with bad code. Then we need to do all the changes, but with good code. So if we test this out. Yeah, nice. And this still shows up? Yeah. Oh, not really. It says lets you sell potions that you find. It should say allows this shop to stock 2 more items. We're going to delete this menu altogether anyway, the upgrades portion of this, but we haven't done that yet. So if we should do it the right way. So how do we get that? Build and upgrade sign. This has upgrade labels. Drat. All right, here's the proper way to do this then. We keep this protected. We add a public thing that can be overridden. And we fetch it. Yeah, who decides what's good or bad code? All right, so public string, virtual string. This is the build description text. And it's going to be that, but then this is going to override it. Build an upgrade sign. Buildings menu button text. Buildings menu button text. Here it is. Yeah. And this just comes from a different location. Building is built. Yeah, like that. Building is built. Question mark. Upgrade labels. Otherwise, the base. Sounds good. Make sure they're in the same order. Yep, they are. And then technically we should be accessing this wherever we would have used dialog description. Here's one of them for sure. And yeah, that's fine. But do we use this anywhere else? No. Do we use dialog description anywhere else? No. What? Is this overridden just so that we can... it doesn't matter. Those big code review lobbyists trying to get people to have good code. Those jerks. All right, so it allows this shop to stock 2 more items. Yeah, nice. This is exactly what I want. And you click it and it will move the camera there. And you now only have to click it when you think you want to buy that thing because you can read what this is going to tell you. And even the cost is there too. This is pretty good. Pretty good. All right, so now I just got to clean up the code. Clean up the code. I'm going to do that after a break because I have not stepped away from my computer for 2 hours. So you can all play Jump Royale. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello again, everybody. Close the game. I hope you had fun jumping. So where we left off, we have to clean up the code. I think this thing is going to go away. It's not a row anymore. It's just a building button. Now, granted, we could have a building button scene, but I think it's literally just a button with a tooltip. Yeah. And there's nothing special about the button. So what would this look like if we got rid of this? Instead of calling create on a row, we would make a button, add a tooltip, set the tooltip text. Yeah, I think it's easy to just do it through there. So I think we delete available buildings menu row, add TSCN and its script. And then add in the button over here. Yeah, let's do that. Well, I guess there, I don't know. I was gonna say, I guess there could be a scene. Doesn't tooltip on parent have something that lets us add this to add a control? Control, tooltip, text, content. Yeah, that should be easy enough. Okay, let's do that. Oh, wait. Oh, there's also theming though, isn't there? No, theming is set via the parent. Okay, so then this should be very, very straightforward. Oh, we have var here. What is var doing here? Shouldn't it say that we can have this fill it in? Use explicit type. Do we use this anywhere else? We go through all of these to do what exactly? Row to cost. Now it's going to be button to cost. Okay. So this is going to be button to cost. This needs to change. This needs to be the button. We keep track of how many buttons we've added. Who did that? No, this stuff's all fine. I'm not trying to say the code is bad, or I'm not trying to say it was bad, but now that I've deleted one of the things from the row, it now doesn't make sense to have this. We could have stored this in a different way probably, but like I'm not looking at that right now. And either way, it's in a dictionary, so it means that once we've cached it, lookup's going to be fast. Oh, the var. Oh, yes. Yeah, that's bad. Here I'm trying to defend you from you when I should have just let you have at it. Yeah, please challenge yourself to a duel at some point. And the loser has to clean up the code. All right, so upgrade buttons. These were what exactly? Why is this failing? Oh, because button doesn't exist. Yeah, because I have not finished writing the code yet. Okay, so button. Who's got the button? We can just make a new one of these, right? But it needs to be made with the right text. And the text is this text. Text equals text. Okay, now delete this. Custom minimum size. Ooh, I don't think that's necessary. I think we can just make this expand to fill the parent and then just make the whole dialogue have a minimum size. What was the minimum size before this? Close button at minimum size. Whatever, we can just set that. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Close button dot custom minimum size. Cool. All right, that stuff's all probably fine. We don't need to init this anymore. We need to do tooltip on parent, add to control. So we're going to add this to the button. We're going to give it whatever tooltip we had right there. Town tooltip, I guess. Interesting that this was created with the town. And then the text, that's signpost.build description text. And then we delete this. And then when you press the button, we do that. Okay, now what are we missing? This just needs to be a button. And we modulate the button based on whether you can afford this thing. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's cleaner now. Okay, so the dialogue looks exactly the same to me, which it should. That means I set the minimum size correctly. It works exactly the same, which it should. And the tooltips look fine, and this looks fine. Now let's try spending money on something. So this costs 50. So most of these buttons are still going to be enabled, but these two shouldn't be, and this one shouldn't be. Yeah, perfect. Now if we got money, they'd be enabled again. Yeah. Well, enabled. I mean modulated green. They're technically always enabled. Yeah, nice. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Now let's go clean up. Done with that. Done with that. Any other weird changes there? Nope. And then this gets deleted, as does the corresponding scene. Available row, reveal, delete. Okay, now when I try opening this, it's going to fail, I think. Yeah, don't save. Close. Is it running ads like way more than normal? What is going on right now? I could have sworn it just ran an ad break pretty recently. It's running one again. I have it set to... Hang on, maybe they changed my settings? Could have sworn I had it set to 3 minutes every hour. Yeah, it's to 3 minutes. Huh. Weird. All right, we're looking good. Hey, Chronic, how you doing? Yeah, this is all looking pretty nice. Okay. Improve usability of buildings menu. So what do we do? Got rid of the camera button. The main button now pans the camera, and the main button has the signs text as a tooltip. As a result of the tooltip, people will hopefully not have to click the buttons as much. So they won't have the camera pan every time. But when they finally do open the sign dialogue, I want them to know where they're going to be building. Hey, Juicebox Hero. I'm having a pretty good Wednesday so far. We just got done with Jump Royale, so I think you either missed it or you were exercising extreme control. Is it doing 1 minute every 20 minutes? No, it's saying that it's running a 3-minute ad break, but I thought it was just doing it like 5 minutes before. I guess it's possible that hour number 1's ad break was toward the end and hour number 2's was toward the beginning, so they kind of got mashed up against each other, in which case there shouldn't be another ad for, I guess, at least an hour. Watch the migration of about 900 gigabytes of data from Cosmos DB to Cockroach DB. It's like watching paint dry. You need fatter pipes. You need a terabit connection. Maybe able to remove the icon. Oh yeah, that's true. But I have what you said in mind, Juicebox Hero, which is that you come to my stream pretty much just to play that game. So maybe I can try to take some more breaks today. Did you ever play Animal Royale on this stream? I don't know if you would have ever dropped in for that. Adam learns Minecraft. It's the world's dumbest
general game.
No,
But
stop it. Stop talking. All right, yeah. So also coming here, Sass. No, you said assassin was only due to not being able to play Jump Royale. Anyway, Animal Royale is a Minecraft plugin where you connect via Twitch chat. You spawn in as a sheep, and then you shoot TNT at each other through the sheep's mouth, I guess. And it was a lot of fun. But I don't think we're going to run it anymore, even though we sort of modernized it slightly. But that's what I used to play on lunch breaks. And I was thinking of taking a quick lunch break today instead of the usual hour-long one, because I kind of want to get the demo out today if I can for Skeleseller. All right, so there's an icon somewhere. We got to find that icon. Position marker. It's probably this one. Does this look like the right one? I had opened with Chrome. It might actually have a background. It doesn't. There's some way to open this such that I can actually see what it has. Does GIMP work? Ah, yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's this. And then we got to make sure that it's not used anywhere else. So position marker. Nope. But there is an import, so we should delete it through here. Position marker. Yeah, I delete this. Delete. By the way, I made a new short on YouTube. And let me see if I can share this. It had a very unusual viewership curve here. Look at this. It was stagnant, almost completely stagnant. Like it went from 372, it got 20 views over the course of like 12 hours. And then it shot up and now it's like slowly going up. And I think this video is pretty good. So I don't know what YouTube is doing in this section, but I guess not showing it to anyone. And then it started showing it to people again. I'll see if I can share this. I should really just put it into one of my commands. Let's do that. I actively don't click shorts. I don't click shorts either, unless they're my own. And then I would definitely click this one. All right, so where should we put this? Probably in the expanso command. Yeah. Ecom expanso. He made a quick short on his general use cases here. Okay. Yeah, so anyway, there's the video now. That is in chat here. If anyone would like to watch it and then go wishlist Skeleseller right afterward. Or just skip watching the video and go wishlist Skeleseller. Oh, by the way, Juicebox Hero, if you're still there, well, if you're still listening, I told my wife about your mentality about the 70 being a baseline. And that combined with something else that's too personal to share, I think really inspired her to try to think a little bit more positively. So I'm hoping that it lasts. It's not like my wife is super negative, but I think sometimes we lose sight of things. Oh, I didn't actually mark this as fixed, did I? I don't know. Let's see. Does this turn purple? If so, I did. Nope. Whoops. Oh, well. Well, let's go find the commit that fixed that. Yeah, here. I fixed this in that. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, probably stop adventures. Man, every time I say the word cool, my phone is like, are you talking to me? I am not, Google. I am not. Probably stop adventurers from desiring items until you find at least 2 IMAC customers. 2 non-rare ones. All right, so here was the idea. In the game right now, there's this concept of desired items. So this character wants only a small blue potion and nothing else. And if they get that potion, so if I put this over here in the shop, and we speed this up a little bit. Okay, so when they get that, they will tip potentially a pretty hefty amount. That tip is based on the most valuable item you've ever found, but it's minimally 12 gold. So no matter what, you're going to at least get 12 gold out of this tip, which means 15 total. Here we got 18 total. But anyway, 3 gold versus 15 gold is obviously huge. And what I'm wondering is, for the sake of balancing, should we stop customers from desiring certain items until you found at least 2 of them? Because the first location in the game only drops those blue potions. So basically, if you get lucky, then you're always going to have a customer who wants that thing, and you're going to keep getting an extra 12 gold over over players who don't get lucky. And that makes it much harder to balance, like, what is the pacing of the early game? You know what? I think I've convinced myself. I'm going to just do that. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so where's the customer desire system? Where does it even happen? Desired item. There it is. Okay, so where does this thing get set? Consider buying, seek specific item. New item to desire. Choose item. This picks an item that the customer will want from the total set of items that you've already found. That way we know that you could find this new item. Well, that way is not super clear. We only consider items you've already found so that we know you could find this new item. Yeah, find the desired item. I'll say it that way. Anyway, that was a comment. I didn't mean to fix that. I wanted to modify this. So what do we have here? Get non-rare scene item IDs. So if the scene item IDs.count is 0, return none. So how about this? If it's less than 2, return none. Yeah, so now they can never desire items unless you found at least 2. And I'm going to write down why here. Require you to have found at least 2 non-rare items so that the early game is more predictable to balance. At the time of writing, only a single item drops before beating the first boss. Yeah, there, that's it. Okay, now let's go test this. Is tipping tax-free? Yes. It would be really, really funny if you're like, man, this game's fun. I'm making a ton of money. And it's like year 2, taxes from year 1, 40,000 gold. Like, what? We should add in a tax challenge mode. You have to give up all your money. Okay, so we got to find an item first. We got to put this in the shop, and then we got to make like 1 million customers here. How do we do that without breaking everything? I don't think we can, unless... No, I don't think we can. Well, no, I can beat the first boss. That part's fine. But I can't beat any other instances, or else we're going to find a second non-rare item. So if I do this, now our money limit went up to 1,000. So now I think we can afford every customer, right? Yes. Good. All right, so now we have a bunch of customers in town, and I'm just going to speed this up, and we should never see a small blue potion on the screen. So if you ever see a thought bubble, it means we broke this. But so far, so good. And we'll leave it for another 10 seconds, and then I'll go beat the next instance. And then we should start seeing thought bubbles appear for any of the items that could drop, which would be a small blue potion, a yellow potion, and a cloak, I think. So I just start a battle here, and we win it. And there. Now we should see some thought bubbles show up. It's random, so it might take a little bit of time. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so there's a yellow one, a blue one, and we should see, I think, a cloak. Or maybe it's only once you put it in your shop. I don't see any cloaks yet. I'll just build the shop. Oh, that's a bug. Anyway, there's the cloak right there. Yeah, so someone wants a cloak. Great, whatever. Yeah, if you click a signpost now and then hit build, it zooms in on the location where we built this. Is that necessary anymore? Because I think that's a little bit weird. If you're like slightly off center, it's gonna move it to where you just built it. Yeah, I don't feel strongly about this one way or the other. But I don't think there's a question of you wondering where that thing went, because either you click the sign, in which case you know where it was, or you click the button, in which case it'll navigate you there anyway. So the only time you would actually need this to navigate you there is if you somehow didn't know and moved the camera and then clicked build, and now it would zoom in on it. Yeah, I think we turn that off. Yeah, I think we turn it off. I think I only cared about the knowledge part of it, not the actual like fanfare part of it. Okay, so stop customers from desiring items. How about this? Delay customers desiring items. Yeah. At the beginning of the game, you only find small blue potions. So if you get lucky and customers desire them, then you'll get plus 12G per sale, which makes the beginning of the game harder to balance. Now we wait for you to have found 2 distinct non-rare items before customers start desiring items. Yeah, good. Good. Yeah. All right, now we get rid of the signpost building thing, which I think I made some custom code for that, which we're now going to delete. How fun. How fun. Center panda location over time. Yeah. All right, so we delete that. What is this? Build. We delete this too. And then we delete this. Yeah. All right, let's try it. So now just building normally by clicking stuff and building in the town doesn't move the camera. Yeah. But if you build through here, it'll move the camera only when you click the button. Yeah. And what happens about... Okay, interesting. Yeah. Okay, I like that better. I think it's fine. Stop moving camera on building through a sign. Now that the available buildings menu centers the camera on the sign, I don't think there will be a lack of awareness about where you're building, such that we don't need to center the camera there any longer. Pond building, I'll write it that way. Okay, that's done. Now this last one, and this was kind of the last thing I had that I thought was important enough to do. There have been a lot of people who've been asking for a feature that's already in the game, but they never discover it themselves. So you start a battle, you fight, you win the battle. And then this is what the final screen looks like. You won, you got a potion, here's your adventurer, you see it's health regenerating, and you've got some controls here. You can edit your party, you can repeat, you can exit the battle. What people want is how fast did that battle go? How much damage did I do? And there is a setting for that. And I think we should probably just turn this on by default, because now you see duration, DPS, and health remaining. So is that information overload for players who don't care about this thing? I think I'd rather be on than be off by default. Because like I said, I don't think people are looking through these to figure out what they want to see. And turning off loot, same thing. Like, why would anyone ever turn this off? I guess if you wanted a very bare bones battle window at the end of this, but it's not like it changes the size of the window. It's just less information there. So yeah, I think I'm going to turn this on by default. And I think this should be very easy to do. Show loot is here. That's show battle loot. That's here. That gets saved as this. Load from save data, show loot. Is this not on by default? Oh, we have something that defaults these. What is it? Local settings saver? I don't recall, but it's not there. Might be in game saver. I don't know where it is. I don't know why the loot one is on by default. I mean, it should be easy enough to find. Save data. All right, let's just delete the save data. Is it even in here? No, it could save to the actual save.json. It's in here somewhere. Where is it? There it is. Show loot is true. Game options save data. I don't know where we default this. What? I'm confused. Yeah, I'm confused. Oh, there it is. Show equals true. Yeah, so we just had this here. Show equals true. Done. Problem solved. All right, let's go wipe out our save file. I guess we could just click new game to do that. In fact, actually, just loading the game should be a new game. So it should just be on by default now. It's not. Why? Why is it not on by default? It's not a new game thing, right? Did I just break something, or is that the garbage collector? That does not matter. All right, I'm confused here. Because I'm pretty sure that's all that should have taken to get this to work. Unless we have show loot set to true somewhere else. It's only there. And do we do anything special with show stats then? No. Oh, I think I know what might be happening. Possibly the setting is actually working and it's just not... Yeah, it's just not reflecting in the actual settings menu because there's something special we do in the settings menu for this. All right, we got to find out what. Load from save data. There it is. We set it to true here? Why do we do that? Huh. Shouldn't it pull it from game options? And don't we even have a game options here somewhere? Game options save data. We do have a game options here. So if I just put a breakpoint here, shouldn't we be able to just check that and set it to whatever it is? And then we don't need this to have a hard-coded true. Presumably, yes. Game options dot, well, let's just type that. Show loot is true. Yeah. All right. I don't know what I was thinking. All right. Game options dot show loot. And this one is show stats. Show stats checkbox. And now delete that stuff and rerun. Turn this info into a cheap perk. That's a good idea. Well, I think it's a thing to consider for the future. I think I want to keep it like this for now. But yeah, I think we should potentially, like, I don't mind players getting access to this. I guess it could be turned on by default. Yeah. All right, well, let's check this in for right now. Show battle stats by default. It feels like there were, well, I can't know this for sure. Anyway, I'll just say this. Enough players said they wanted this, but didn't find the setting themselves, that I think we should have it on by default. So that's done. Let's write down Kevin's idea. Perhaps we should make a cheap perk to let you turn on battle stats. Then when unlocking the perk, it can be on by default, and you can use the setting to turn it off. We could also get rid of the... There's some custom location where this showed up, right? When you beat a boss, yeah. Get rid of the feature that automatically turns this on when fighting a boss. All right, so now we want to review the PR and put this in and then add the perk for this. Hang on, I'm just trying to think. Because I want to get the demo out. And I think we can do it today now. Reviewing the rest of this PR probably shouldn't take too long. Adding the perk probably shouldn't take too long. Let's budget maybe an hour for that stuff. But what if I did it in the future? We add the feature, we add the perk. It wouldn't modify save files. You just wouldn't have this perk. So I guess the question is, because today's not over, I've got another maybe like 4 hours, 5 hours maybe of like time I could actually work. The question is, do I need that extra hour for something else? So how about this? Let's just take a quick look through the game and see if anything kind of stands out from the stuff that I wanted to do. The skill buttons definitely do. What just happened? Oh, I think that button is broken. Something's broken here. Yeah, something is broken. What's going on? Interesting. All right. Yeah. Another bug. If you have a skill point, or I guess I'll just write it this way. Debug, grant a skill point, then unlock a skill, and it'll hide all of the skill buttons. Take it away very rapidly. Yeah, we got to click this for them to show up. Anyway, this is something I've never liked. I think these need to be a little bit more obvious, maybe. Wait a second, though. There's no way for these to be locked now. So maybe this one's probably fine. But with perks, I think the problem is if you can't afford something, then the text color that it shows is not clear. Like, it's hard to read that that's even 50 gold. And we need to fix that. But I think the better way to fix it is by fading out the icon or showing it with a lock or something on it. And maybe never fading out the color of the text. But it's not a game-breaking issue for right now. It's something we need to fix by launch. I also wanted to hide these. So maybe we should prioritize getting rid of perks. Yeah, maybe get rid of upgrade signs. And allow for incrementally unlocking perks. Red outline or show the money with red text. Yeah, actually, that might be good enough right now. I think it's already kind of red tinted. Yeah, there's like a slight red tint on everything. We can make it a brighter red. Oh, that might make it stand out even more. Or maybe change the colors of these. I don't know. Actually, I'm not going to worry about that for right now. But yes, there are some easy things we could do to fix that. We added this in. Oh, that's another thing I kind of wanted to consider. Should we get rid of this green everywhere and instead use the dot everywhere? So this indicates that you have some town perk you can buy. So if I buy this one, that dot goes away. If I give myself money, the dot comes back. And when you only have one tab, it doesn't really matter. But when you have lots of tabs, like if I unlock the farm here and I unlock the garbage slime, now being able to see which tab actually has something that's usable is pretty nice. I think it might be nice to have those same things over here. It just might not be clear what those things are indicating. And green probably does stand out at a glance more than the dot. Okay, yeah. Either way, that's not a super important issue. The vault. The stupid vault. Should we just hide this from the game for right now? It just doesn't have much of a purpose. I like green on those buttons. We could do both, I guess. Put a dot and have green. They generally say that you should never have color be the only indicator for something, unless it's just aesthetic. But if there's anything functional, like in this case, yes, you know that you can afford this, then we should do something more than just change the color. We just set up badges instead with an exclamation mark or something. We could use the badge. Yeah, no, we could use the badge everywhere though, right? Like whatever we do for the perks menu could be done for everything. Because we can change the text of this. We just couldn't use a rich text label. And we just don't have the badge in the font, but we could get it. We have skulls. We could put skulls everywhere. Yeah, should I hide the vault? I think the vault has just been lame. And we know we want to rework it anyway. Yeah. Yeah, let's hide it. I meant like a notification bubble in a phone app icon. Badges instead. I don't know what you mean. Yeah, I think I need to see a picture. What did I just say that I was going to do? Oh, yeah, hide the vault. Yeah, so signs, vault sign. What if we just never show this? Show vault sign. We just disable this altogether. Or we just stop calling it from non-debug code. You know, like this. Yeah, that's pretty much it. We just get rid of that. Oh, I see what you mean. Like we could tell you how many things you could afford. Yeah. Yeah, actually, for something like adventurers, that could be interesting. Because you might have like 5 adventurers who have a skill point. I'll write that down. Consider that instead of highlighting buttons in town menu green, we could show something. We could show a number in the corner of the button indicating how many items need an action there. Just an idea. I think for adventurers it'd be interesting. I guess for everything else, there's not really a number that's needed. Like hire adventurer, you only can or can't hire the next adventurer. For buildings, I guess there's a number, but for battle map, there's no number. Anyway, it's a consideration for now. All right, so we deleted this thing. So now the vault doesn't show up. And if I click show all signs, it will show up. No, it won't show up even then. All right, well, yeah, let's delete this and let's put it in the debug show all signs. There. So now there's no way for a player to unlock the vault. But I can. But if I save and load, it won't show up. Yeah. But if I've already built it, it will show up. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's a need yet. I think the idea of a vault needs to be reworked. Maybe we make a museum and you put all your rare items there. That's one of the things we talked about before. Stop allowing the vault to be built. It doesn't show in the buildings menu, does it? No. There's just no real reason to have the vault yet. So I'm going to hide it until we rework it. And we have something about this written down, don't we? Consider scrapping the vault. Yeah, I'll just say C601. Still don't understand how you're so fast without caffeine. It's all about applying your energy correctly. Welcome back in, Thirsty Drink. All right, anything else that stood out? Nothing really. Yeah. Ander. So I think we can review this. And then I think we need to do all of the launch stuff. Where's that? Launch checkpoint 6. Gotta learn the keyboard shortcuts or something. I think learning keyboard shortcuts is good. I have one course on my website that I'm still actually selling, and it's development efficiency. And I don't know why this is taking so long to load. There we go. I think this is still good. I even updated it a year or two ago. But I don't know if it's worth paying for at this point. Should probably just lower the price. I bought that one as a non-dev. I still enjoyed it. Yeah, I'm glad. I just made a video yesterday that was free. That is also a short form video on Espanso. Well, text expanders. I think those sorts of things can really help. And if you've been watching for a while, you've probably seen me do a lot of this stuff and you're just not sure what it is I'm doing. And I'm happy to clarify. So, yeah. All right, do UX sessions. I mean, we've done this. Bump game version, update the page, post Steam news. Oh, and this should be a major news item. We got to write that down. Make sure it's a major news post. Update the survey link, see how farming and fishing land. None of this stuff is hard to do. I mean, this will take some time. And we should probably update screenshots and stuff. I'm not sure what I'm doing. Step 1, learn self. Step 2, giving a big code review. Okay, so then I think we should go look at the PR. Yeah. I think we should do the PR, then I think we should launch the new demo. Is there anything I'm going to regret if I do this? I don't think there can be any real repercussions here, right? Let's say I wiped out everyone's save file, and then 10 minutes later I was like, whoops, sorry, I meant to wipe out your new save files. I don't think that's a big deal. We don't have reviews enabled yet. Yeah, I think this should be fine. Oh, I guess there is one thing, which is that we'll start getting feedback in the new form. And if it's feedback I already know about, then we could address that first. But no, I think it's best to just launch the new thing. Well, then, boy, have I got the course for you. Head over to adamlearns.com. I've said this to pretty much anyone who's ever bought this course, but if you're not happy with it for whatever reason, I don't mind refunding it. I'm not really doing it for the money. I was originally. But yeah, not anymore. All right, review the PR again. Let's go find it. And there it is. It's taking a long time to load. All right, let's scroll all the way down to the newest comment. Here it is. I rebased, had to push force. It's 853. Checkout 853. Get reset hard. That. Cool. So we'll be able to load that up in a second. But before I do, did I just break these things? Kevin probably added this one. So that's easy to resolve. This is the input stuff. Should be easy to resolve. These, I don't know why this would have happened, but yeah, hopefully it's going to be easy to resolve. All right, I think I addressed all the comments you made and the bugs you reported. Thanks for taking the time to review. Also made some other changes that make things clearer. I moved the action menu to be inside the town viewport. We already had a UI layer there for the panning regions. I think it makes more sense for the menu to be there as well. One thing that this could help with is, for example, showing the held item above the menu, which is currently not possible. I know you mentioned something about making items into controls, so I assume that when that happens, we'll be able to do it. Clarified how the radius properties work in the menu. Before, they'd go from 0 to 1, kind of like a percent. Now they go from 0 to 0.5 to properly represent how much of the size of the menu they take. I think that makes it clearer and also removes some times too that we needed. And some more game appropriate colors in the menu. Still not that great. Let me know what you think of the changes, whether there's anything else that needs work. Okay, yeah. And then I saw he responded to a lot of these comments. We'll look at that when we get to the code. And yeah, I'll need to look through my issues. Okay, so let's write all that down. Look through my comment to see if those issues are all solved. Look through Kevin's responses to the comments I left in code, and then look through the code. But first, let's start by looking through the feature. Let's go try that. I'm also curious as to how you learned to do it. Trial and error, brute force technique, or did you learn someplace to do it too? So I think everyone sort of has their own set of values based on just whatever they found important, what they were influenced by, what people taught them. So for whatever reason, I was like, I should do things mostly through the keyboard. And that's what led to me caring about this stuff as I went. And then some things you just kind of, I don't know, you're like browsing the internet and you find out about text expanders or something. And you're like, I should probably try that out. And actually, I don't know exactly how that started, but I started using auto hotkey on Windows a long time ago. And I don't remember why, but this was in like 2014 or 2015. I don't know what made me want to use it. I think some people use it for like scripting games. It wasn't for that, I know that. But something must have convinced me to download this and try it out. Anyway, that led to all the text expansion stuff. I really, really liked auto hotkey on Windows. One of the things that auto hotkey can do that Espanzo can't do, as far as I know, is it could turn it so that you have text input turning into running a script. So for example, I could type something like like apostrophe ref, and it would run a script that would send like Command K, Command V, enter. So basically like turn the current text into a link that's on a clipboard, or could like type out reference. It could launch a different window or something. I actually just wrote a script yesterday that does this. It sizes my window to 1080 by 1080 so that I can record shorts more easily, because I needed to be at exactly this resolution. And I was sick of trying to be like, it's not half my screen size. If I wanted it to be half the screen size, I already have a hotkey for that. But that brings it to like, yeah, 960 pixels. And I need it to be 1080. What's that turns the command into symbols, ligatures? That is a spanso. That's a text expansion. So if you ever see me type something like this and it turns into an emoji, that's a text expansion. And I use that for a lot of stuff too. Okay, so let's go load this up. We need that setting turned on, this, and then we need to make some items. All right. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, first thing that comes to mind is, what is the texture filter we're using on this? There's the radial menu, and we have all the buttons inside of item actions menu. The texture has a linear filter. Do we do that for perk buttons too? We probably do. Skill button, icon, linear. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Certain levels of mastery that are just kind of shocking. Like, I'm certainly decent at coding, but watching someone master a keyboard, pretty crazy to watch in action. Yeah, it reminds me, there are these arcade games that I think are popular in Japan, and there's some, I don't know, they're a rhythm game or something, I'm not totally sure, but there's someone standing in front of it just going bonkers, like hitting every single button on it, getting like high score, money shooting out of the machine, people are cheering. It's like, well, how many times they have to play that to get to that level? But it does show you that it's like, step one is even wanting to do this thing, and then step two is putting in a lot of time and practice usually. You have any experience using Vim? I've used it before. I think it's a good text editing experience. I just didn't like it for customizations. So at least back then, the only real way to do things was through your vimrc file. And this thing was just a mess. I just didn't like the model of modifying like an RC file to do everything. Like, I like having things be a little bit more modular, like, oh, you can plug and play this thing that you want. So it's like installing plugins over here. And Vim has probably changed, or NeoVim does this. I don't know. It's probably changed since then. And I just never really cared to try it out again. I think it's better to work alone or in a group on your first games. I always say figure out your goals for whatever project you're doing. Is it to learn? Is it to have fun? Is it to make a product? Is that product supposed to be for a ton of money? Why are you even trying to do this? Because if it's to learn, you will learn different things if you're working alone versus in a group. So both would be good for learning, but if it's to learn how to work with a group, obviously you can't learn that working on your own. If it's to learn a specific technology, you might not be able to use that specific technology if you're in a group and the group says, no, we're going with a different kind of technology. So figure out what your goals are, and then it'd be easier to figure out whether it's better to work solo or in a group. So like, if it's to make a product, you might think, oh, it's to work in a group, but you have to deal with group dynamics. On paper, it's like, oh, we've got 4 people, we've got an artist, a dev, I don't know, marketing person. But in reality, it's like, well, after a month, 2 of those people dropped off of the project. So like, now what? Are you able to work on the project still, or is the group going to get mad at you for like, oh, you're still working on that without us? Like, so yeah, hard to answer in a general sense. What do you do if you don't have access to your keyboard? Well, then I use the keyboard that's on my mouse. If I don't have access to this keyboard, I mean, I can still use another keyboard. I still know the shortcuts. And Vim does this via plugins, and it's in the way. Yeah, that sounds much more reasonable. I haven't really used it, but the types of shortcuts you're using seem like the kind of Vim user would have. Yeah, I think people associate keyboard mastery with Vim users because of the modal nature of Vim. But you can use keyboard shortcuts in really any program. So you take your mouse with you everywhere? No, let's say I'm using just a normal QWERTY keyboard and a normal mouse. I mean, I'm still going to know how to use the programs I'm using. Also, the odds that I'm on that computer, this hypothetical computer, for longer than like a day is next to zero. If I, let's say, tomorrow went and started working for some company, I'd just bring this keyboard with me to work. And if I couldn't, I would buy another keyboard. Okay, let's look through my comments that we had here. It's like a million times faster to do anything. I mean, that's generally true for key bindings in any program. Like, think about, I don't know, any common operation you perform in Chrome. Like, you open a new tab, you could just press Command T or something. And it's going to save you. The thing I mentioned in the course that I made is basically identify stuff you do often and identify like heavy stuff. So for example, opening a new tab in Chrome, probably everybody does multiple times per browsing session. Maybe once, maybe 3 times, maybe 5 times, but over the course of a day or a week, you're doing that very frequently. And then heavy stuff is something like copy pasting. If you didn't have copy paste and I wanted to type all this out again, I need to type however many characters, 76 characters. I need to do it correctly. Like, that's obviously tedious. So instead, copy and paste, right? So those are, I think, the first candidates for looking into speeding up your workflows. Okay, hold shift, click an item in the warehouse, let go of left click, point at the slot higher up, click at that destination, and then shift click the item again, let go of click. Okay, so let's see. Click here, we click here, we click again. Why does that hide the menu? Oh wait, what just happened? Interesting. I can't click this, but if I click and drag and let go, it works. Okay, that's that's interesting. Okay, so new observations. With the, yeah, I guess like click an item, click the blank space. Wait. Let me get this. Yeah, so click an item and let go of left click so that the item is held. Then click the shop button. It doesn't actually work as a destination unless you click and drag, unless, hang on, how do I say this? Unless you let go of this. Oh man, no, it's not even that. You need to click and drag on the shop button. Unless you click and drag on the shop button. It would be nice to say, like, click the link that contains this word in the area I'm looking for. There are 2 things you could potentially do for that. Firefox has a built-in quick link search, which I think is /. So you can type something like, I don't know, buy, let's say there's a buy link on the page. And even though the word buy might appear a bunch of times, it'll only find the link version of that. And then there are usually some like Vim based plugins. And one of them is, what do they call it? Ace Jumper or something like that. I don't remember the name, but what it does is it annotates every link with 1 or 2 characters. So for example, when you're on this site, maybe I'm just gonna make something up, right? Like maybe this has AA on it and this might have like AB or AV or whatever. So if you want to go to this specific thing, you'll just type AA and it'll go to that. So you need to type very little. Are the shortcuts stored on your keyboard, or if you swap workstations, you have to reconfigure shortcuts every time? Some shortcuts are on the keyboard, yeah, and some are actually customized for whichever operating system I'm on. Where is this? So I'll give you a quick example here. I have a shortcut, goes home and uses this, I think. I'll just search for home. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So if I press a certain key on my keyboard right now, it'll go to my home page. So it'll just go to this. On Windows, that's Alt Home, and on Mac, it's Command Shift H. So like here's a shortcut built into my keyboard that depending on my operating system is going to send a different keystroke to the operating system. And then others are just like just send normal keys and then just combine them yourself. Instead of click to open and second click to pick, the thought might have been you click to open the modal, then drag in the direction. Yeah, that's the main way you use this for sure. So if you click and drag, it does do what you expect it to do. But if you click and then try to drop it here, that should work, and it doesn't. So yeah. Okay, let's keep looking at the other issues that we had here. So keeping track of the last hovered button. This has some oddities with the square nature of this. Yeah. So what happens if we unlock this and then try to drag here? Oh, this one still happens. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Okay. You must have spent days mapping all those. Yeah, it was like a slow buildup of what I needed at the time. So, you know, maybe on a given week, I might add one new shortcut. And then it was over the course of a lot of time that I added those. All right, I'll just record a video about this. I think it's probably easier. Is it going to open? It should let me select. Okay, there we go. I don't know. I don't know what was taking so long. All right, so record this. So we grant an item. We click here. Dragging to here would work, but then dragging outside of it doesn't, and then I let go. Well, darn it. I happen to coincidentally click the slime. Also, now that's stuck on the screen. Oh, man. Let's redo this. Why did that stay on the screen? Huh, strange. I don't know, but here, let's zoom out a bit and try that again. In fact, let's just make the warehouse. That'll make it easier. Okay, cool. So sure, start a video there. That sounds fine. Grant a bunch of items. All right, so I click here and I drag down to this. This works, but then I drag beyond it and it doesn't. But if I drag through the bottom of it, then it does. Oops. Oh, wait, maybe Kevin did this the opposite way of what I was thinking. Oh, I see. Okay, I don't think I made the expectation clear. I'm gonna have to write that down. Yeah. I think it should still work when you go outside the menu, or at least that's what I was thinking originally, so that you could just like swipe up and sell an item, and swipe down and right and trash an item. And that's what was working before for the shop. And I thought, oh, that same thing should work for all of them. That way you could be at any distance from here. But I recognize that if you were to try to manually move the items, that it would make it harder to do that. So, okay, I'm not sure what we should do for this. This is where I think getting feedback on this stuff would be good. It made more sense to me. I'm not sure what a player would expect. Yeah, we should probably keep it how it is right now and just see what feedback says. We talked about this on stream already, but I was originally envisioning that you would be able to drag anywhere on the screen to activate the item actions menu. I guess, for example, if I click an item and drag it up, I'll sell it or I'll move it to a shop regardless of how far up I dragged it, even if it's beyond the button in the menu. We concluded that we'll wait and see what people say when they're using this before changing anything. And that's fine with me. I'm fine with that. All right, what's next? Okay, loading from a save file. So this wasn't being populated even if it was true. Let's save and load. Yep, looks good. Now let's save and load. Yep, looks good. And now it shouldn't be showing up, right? Yeah. I guess I didn't test it after saving and loading this. Cool. All right, that one's done. Bug with dragging the camera. Enable new option. Click an item. Drag the camera north. Stop dragging the camera. Okay, let's try that. So click this. Then drag the camera. Stop dragging. Looks like everything's fine now. Yeah, except for technically the repro was to drag it up like so. I can't do that. There is no up that's high enough, but now I do this and it should be. We need them to get rid of these items. Yeah, I think we're fine. Oh, cool. Thirsty drink. Yeah. Also, I think that'll push me above the threshold to finally get paid. I've had like $84 there sitting around for months. And I think I can trigger a payout myself and just never did. I was like, I'll just wait. And like I said, if you don't like it, just let me know. Happy to refund or partially refund or whatever it is you want. Okay, so this is good. Mouse events being absorbed by the middle of the menu. I think Kevin said he fixed this already even before I had a chance to do anything. Yeah. Wait, I zoom out, right? Yeah, I think it's good. Okay, cool. Next, can have the garbage slime option show how much the slime is offering. This wasn't totally necessary, and yeah, it isn't being done yet. I think that if you're using this menu from up here, you probably do want to know how much it would give you, but I think we need to think about that a little bit. Well, okay, so there are kind of two issues here. One is when you hover over this, yeah, how much do you think it's going to give you? But then two, this thing can now crit. So even if you thought it was going to give you 10, it might actually give you 20. You probably want to know both of those things, but I don't know how to do that in a nice way. Maybe you just, I don't know. Maybe you just don't see either for now. Yeah, I'm not sure what we want to do for that. And then Z index, this can show on top of the menu. I don't think that's the case any longer, right? Yeah. Can it show on top of anything else? No. Cool. Cool. Yeah, just this bug, I think. I don't even think it's worth holding up the PR for this. But I do think this needs to be fixed. Because it's like if I want to put this into the garbage slime and I click here. Wait, that worked. What? What? Why didn't that work with the shop? Okay, I'm confused. It was just the shop that's broken then? That would be very bizarre. I clicked here. I clicked up here. Wait, now it's working fine. Oh, wait, no. How? How did I get this to happen? Click an item and let go of left click, then click the shop button. Oh, I'm clicking the number. Oh my God, it's the number label that's absorbing the clicks. Okay, that's something I can fix myself. Wow, that's that's something. Oh man. Yeah, that's pretty easy to fix. We have a label right here. And this just has mouse set to, oh no, it's set to ignore. Oh, the control above it though isn't set to ignore? No, that's also set to ignore. What? What is doing that then? I click exactly on that label. It's not the right label. It needs to go in the button scene. All right, I'll just leave you to fix that then. How about that? Yeah. This is apparently a problem with the number label specifically. It's absorbing clicks. Okay, so that I'm guessing should be pretty easy to fix. It should be one line. Let's look at some of the changes since then. So let's look at the code now. This is in radial menu shader. Return the alpha value to create a circle of radius r. The value will be 1 inside the circle and rapidly decreases to 0 near the edge. This last bit is achieved using smooth step. Okay. And then, hang on one sec. Excuse me. Oh, that's not, wait, now I think I understand what you might have meant. It was this one. Oh, but that's already set to ignore. Oh, God. Yeah, I wonder what's happening then. Because it does look like, oh, it's the panel that didn't have it. Yeah, the panel is set to absorb these. Okay. Kevin, if you haven't made the change already, I can certainly make the change myself. If you have made it, that's fine. Either way works. So just let me know. This will return the alpha value to create the border of the radial menu ring. It works using the circle method above. I think this should now say smooth circle. Go ahead. Okay, yeah. Using the smooth circle method above. Oh, this gets wrapped at a different amount. What do we typically wrap at this? I'm going to wrap it like that. Wiggy, thanks for the resub. Happy 27 months. Very nice of you. All right, one is placed on the outer radius of the main ring, the other on the inner one. By using a different color for this output, we created the effect of a border. Sounds good. And I'll look through the actual commits. I think this is fine. I'm going to go change this to, let's turn this to ignore. That should fix that bug. Let's take a look. Whoops. Let's ditch this thing. Oh, and this. Comment wrap doesn't work for me on these files. I wrote the comment in a different file and wrapped it there. I see. I should probably just do that for consistency. I think it's only working for me in here because I have a ruler set up and rewrap adjusts according to the ruler. Okay, so what did I just do? I fixed the bug where clicking the label. Well, I was like, why did that happen? I fixed that earlier, but that was because of something else. Yeah, now it looks like it's working fine. Oh, it's kind of hard to tell that I'm clicking exactly where I should be clicking, but I think I am. Yeah. Okay, so this is slightly fixed comment. And this is fixed bug with panel absorbing mouse clicks. Okay, so this one's done. This one, in my testing, it seemed that neither of these controls is necessary. Not a big deal to keep them. I think I prefer using container. Totally fine. Don't care. Yep. Consider renaming it chose destination. This is in item action menu. Chose destination is used. Yep, sounds good. All right, Nid, I don't think this is necessary. Get destination, easy enough to change. Player held item. This is where? Toward the bottom of the file. Yep, totally fine. Cool. From what I can tell, this isn't needed in every single process call. So it's currently done. I think in open, update buttons. Okay, so this is item action menu. And we had something being done from this, which just updates the buttons now. And then the repositioning thing happens in open. Yeah, I think this is a reasonable way of doing things. Cool. And then a hidden conversation. Ooh, secret. This is part of the fading call below item action menu. Why was that hidden, by the way? Is that just because GitHub doesn't show all the conversations? And this is in update buttons and then show fade in. Yeah, that's done. Cool. What's this? I think we should probably use item source instead of the displayed item, although it's currently private. Item action menu. Item source. Yeah, so this was made public. And then presumably we can now use is holding item. Or do we always check if item source is null? We don't need to check if it's null anywhere. Let's search for this though. No, that's the only place it happens. Okay, I think this is good. You should probably move some of this code into update button. It takes in whether or not the button's disabled. I made set button disabled method for this, and that was inside of radial menu. Yeah, radial menu. And what's it called? Set button disabled. So now this is called from the item action menu. This is made clearer. It's disabled if the source is null, or if the item's on an item, or the target is null, or if the target won't accept the item. And then set this thing. And now this contains the logic for this. Yeah, I think this is much better. Why would this not be a button, I wonder? This is get all controls that aren't the drawing rectangle. I guess there could be any other, like a label in there, for example. Yeah. Okay, this is good. If we don't get rid of the null ability on this, yeah. So where's that? Radial menu. Are there still question marks there? No. Okay, that's fine. Rename to on mouse release. That's in radial menu. On mouse. Yep. Yeah. And even if that hadn't been the case, that would be fine. That's why that's in it. A little bit strange to me that we pass in an argument and then pass into this. Good suggestion. Radial menu now uses exited. Yes. And we always keep these in the radial menu. Yeah, so I think this should be fine. Okay, yeah, I think this simplified the code. We could assume that there'll be buttons. I wasn't sure about it. That's fine. Yeah, I don't think any of these were major. I think just the bugs that I mentioned were major. And I think they're all fixed now, except for the one we talked about being fixed in a slightly different way, which is probably what people might expect. I'm not totally sure. Now I'm wondering if instead of saying question mark, question mark, question mark, we should say something like, you haven't unlocked this item destination yet. Also, how did I get this stuck on the screen? Because I definitely did get it stuck on the screen. Huh. Yeah, I'm not going to try testing this. It takes 5 seconds every time. I would need to lower that. Okay, let's sync that. And then we need to check all the commits from here. Which I guess is the same as just saying since my last review, right? No, because of the force push. Crap. Okay, fine. Let's find the last commit that I looked at. When did I even review this? 2 days ago. Okay, I'm confused. I don't see the other commits. Because I guess this was rebased on main, but that doesn't make any sense. The commit should still, oh, unless the rebase changes the timestamps. I realized that would happen. No, it's fine. I can work around this. I'm just not sure how to find the last commit I looked at. Yeah, 21 commits yesterday. It should be this. So 8680. 8680 here. So I want from here up to here. How do you shift click and select a range across scrolling? What is going on here? Oh God, make this stop. This is so difficult. Can we just type it in at the top? Yes, we can. Okay, great. Then yeah, let's just type it in. This is ridiculous. So I just do this. Done. Yes, 23 commits. Great. Changed since last view. Yeah, whatever. Wait, this hasn't actually. I looked at this one. I don't see any difference. See, I didn't select the right thing. How is that possible, though? I don't know. Oh, man, yeah. I don't know what's going on. All right, well, whatever. Let's just scroll through really fast then. Is there any way to do what I'm trying to do, though? Like, it clearly knows that I reviewed some of this. Let's open a new tab really fast. What if I do just click this? It's going to show every single file, won't it? It shows nothing. Okay, that's unexpected. Ah, here it is. Okay, I see what happened. It knows the commit when I placed my review. Then we force pushed, deleted that commit hash. Okay, fine. Then yeah, let's just look through these. It's going to be a little bit hard to tell exactly what changed. So yeah, ooh, that shouldn't be there. I deleted that. Button with custom children. It's not there. What's going on? This isn't even code that's in this. I think maybe I'm looking at the wrong direction. Yeah, this is from 2 weeks ago. Okay, yeah. I see what's going on now. Okay, I wanted everything from here onward, not from there backward. So I want this. Oh, this UI is the most difficult thing. I want to select. I can't scroll now. Yeah, I cannot figure out how you're supposed to shift click anything outside of this range. But I guess let's just pick anything in that range, and then it should say a dot in between these. Yeah, so that should make this easy. We pick as our first thing in the dot, we pick this. And now I think we should be good. Yes. Good. Yes. Okay, great. Yeah, this is all what I wanted. Yeah, good. This looks fine. This probably shouldn't change, but to be honest, I'm not really sure what this does. Yeah. Like across our team, we are fighting each other on this one change because of how Godot automatically changes this stuff. So I'll just allow this and we'll just see what happens. This stuff's all fine. Yeah. Border width, yeah. Oh, I didn't look at the font that's used. I don't think there's probably an issue there. Yeah, I think that's a Skeleseller font. Yeah, okay. Fine. Yep, good. Yep. Yep. Good. Changing that back to not being public anymore. Interesting. Yeah. And changing the new one to be public. Yep. And yep, cool. Okay, good. Yep. This just wasn't being loaded. Yep, now it is. All right. Good. That's a different owner. These were what, hard coded before? Where's menu fill color used? I don't remember what this used to be. I guess if we scroll down, we'll probably find it. Want to keep track of the hovered button to be able to properly emit chose destination when the player stops dragging the held item. When that happens, the mouse release event is handled by player held item. So we listen to that. Yeah, that's fine. The shader has default ones. I see. Gotcha. If source is null or the item is on an item. Hang on a second. This is get destination. Isn't this always called with the held item source? It isn't here, but this one should be presumably called with that source. Yeah. Okay, so then maybe one of these is called from outside of this class. Because there's a reason why I'm thinking about this right now. We potentially have an item source here, but we're checking to see a condition that is on player held item. This is public. Yeah, so presumably this is our problem that we have. And here we take in the item source, but the item source is always going to be the player held item source. Yeah, so the only thing this stuff ever gets, it seems, is a player held item source. The reason why I think this is important is because we have is holding item here, which checks these conditions. And we do these checks otherwise in two locations. So what we could change this to is something like town.playerHeldItem.is holding item. And then just delete that. And then put an exclamation mark for this. I guess we need to get it. Anyway, it's not a big deal. And yeah, just made me think about that. Okay, I don't see anything unusual here. Oh, no, that means that we're probably not using from value or null anywhere, right? Yeah, it was deleted. So I should see that get removed from somewhere down below. Yeah, okay. Okay. Sounds good. These are the changes we already looked at quickly. Renaming of constants. I think we're fine on that. We're a different child and move outside the ring. Start hovering when we're in the ring and start hovering a new child and move inside the ring. Okay. Good. And good. Yeah. Okay. I think this is all looking good. Thanks for making the changes. Approve. Okay, so now I gotta merge this. I'll do that after I take another break. Merge, well, like fix the complex, merge, add perk, launch. Yeah. All right, I will be back in just a little bit. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Try again, close the game. All right, so time to merge. Let's do gpom. I'm gonna jump straight up again. I got the error. I already sent the message. Yeah, you can just type anything afterward, like a period or an A or something, and it'll ignore all the stuff you type after and just run the same command, basically. Do I want to rebase this? I don't think so, right? I think I want to do... Whoop, that was not what I... Git pull origin main no rebase. Okay, so yeah, some conflicts, but I think the conflicts should be pretty easy to figure out. Let's take a look. This is camera left, camera right, camera up, camera down. And then we get use action menu in here. None of those should conflict from a key code perspective. So we want to use both, but we want to use both one after the other. Let's click this button and see what happens. Because I think it's going to try merging them. No, it didn't. Oh, okay, cool. Then I guess that works. Complete. All right, next up, this should have no problem. I guess I picked different UIDs. All right, it's got to be whatever one matches what's used everywhere else. So let's check this one. It's not that one. Then it must be this one. It's not that one either. What? How is it neither of these? What? Farmer extractor. Oh, does this file not even exist? The farming extractor. Oh, there it is. This isn't needed, I guess. Oh, because nothing refers to it by script by UID. So I guess this doesn't matter no matter, we could type anything we want here. So we'll just use whatever's on main, I guess. Just so it doesn't see it as a change. What's that called again? Farming extractor training. Farming extractor. This one. Yeah, it's the one that starts with BN, which is the incoming. So yeah, true. Cool. Cool. Next up is town. Oh wait, I did not click the button. There we go. Next up is town. What changed here? I don't even see the conflicts here. It is player held item. So initialization order. I moved where the camera was. Okay, this should be pretty easy to figure out, right? Camera init is in the same place. I don't trust incoming for player held item. We must have moved that higher up, right? Yeah. So we want to delete this, ignore. Oh, no, I see. It's accept current. Yeah. Okay, that should work. And then the final one is this. What changed over here? We pull from a different location. Do we need the town for something? Didn't I do something in here? Yeah, I added in the other thing. So we need both of these, except combination. Yeah. That should do it. Using directive should be ordered alphabetically. Didn't it just do that? Yeah, all right. So complete that. And now it thinks that one of these is unnecessary. Yeah, that one. It also technically thought that some other using was unnecessary in something I had modified. I don't know. We'll find it in another thing. Okay, so that should do it. That should merge everything. We sync these back, and then we can accept the merge. Before I do that, let's try running the game, of course. Probably should have done so through here. And I should probably run the UID tool as well. Yeah. I think everything is looking good. Sorry, I was thinking about the keyboard shortcuts for a second. I don't think they're going to be clear to people that you can press them. We should, well, I guess that's what the perk should tell you then, huh? The perk should tell you that you can use the keyboard shortcuts listed in the menu. All right, so we've done that. We need to, well, we need to merge the PR now. So this should be green. Yes. Great changes. Thanks for doing this. Yeah, this was probably a ton of work. It does mark that it closes 793 or no? I don't think it does. Yeah, it doesn't. All right, I'll just put that in here. Fixes 793. And I think by doing that once I click merge, it will automatically mark that as closed. So now we squash and merge. And now this should turn purple. Yeah, good. And then we switch back to main before I forget. And then run the UID tool. Reload. We should have no changes so far. Right? Yeah, no changes. Good. But when I run this tool, there might be some changes. And it takes a while. When I say a while, I mean like 20 seconds probably. Almost done. Okay, there we go. Did it make any changes? Nope. Okay, easy. All right, so add the perk and then pretty much just launch. That's what this is, right? Yeah. Exciting stuff. And then you know what? Maybe what I'll do is I'll have my lunch while I just kind of have the game running. I'll sit and chat. And then we'll, I don't even know what. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we'll do after that. Hey, Broken Crown. So add a perk for this thing. All right, what would we pick as a game icon for this? I guess arrows could potentially work. Like this one could work. No, not in time for the break. Yeah. The lunch break will probably be in maybe like 45 minutes, but it'll be a very short break. I don't think I'm gonna stop the stream. It really doesn't matter. I always do this. I always think, what's the best icon for this? But it doesn't matter because it's not gonna be our permanent icon. Let's see. I'm just thinking, is there some way? What this menu represents is that you are sending items to a destination quickly. I think arrows are probably fine because I think we'll put it in the town hall. Yeah, let's just go with the arrows. It's fine. So it's striking arrows. We already have those. Striking, no. Okay, well, let's download it. And now we shall use it. Striking arrows goes into, I guess, ability icons. Paste. Now we need to go manifest all of this stuff. This is not very hard to do. This takes a little bit of time. Striking arrow, arrows. Icon data, supersonic. We put this up here. Paste that. Striking arrows. Then we need a new ability. Ability ID. So this new ability is going to be called maybe like unlock item actions menu. Yeah, it's as good as anything else. So I guess we'll put this for maybe player unlock. I think that's good. Yeah. And then we'll go to player auto battle. Save this as that. Replace those things. So now what do we call this for the player? Quick move menu? Yeah, something like that. Striking arrows should print out. max level 1. On change, we're going to unlock the menu. I'll figure out what we want to do for that. All right, get ability description. This is going to be a little tough to figure out what we say. So we need to tell you about the keyboard shortcuts. So what this thing does, what does this do? How do you use it with the keyboard? And how do you turn it off if you want? Which means we need to default this to on when you unlock it. I'll write that here. Make sure we default to the setting being on when you unlock this. All right, so to do, fill this in and fill this in. Before we continue though, let's go back to town perks here. And we have some modulate set in something else. What do we have to set in? The enchanter perks. So we take this, put this down here. And the ability is called player unlock. Reload. It's downloading some .NET thing. Sure. What did I call it? Unlock item, whatever. Yeah, that thing. Okay, modulate that correctly. And then put this in somewhere. I'm not actually sure where. Maybe toward the bottom. I think this should cost at least 150. Okay. All right, so you're not even allowed to use this thing until we know you have the perk. And this already has a way of knowing whether it should show up or not. And it knows based on whether the shift key is held, but it's not done through here apparently. For new perks, you have a TBD icon with the right style. Yeah, I'm torn on like an obvious placeholder versus a slightly less obvious placeholder. Like TBD, you can't, if we had like two of those next to each other, you'd have to hover over them to see which is which. Whereas with a less obvious placeholder, you might still be like, oh yeah, the 3 arrows, I want to unlock that next. So that when you come back to the dialogue, you associate it with the icon that you have. Either way, I think the icon turnaround time has been pretty quick from Quickie Joe. All right, what was I looking for? Shift. It's not called shift though. It's called something else. Oops, it's filter. I'm typing the wrong thing. UI use action menu. UI use action menu. Yeah, so it's right here. So this is should show. It should also only show if you've unlocked this thing. So town.playerabilities.has unlocked ability. Actually has unlocked ability. It's like get a level of ability. And the ability is ability ID dot player unlock town action menu. And then whether you're doing one of these things. Okay. Now, why is that? Because this needs to be greater than 0. All right, so we don't need to do anything here, as far as I know. Oh, and then we need to do one other thing, which is the tooltip for the option in the menu should mention that there's a perk you have to unlock for this. All right, so now to fill this stuff out. Unlock a quick move menu for items. Yeah, sure, that sounded good. This pops up when you manually pick up an item and allows you to choose a destination without having to move the camera. It wouldn't be called a camera though, without having to, I guess we kind of have to say camera, right? Having regular texture without the icon and placing the placeholder one on top. Style won't match, but it'll look more cohesive. Yeah, I'm not super concerned about this because like I said, we get the icons pretty quickly. And because if we're going to put that much thought into this, we could We should probably be applying it to a bunch of other stuff first before applying it to this. This menu allows you to quickly choose a destination for an item without having to see that destination. I'll just say move the camera. Maybe that's too gamery. I don't know. Like, we're describing a UI thing. This is one of the few cases where I feel like breaking out of the game world is okay. And in fact, I was trying to pay attention in Nintendo games that do this. Even in Tears of the Kingdom, like a character in the game will tell you something like, I've been asleep for 10,000 years. Press the A button to do something. And it's like, wait a second, what? They're breaking the fourth wall, that not in a humorous way, but like they know that they're in a game to be able to say, hey, you have to press a button on your controller. So for something that involves a UI, I think it's okay to do that. For anything else, I think it should probably be in some like in-game explanation. A quick move menu for items. This menu allows you to lets you quickly choose a destination for item without having to move the camera. You can also use keyboard shortcuts while dragging an item. And I'll say this menu can be turned off through the settings. Yeah, something like that. We'll need to look at this. Unlock a quick move menu for items. This menu lets you quickly choose a destination. I feel like I don't like that this seems duplicated. Unlock a menu that lets you quickly choose a destination for an item without having to move the camera. You can also use keyboard shortcuts 1 through 5 while dragging an item to select its destination. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's try this out. Okay, so we get this. We click this. We've got the new thing here. So let's see if this looks good. Sorry, I've been coughing a lot more. Things be while the menu is open instead of while dragging an item. Yeah, it's a good idea. Okay. Let's try that. All right. Okay, so quick move menu. Unlock a menu. First of all, unlock. Is that what everything else says? Unlock the ability makes. Oh God, we're not consistent here. Yeah, we're not consistent. I probably have that written somewhere, but I don't think this is important for now. Make perk wording consistent. Some say unlock. Some say unlocks or makes, etc. I should say some start with. All right, but yeah, how do we feel about this? Lock a menu that lets you quickly choose a destination for an item without having to move the camera. You can also use keyboard shortcuts 1 through 5 while the menu is open to select a destination. This menu can be turned off through the settings. I should say via the settings. All right, now what if we unlock this? So if we don't unlock this and we try dragging this, it doesn't matter. We can't ever use that menu. Hey, Windy, how you doing? But then we unlock this and we can use the menu And then we toggle this. We should rename this probably to quick move menu. Yeah, now it's off, but we can hold shift and turn it back on. Yeah, perfect. Everything is working. Let's save and load. And it's off. We turn it back on. Cool. Yeah, nice. This is all wonderful. We probably need this thing to turn itself back on. And I don't know what happens there or where this gets saved. So I still need to do that. Is there anything else we have written here? Yeah, and then we probably need to rename this. Rename the option in the settings to say quick move. All right, so make sure we default to the setting be on. Let's go figure out where this is saved. So there was should show, that's here, and that's in local setting saver. So we can just go delete that file, which is going to wipe out a whole bunch of stuff. I'm doing well, Wendy. We're probably going to launch the new demo today. Maybe within the next hour, actually. So I'm excited about that. Oh, man. We still have some stuff to do before that, of course. Save data, local settings. Okay, so here it's true. You know what? We could just default this to true like we did for the show loot stuff. Yeah, I think we just set this to true, right? And then delete the save file. Probably renaming it smarter. Yeah, let's open this up. Local settings. We'll just call it local settings old. And I'll go restart the whole game. Also, what they did tooltip to say, yeah. I got to do that. That's written down over here. The tooltip needs to mention that there's a perk. But good call. Okay, so it reset my settings, which is why the music is playing. So that part's not a problem. This is defaulting to true, which is good because once you unlock the perk, you will then be able to use the menu. Yeah. Nice. Okay, so that part is done. Make sure we default to the setting being on. Now, make sure the tooltip shows you this thing. So what does the tooltip say right now? The action menu, yeah, here it is. Allows you to quickly select item destinations. Okay, so this needs its text changed as well. I guess let's just open this up in the scene. Games, settings, menu. Yeah, where is it? Here. Show action menu. Okay, show quick move menu. Ooh, that just expanded the whole panel. I think that's fine. What if we put a break in here? Yeah. I'll just have it expand the menu. Okay, and then the tooltip we need to go customize too. The quick move menu allows you to select item destinations without moving the camera. This feature or this feature, this menu must be unlocked via a perk in the game. Yeah. You can still open the quick move menu. I'll just hit the menu. Nah, the quick move menu. Yeah. Holding shift when clicking item. Okay, great. So save that. Let's go take a look at that. Rename show to quick move menu with tooltip or small description. If you're saying that just to make this take up less space, I think it's okay. So the reason I say that is because here's what this looks like before this change. And then after this change, it's not going to look remarkably wrong, I would say. Like, yeah, here's what it looks like after, and here was the before. If I shrink this a bit and then expand this. So if you didn't have the one on the left, you wouldn't even really know that this didn't just have a little bit more padding on the right. So yeah, I don't think there's really a problem. There might be in another language. Maybe in another language, one of these lines is like way too long, in which case we'll just wrap it. I don't think there's any avoiding that. Or at least I wouldn't know unless I knew every language, I guess. But wrapping it just looks like this. That's reasonable, right? Yeah. All right, so we've done everything now. Tooltip should mention there's a perk. Rename the option to say quick move. The perk should tell you about the keyboard shortcuts. Add the perk. We've done that. Yeah, nice. All right, let's go check this in, and then we can start getting ready for launching. Yeah, I would unsub too in Spanish. Actually, Spanish doesn't have a word for unsubscribe because they have very loyal followers, so I guess you're forced to keep watching. Quick move menu. Looks good, looks good. I didn't put a lot of thought into the cost. I just want this to not be an early game perk. Yeah, nice. This is exactly what I want. I had no idea you were Hispanic. I'm not. Nor do I really speak any more than maybe like 15 words of Spanish. Okay, what was I going to say? I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought here. Add quick move. Add perk to hide or to show item actions menu. Rationale for putting this behind a perk. And then we just copy paste this stuff. I truly don't know a word for unsubscribe. I need to use 2 and say cancel subscription. There you have it. There you have it. It'd be funny if Google, when making YouTube, is like, we don't have a solution for this. We can't have 2 words on the button. Let's just not show the button. Everyone will just subscribe forever. In the early game, this feature will almost certainly... Yeah, so the item actions menu will almost certainly invalidate any automation entirely, since it'll be too easy to fling every single potion to where it belongs. I'll just say everything where it belongs. And it's another UI element to learn, and at the beginning of the game, you have enough other stuff to learn. You also won't have any item destinations unlocked yet, which may be confusing. All right, so now we just copy paste this into here and wrap, and it's a wrap, and it's a me Mario. And now we push this over to main, and we can get ready to launch. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. We've done a lot in the past month and a half, really. It does say cancel subscription. And there you have it. My joke turned out to be reality. They know that that is super? No. Oh, Itsumi. Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry, I forgot. I forgot that I forgot what I was even saying. All right, game version. Where does it even get stored? We want to bump this to... Oh yeah, it's in the project. In fact, you know what I should be doing? I should be looking at... I wrote some like release instructions. Yeah, there it is. Modify game version. Wow, look at that. Bump project.godot, config version. Okay, so this is going to be version 0.7.0. Hooray. I think that's pretty much it. I think we're done with that. All right, so yeah, bump game version from 0.6.9 to 0.7.0. Done. Okay, now we have a bunch of stuff to update. We technically don't have to do this first. We could produce the... Oh, you know what I should do? I should write an itch blog post. Make an itch blog post. Oh, update the survey link. That modifies the game, though. We got to do that first. I got to go make a survey, that means. All right, give me a sec. Feedback. Yeah, so the survey I'm talking about is this one. I just need to make a new version that doesn't have 44 responses already. Because there's another... Like, I had fun playing the game. Every version that we've launched, this has generally gotten better and better. So I don't want this to be polluted by out-of-date game experiences people had. Give me a sec. I still gotta... Yeah, we got some boring tasks in front of us for right now, but I will slowly get there. All right, so we're going to rename this to Skeleseller Feedback V0.7. And then I open this up. It has no responses. That's good. All right, so here's the form. So we're going to call it Skeleseller Feedback V0.7. Okay, there was something important here. Something I wanted to do. I think it was clarify this question. So this is still important. I had fun playing the game. Yep, sure. Also, I found out it's pronounced the Likert scale, not the Likert scale. So we're using the Likert scale for this. Assuming we added more content and polish, but didn't substantially alter the core game, how much would you pay for Skeleseller? It would be a one-time purchase with no microtransactions. Okay, so assuming that before launch, we added more adventurers, bosses, locations, and items, but did not add more systems like farming or fishing. Yeah. Okay, can we bold that? Yeah, we can. Okay, the reason I'm changing the wording on this question is because one person out of like, I don't know, 100 something was very confused by this question. They said something like, how would you only give content to some people or something like that? I don't remember their confusion exactly, but it was like they clearly misinterpreted this. And they ended up choosing this one. I wouldn't pay even though I liked it. So it was still a positive flag. It's just we should make the question clearer. So is this clear? Assuming that we added more adventurers, bosses, locations, and items, but did not add more systems, how much would you pay for Skeleseller at launch? Yeah, I think that's pretty clear. And then this, any other thoughts you'd like to share, things you liked or disliked, ideas, etc. Please consider providing your Discord name. I think we can turn this into a link, can't we? Yeah, we can. So I can go get my Discord link and copy that here, and that might get some people to join it because some people share their names, but they're not even in my Discord, so I can't use that name to actually contact them. Okay, nice. This is better. And then we need to share this. So give me a sec. Share. How do we do this in the game? Do we shorten the link? Yes, we shorten the link. Okay, anyone with a link. Why? What is going on right now? Ah, there it is, shorten. I was like, I know there's a button for this. I can't find it. I found it. Okay, so there's our link. I don't want to add any other questions. I think this is fine. Update feedback form. And then let's test this out in the game just to make sure it opens. I can't imagine it won't. It's pretty much the same as clicking a link, but I really should test it. Open feedback, yeah, here. Okay, cool. And I have an edit button, and this is the new, yeah, nice. Okay, done with that. All right, update survey link is done. Update the pages, make a new stuff, whatever, make new things for this. I think that's all fine. So we can really just go through the release instructions right now and then go do all those changes afterward. We'd have to make patch notes for those things. Okay, let's do it. Tools, run export all builds. I don't have any like weird debug code, right? I hope not. I'm excited. This is not like we're not fully launching the game. It's not that kind of excitement, but yeah, the last sort of major demo was mid-February, and then I published a few very minor fixes. Some people ran into some bugs and we fixed those, but it wasn't like, oh hey, you got a whole new system or there's a new feature. So yeah, the last major change was pretty much 2 months ago, and we've done a lot since then. I don't think this is a problem. I think this is going to print out for all of these. Yeah. And this is a Windows problem here because it needs 4 numbers and I don't have 4 numbers. Then after I launch this, so change stream title, get lunch, and then what was the other thing I want to say? Oh yeah, work on the blog posts, patch notes, etc. Do you have to do this even for smaller fixes? Yeah, I still have to build the game and export it. I have to do these steps. Yeah. This is, I mean, it's pretty easy. I boiled it down to a few scripts I have to run. So now open a build just to make sure that nothing's broken. So let's go do that. I even wrote a script to open the build. And now it should pop open the game. I wonder why that takes so long. All right, let's turn on the music. Oh. Why is that showing me here? Because that's a local setting, I see. Yeah. Okay, let's start a new game. We're not gonna play a whole playthrough here. I just want to make sure this, like, the basic stuff works. There's nothing that stands out as like, whoops, accidentally made your money 1,000 or something. I have no cheats, so I can't do anything here. I just have to wait. We did speed up the beginning of the game a little bit though. Lower the prices of some things. Potion. Okay, so I can use this menu now too, right? Yeah. Yeehaw. Yeah, looks like things are pretty much working. I want to just unlock the town hall. Oh, we turned off customer desires. There's no way to even get no way to get tips at first unless I show up. All right, that should be enough. We need to sell 2 more potions. Now we need to sell 1 more potion, and then we can get the town hall. Yep, nice. Build. And there's a new perk, yeah. Okay, looks good. Upload to itch. Let's go do that. And what else? It may take a minute before it shows it. You don't need to take any action on itch. Yeah, I need to upload the page. This should now say, how do we edit this? Edit game. This should say version 0.7. And I will save this. I'm going to put it on Steam as well, but I'm going to wait for this to finish first. Okay, so it uploaded everything. We should see these changes here, but they take up to a minute to show up. So these say February 21st. If we refresh, yeah, it still says February 21st. There's already an Adam cameo in the game, Punky Monkey. I'm gonna refresh again. Today. Perfect. Okay, all those are working. So the itch version is now live. Now for the Steam version. So run this. And then run this. This should have a // by the way. Oh no, there was a UID file that was missing. Add missing UID file. Doesn't matter. Fix readme. I was missing a dot slash. Okay, is it on Steam? No, I need to do something else. And I need to do something privately here, right? Don't show this on stream since password shown in plain text. Yeah, so we got to go here and put the build on default. Uh-oh. I don't see it. Uh-oh. It just updated? It didn't even run my command? Okay, I guess it did nothing other than update. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, now it's actually doing something. Wow, I gotta write that down too, huh? Note, when there's an update, running this script will do nothing but update Steam CMD. So you'll have to run this twice. I'm guessing if you did this in a Docker container, you would pull from some dependency that's already up to date. But we're doing this right on my machine. So yeah, looks like it's uploading now. Clarify Steam CMD instructions. All right, so that should now be on this page that you can't see. And then I click this button. V0.7.0, set build live. Okay. Oh, I got to confirm through the Steam Guard. Hang on a second. I forgot about this step. Where's Steam Guard? Steam here. Cool. Okay, it should be live on Steam now. Itch page. Yeah, I gotta update the itch page. Yeah. I'll write these things. I think I should just remove the link to the demo there. Okay, any other parts of the release instructions? Upload to Steam, go here, post any announcements. Yeah. This stuff. Okay, so that's what we're going to switch into now. I'm going to change the stream title to something like "Come Play the Skeleseller Demo." New Skeleseller Demo. Come play. All right, save that. I guess I can go, that's fine. We'll just leave it at that. Okay, then we'll change the today command. Edit today. Adam just launched v0.7 of Skeleseller. You can play it here. Yeah, sure. There, that's it. All right, so that's done. Next up is, yeah, finish this stuff and get lunch. I should probably get lunch first. I think I'm just going to eat while I stream, which I don't usually do. Latest version on Steam, can't see. Let me take a look. Hang on, engage privacy mode. Yeah, let me launch Steam myself and see what's going on here. I don't think there's anything private in my Steam account, but sometimes I accidentally show my friends list. Give me a sec. It's updating Steam. I don't think I should need to do anything else. You see Skeleseller on Steam, right? Because if you launch it, it should show the version at the bottom left of the screen on the title screen. And it should say version 0.7. But hang on, Steam still hasn't launched for me. What is going on? Why is this taking so long? It's still the old version? Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. Rat, nobody played the game. Nobody touched the game. And thanks for telling me, Sidu. I'm going to give you a point. Whoops. It's 0.7.0. Skunk, where'd you download it from? okay, I can show this again. All right, so library, Steam. Okay, let me see. Skeleseller demo update required. This is probably the up-to-date version. And Sidu, where did you install it from? It might have been that it just needed to... I'm not on a special branch, am I? I think this should just work. Let me see what it reports for me. Yeah, it says the right version for me. Steam store page. Can you... I don't know if this is going to work, but can you restart Steam and see if it says there's an update for it? Because there's something Steam does that can obscure there being an update. But it should fix itself after like... F5 will refresh. Yeah, it should fix itself after a very short amount of time. Like less than 5 minutes, I think. If I was just able to download this and if Skunk was able to get this, then I'm guessing there's actually no real problem here. But yeah, I want to confirm. Fully reinstall the game, fixed. Okay, cool. Yeah. To restart my Steam for it to fetch the update. I see. And hey, Nettleflap. 100% volume at the start is insane. It should not be 100% volume at the start. Is that what you're seeing? And can you take a picture? Because it should be that the master volume is set, I don't know where exactly, but definitely not 100%. And you should be able to slide that down if you want to. Is having an app icon for the game on the to-do list. It shows it's a generic icon for me on Windows. Are you playing through itch? Or through Steam? Via Steam. And when you say app icon, do you see it in Steam as the skeleton? And then you load up the game via going to the files and it doesn't show up correctly? Like browse local files shows you not a skeleton? Update showed up for you. Okay. So it took, yeah, like 5-ish minutes. Generic app icon for me. Okay, while you're responding to that, I'm gonna just go grab something. Grab a meal replacement drink, and I'll just turn off my camera for a bit. Yeah, I'll be right back though. How about this? Let's have something going on in the game. Let's get the town hall, and auto battle, and another adventurer, and send them into this and this. And this and this. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Shows the app icon in Steam, but the taskbar icon is a generic Windows one. I can share a screenshot. Might just be a first install or launch issue. I'm pretty sure I did something to get this to work on Mac for Windows. But I don't remember. Windows 11. Oh, in your taskbar. Interesting. Oh, and it even has the right icon at the upper left in the game window. I don't even know. Huh. Okay. Thank you for reporting that. And when you say, Kevin, it works fine for you, in your taskbar at the bottom of the screen, it shows the skeleton icon. That is very bizarre. Your taskbar shows a generic icon too. Okay. All right. I will need to look into that. I don't even know what to do to fix that. but we'll have to find out. Hang on, I'm trying to open this container. Why is it so difficult? The preview shows the icon, just the taskbar icon. Hang on, let me look at this. Oh, yeah. The preview is showing the icon that even this one showed up here. That's why the preview shows it there. Because it's just pulling it from the window. And then Kevin says... Wait, Kevin has the skeleton. What? Yeah, what? Is there... Oh, could be Windows bug. My Blizzard.net app icon is just a blank file too. Been like that for ages. Yeah, I wonder if there's some caching thing that happened. Maybe Funky Monkey... I know Funky Monkey played the game a very long time ago before there was an icon. So it might be something like that. But Broken Crown said that too. Broken Crown, have you played an old version of the game such that that's possible that would have happened? And when I say old, I mean like more than 2 months ago. Not on this machine. Okay, I'm not totally sure what that's about. I just closed and relaunched and it seems fixed. All right, I don't think that I should do anything about this then. It sounds like it's a potential Windows thing. I'm not sure. You cannot revert town perks. No, they are purchases. But none of them are downsides. So the only problem with having spent money is that you lost the money. But you can always earn more money. All right, I'm just sitting and hanging out for now. In fact, let me just show chat on screen. Let's close out of these things. Because I want to have some lunch, which I am currently drinking now. This is a celebration with no camera. Yeah, if restarting the game fixed the icon, I'm going to guess it's just a Windows or a Steam problem. Because obviously I'm not like injecting code into that loop somehow. Should you be able to have a time window where you're able to undo a purchase, for instance, until you close the shop? No, I don't think so. I want to keep the game simple, and if you have the ability to undo a perk, then you'd probably only really use it in the beginning of the game, because all of them are pretty straightforward, and they'd have an impact on your town if you'd undo them. So imagine if you got more customers and now you undo it and a customer just like deletes itself. My rogue died. I wonder if the mage would die if I didn't cheat. Yeah, it looks like they would. Yeah, so the ogre will just stop attacking. So they'll never kill the mage. But this is the 1 out of 1,000 case where the mage would have died. I would have lost this battle. All right, nice. Oh, so now actually we could hire another adventurer. Let's get the witch doctor and let's go over to the volcano. Yeah, man. By the way, I don't know if I gave this update the other day, but I mentioned that my friend Sam played the game on the weekend and he had fun. He liked it. He played for a little under 2 hours. Well, he messaged me the next day and he said that he went back and played more without me watching him. So he liked it enough to want to try the rest of the demo content. That version was pretty close to what this version is. That's only 3 days have passed. But I did spend all of Monday just addressing his feedback. I'm not even customizing anything. I should probably be getting the farm. So many things to buy. There. If I leave this for long enough... Oh, I'm on a debug version. If I leave this for long enough, I will eventually like get everything I need. But it might take a very long time because I need 12 blue potions for this. Yeah. No, I don't want you getting that. That's for the slime only. I like how everything's shaping up. Looking good. Wait, why is... What? Why did you not come down here? Oh, because there were already crops there at the time. Well, I'm putting that in here. Triggers a pop-up every time in a new position. Can you potentially take a video? Like, you say higher adventurer is at a different position every time, so you're just clicking this button and it's just showing it at like random locations on the screen. Because for me, it's not doing that. You can move that dialogue, by the way. Although that might undo the bug showing up. Windowed mode seems cut off at the 2x scale by design. Mine started at 2x and things were cut off. Just happened to see the scale and settings while looking for something else. Okay, so you said you played on another machine. Are you on Windows? Are you on Mac? Oh, that shouldn't be happening. And it's staying there? Like it's not bumping itself back onto the screen? Sometimes it's popped up off the screen. Huh. So if you move it so that it's in the middle of the screen, let's say, does it always show up in the middle of the screen after that? Hey, Ezra, welcome in. I think I first bumped into you in non-stream the other day. But thanks for the raid. And welcome, everybody. You can't drag it. It sticks to the bottom. Oh, that's really bad. Can you open a sign somewhere? Like, are there any signs available? Oh, you know where there'd be a sign? In your shop. Can you click this sign and then from here drag it? Or no? How's your stuff going, Ezra? And welcome in, Void. I'm drinking my lunch right now. A meal replacement shake. I normally just end the stream, but today, since we just launched Skeleseller, I want to still be able to talk. Hey, Cube Miser. Anyway, we just, like, I don't know, 20 minutes ago, launched a new version of Skeleseller that is free to play for right now. It's a demo, and you can get it through Steam. Here's the link. I'm seeing the same thing. At first, I put the higher adventure in the battle window. When moving it outside of that viewport, it seems to be at different positions every time I open it. Wild. Inside the battle window. It's not behind the battle window, right? Isometric tactics tile set. I think I'd release an asset pack for the first time. Oh, nice. Is this part of your game that you happen to be releasing an asset pack for? Or are you mostly an artist making asset packs? Our ISO deck building tactics game. Interesting. I don't think I've seen... Well, I guess it depends on what you call deck building tactics. I've certainly seen deck building and strategy. When I think tactics, I always think of Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, which was maybe my first introduction to the genre. I'm not sure. And I thought, oh man, I should try other tactics games. And I thought, I am mostly just interested in the Final Fantasy one that I played. Like Into the Breach. Okay, I played Into the Breach for like 10 minutes and then forgot what it was about. So, yeah, making art for my game and releasing it. That's really cool though. It's kind of interesting because this is why game engine developers started making their game engines a product so that they could improve it for themselves and also get improvements learning from the community. And I guess it can kind of work the same way with art, except for that people have very different art requests. It seems to either put the higher adventure window in the middle of the game window or at the top in the middle of the game window. Okay, we'll have to look into this. I'll definitely write this down. Feedback. Let's put a today thing. That didn't work. Okay, so people are getting their higher adventure dialogue stuck on the screen and can't move them. I don't know what to do about that. Also, Broken Crown, I think I started to address your thing about resolution and then stopped. Demo version for Pirate Jam. I'll take a look at that. Yeah, let me write this down over here. All right, yeah, thank you for the raid, Ezra. Good to see you. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Seems to be no news item. I just haven't written it yet. Yeah, I got to get to that. Let me scroll up. Windows. Okay, so you're on Windows, and then I don't. What's your monitor resolution, Broken Crown? Because I think we had something at some point. 2x issue. I think we had something at some point that would resize your game window if your resolution was at least 1440p. But I don't remember what we ended up with there. Yeah, so when I'm done drinking this lunch here, we're going to write up some news posts and, you know, make sure that people actually know what's going on with Skeleseller. I wonder if I can have that problem happen for me. Maybe it's a scale issue? I'm not sure. Or 2160, okay. Is this the resolution of your operating system or the resolution of your monitor? Because you might have the monitor, you might have a 4K monitor, but not actually render in 4K. Like maybe you're rendering at 1080p. If you use the Windows accessibility things for scaling, it might be doing that. The reason I ask is because that's your OS resolution. Okay. 2x should look good for you then. Oh, but you said it was windowed. That's probably why. Anyway, changing the game setting would be good. When you maximize, like if you just drag your window to the top of the screen so that it takes up the full screen, it looks fine at 2x, right? Because that part should be okay. If it is, everything is working as intended. Okay. Then I'm not gonna mark this as a bug, because I think everything should be fine with this. But it does kind of make me wonder if when you make it take up half the screen, we should change the scale. I don't think so, because you might want everything zoomed in some more. Oh, hey, I have enough to level up these adventurers, right? I don't have enough money for this. It's 50. So I got what, inspiration? Once the pop-up was fully hidden behind the screen, so I can't close it and click on Hire Adventurer again. Yeah, we definitely need to figure that out. My big monitor is stuck to the top middle of the screen or middle. When putting on my smaller screen, the Hire Adventurer is mostly off screen and stuck to the bottom. Ooh-wee, this is not gonna be fun. Thank you for reporting this, by the way. Sea-Doo, I'm not going to give you an extra point because for the first point was technically not really a problem. So I should have taken it away from you. But this time I would have given you the point. So I'm just going to let you keep your point that you got. It seems like it's always trying to center it based on my larger monitor when I move my game to the smaller window. Okay, I'll write this down. Do you have 2 monitors, Sea-Doo? I wonder if this is a 2 monitor problem, like different size monitors? You have 1. Okay. Sea-Doo X hit this 2, but only has 1 monitor. Good place to send screen recordings? The Skeleseller Discord. And if you want me to take a look now, just let me know. Otherwise, I will definitely check them out at some point. Are they just waiting here with these? I need more customers. How do you know how hungry they are? There's this meter on the side that indicates their hunger. We need to make this clearer and better looking. And I agree, they're very cute. All right, we're finally selling some of those things. Nice. Getting customers. Gonna improve their speed a little bit. I'm intentionally not trying to do too much here. I'm mostly trying to play idly right now. And look, our little archers harvesting carrots instead of shooting baddies. Fuller bar means that they are hungrier. Yeah. Okay, I finished my drink. Now I will have a cookie, and then I can turn my camera back on and we can get to work. How much? Oh, I see. See, dude, did you upgrade it for the first time or the second time right now? Nice, we got another worker. Trying to fight Volcano with Mage and Rogue. Oh. That upgrade means that you beat the Ogre. You automatically get that upgrade for free. So you didn't pay for that, basically. But yes, that is probably too difficult for your Mage and Rogue to take on right now. Oh, these take boots. I don't have boots. What I look like I'm made of. Potions over here. Potions and boots. Alright, like I said, I'll turn the cameras back on in just a sec. And then I'll get back to work. Oh, you know what I can check? I can see how many concurrent players there are right now. There are 6. Nice. Should I split my fighters into different fights or just make a group? It's up to you. Sometimes it's going to be best to put them in one. Sometimes it's going to be best to split them into multiple. Okay, I'm going to turn my cameras back on. Hi again, everybody. Yeah, in fact, you know what I should do? I should write down the number of activations we've had so far. 1,056. Am I just pausing music while in the escape menu? I'm a little torn on that. I could see that being... I'll write it down. I could see that being something that people would want. Are there patch notes? Having trouble finding what's new. I'm about to write them. So let's start with that. Okay, unfortunately, there's no super easy way to do this. Let's do git log. How do we... I was gonna say, we have so many changes. Farm edition is really nice. Yeah, I think the farm is great. I like it a lot. I think it's serving the game perfectly. All right, so we're gonna go back to February. We're gonna figure out what commit that was. There we go. February 21st. Okay. I think there's a way to do this though, right? Hang on a second. Let me take a look at this. Okay, well, what did it say? Bump fit game version to 0.6.9? Give me a sec. Alright, it should be one of these. 0.6.9. It's not one of those? How many commits were there? 069. There it is. Okay, so everything from here upward. Actually, let's just copy everything. Because there's a copy button at the top of this, right? Yeah. How do we do that? Copy output. Okay. It can generate a rough changelog. It can? Because I don't think I knew about that. GR goes to releases. I don't have the releases thing set up. I'll need to take a look at that. For now, I'm going to look through this and get the major stuff, I guess. So we've already done all of that. Finding it really tricky to click on flags in the battle map. The tap area seems to be exactly the outline, and it's annoying to get right when zoomed out. Yeah, we're gonna address that. So there are a few things I haven't gotten to yet. I'll open this up again. What I think we're gonna do is make it so that the location itself, so in this case the forest, is what's clickable. So it's like any of this rectangle basically, and then the canyon like any of this rectangle maybe, and yeah, so on and so forth. So there's like a very large area you click. Interesting. I'll write this down, Dane. Thank you. I'm gonna do it the old way for now. Release notes. There we go. Okay, so here are all the changes. Fishing, pretty important. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We revamped the enchanter. No spell crystals. Let me turn off the music, sorry. Very distracting. Very nice one, Seb. Yeah, I definitely want to check that out. This doesn't matter, doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Item stacking. Doesn't matter. No, no. Okay, quests have been changed, so revamped tavern. Nope. Nope. Farm, add farming. Add slime perks. This doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Revamp or like improve battle map graphics. I should write down what Funky Monkey said instead of just getting rid of this. Do you have a preferred channel? No, this is totally fine. If you see that I've missed something, by the way, feel free to just ping me again about it. Today, the rest of the day is probably going to be pretty much like take feedback, publish news and blog posts and stuff. Yeah, Matt, the new demo's out. You can get it on Steam or on itch if you want. All right, Enchanter perks. Where's that? Revamped Enchanter, added perks for them. Cool. Implement source generator. Grant mana immediately. That's nice. Nice. Yeah, new UI for panels. It's pretty big. Fix edit party. Diagnostic. Allow for unlocking adventures. Oh yeah, revamp adventure progression. Oh man, this is a big patch. Adventure progression. That's a lot of stuff we're going to talk about there. I look forward to talking about that too. Revamp quests. We already kind of mentioned that. Okay, yeah. Write some quest backstories. Debug way to level up. Let the lines. Doubling the sound. Fix some bugs. Cap max adventure parties. This is minor, probably. Clarify that. Add some card code. Doesn't matter. Revamp. Fix bug. Change balance. Allow unlocking locations. Render sludge acquisitions. Bump. 2 more quests. Yeah, all the balancing stuff I'm not going to leave in. I think people are just going to assume that I changed the balancing stuff. Be downloading as soon as I have time to play. It'll be a bit. I always miss the early play test. Said the small change that may help with the dialogue sitting off screen. Can't repro the issue, so I can't guarantee this will help. Oh, you know what? I might have actually broken this myself when I did something. But yeah. Yeah. We'll have to try this out. And thank you, Matt, for the congratulations. I wonder how many people are going to report that they're having this issue. Okay, this doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I mean, so far, I think we've gotten all the big things right there. So this is like stuff we need to write about. Don't auto start these. Automatically enable that. Sure. We can also start this from the top, I guess, because I keep accidentally scrolling up there. Doesn't matter. Oh, I wonder if we should talk about that. Added some interesting perks. Quick move menu. And item stacking. Oh yeah, got rid of the vault for now. Show battle stats by default. Show deltas. Fix camera bug. Yeah. Okay, well, this is definitely like the biggest thing to talk about. Talk about skill unlocks. Talk about leveling. Isn't there something else we did too? Oh yeah, leveling can be split levels across your party. And what was the other thing? I don't know. Yeah, I don't remember. Hide lock skills. It's fine. That's fine. Yep, 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 yep. Choose a rebalance, reduce crit, rebalance, fix a game crash. Yeah, I'm not going to write that stuff, but that is important, fixing a crash. Reduce cost of hardworking adventurers. Didn't we change? Oh, yeah, we fixed some blurriness thing, too. I don't know how many people are going to care about that. Yeah, we're almost done looking through this list. Yeah. Disable upgrade portal. That's fine. There are some nice little usability things. I'm not going to write about these. But like these two in particular, I think are ones that will help people. Taskbar icon fixed when I relaunched the first time, and now it's stuck on the generic icon no matter how many times I relaunched. Well, someone mentioned this about BattleNet earlier, which makes me think there's probably nothing I can do about this. I do appreciate you reporting it. I just, if you see me not writing it down, that's why, is because I'm not sure what I would do. This is done. These things are fine. Cool. Okay. So yeah, here are the main things we're going to write about for the patch notes. And we're only going to post these on Steam and then link to them from itch, I think. So let's look at the release guide that we have here. Steam link. Here it is. Ignored. It's over. Our game update. Major update. Typically once a quarter or a few times a year. Will show up in all the regular places, including library, store page, and community hub. Show up in all the regular places, including library, store page, and community hub. There's something that lets you like market better. How do you? It'd be nice to move and collapse that. Yeah, that is written down. I need to think about how I want to do that. But I will copy paste what you've said here too. Because yeah, any feedback we continue to get is feedback we should probably be prioritizing because other people are going to say it too. When dropping multiple teasers related to an upcoming launch or major event type major update. Designed for use in communicating your biggest game updates and signaling to players that this is one of the biggest moments in the year. In the year? There's some cooldown for doing this, right? I don't know. I don't know where that is. The other thing that it's making me think about is we're gonna have Next Fest. Next Fest is gonna give us visibility anyway, so I don't think we'll need to use the major update for that. The next major update would be months after Next Fest for probably some kind of launch or early access. So would 2 per year be fine, or is that somehow a mistake? Steam marketing, posting updates. I'm looking for maybe this. Maybe this. I see right Epic release notes. I like curating them for now, but I think I should be using some AI as part of this. When was this written? 2021. I mean, it's hard to say whether this is considered major or not. And I think it was Zukowski, that's his first name, Chris, who mentioned this in a video that I was watching. Recommend creating library spotlight banner to highlight the importance of this event on the library detail page for this game. Yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna click major update. Sure. All right, event title. Let's look at a past event to see what we have for this. Revamp Skelesellers glow up. I'm not gonna call it that. Major improvement over. I don't know what to write for this, but whatever I'm trying to write is bad. What do they have in the question mark here? Title of the event. Oh, that doesn't help. Thought they were gonna give me some ideas. Fun new Skeleseller changes. Sure, let's just leave it at that. A new playable demo is available with new systems and improved content. Yeah. All right, so event description. This is where I wanted to write what we had, or our past things that we had here. It's been about 2 months since the last big update. In that time, we've been very busy improving the game. I was very busy improving the game, using very. And all the changes are here. After relaunching the game a few times, some of the scaling issues I saw went away. Strange. It wouldn't be very easy to tell at this point if you'd launched it already. But what you could do if you want to poke around, if you press escape, or if you're on the title screen, clicking the version number will open up your save folder. And you might see that there are some like old save files here if you just look at the dates on the files. But beyond that, it's not really easy to figure out like when you last played. Busy improving the game. All right, so what's the biggest thing I want to talk about here? I guess let's start with like new systems. We've added farming and fishing to the game. These are primarily, oh, they're only for leveling up. Both systems allow you to accrue food to be cooked by this little guy. Can you add pictures? Yes. No, wait, from the web. Can I just drag a picture onto here? Drag images here to upload. What if I click this button? No, I don't want that. There's no way to just attach an image to this? There's this thing here, but I think you use this for thumbnails and stuff. You do have one back in July. Okay, okay. That probably explains something that you had happened, but I've now lost my train of thought. Subtitle isn't very expressive. It's just to put at least one keyword like farming in it. I'll come back to that. But for this, I want to figure out how should I do this. I can host the image myself somewhere else and then include it here. Yeah, maybe that's what we should do. Okay, so then let's take a picture of the little slime. There. Okay, now let's save that. Actually, you know what? Let's save it through GIMP. Export as chef slime. Sure, engage privacy mode. I need to upload this now. Give me 1 sec. And 1 second is up. Okay, where's that temp? Chef slime. We're going to put this in skeleseller.com somewhere. Where is skeleseller.com? There it is. And then images. I have a memes folder. I'll make a Steam folder, I guess. Steam. And we'll put chef slime in there. Okay, so now it should be skeleseller.com/steam/chef slime.png. Nice. Okay, so let's link that over here. I guess I could just use Imager. All right, can I preview this? Failed to load image. Possible issues include check the path is correct. Check if the server hosting it supports anonymous access. Browser console may indicate an error. This is a typo. Error related access control. Allow origin. I think they meant related to. Ensure the URL starts with HTTPS. Okay, so there's probably no way to get this to work then, huh? I'll just use Imager. I'm guessing that'll be fine. Hey, Singamed. What's your secret to not age? I've aged. If you've been watching for the last decade, you can see the changes. All right, let's see if Imager's any better about this. My wife got me into this skincare routine recently, which I've been trying. And I'm like, I don't see any difference. And she said, no, your skin looks glowier or something. And I'm like, well, no one's ever commented on it. And she's like, anyway, it doesn't matter. Am I signed in? I'm signed in. All right, so let's try dragging this over here. Loop. So will this work? Can I paste this in here? Preview. Yeah, that worked. Okay, fine. Then we'll just use Imager. I'll just go delete it from my, I'll delete it later, I guess. Delete chefslime.png from skeleseller.com. Okay, so where did my post go? Here it is. All right, been about 2 months. In that time, we've been busy improving the game, new systems. We've added farming and fishing to the game. Both systems allow you to accrue food to be cooked by this little guy. Use the resulting wisdom sludge to level up. That brings us to H2, new revamped adventurer progression. Adventurers. What were the two things I want to talk about here? skills and leveling can now be leveled up individually. Rather than having them all level up at once when you beat an elite monster. When you build buildings like the farm, it'd be good if it launched into the dialogue with the farmer automatically. Took me a while to realize that the farmer was there and wasn't sure what the farm did because of it. I shall write this down. Yeah, I think it's more obvious with the other buildings where the building was pretty much like just an NPC, but the farm was added last and then provided to you pretty much first. So I was like, we already had that pattern of, well, the NPC tells you stuff. But yeah, it's much more obvious when like the whole building is just the guild master or it's just the NPC over here. Same thing with the enchanter eventually. So yeah, good feedback. I want to include lots of pictures for this stuff. So maybe let's unlock one more adventurer. Hire. And level up one of these. Should probably just give ourselves some wisdom sludge. Yeah, there. That'll give us 2. So now it'll look like I didn't cheat. Yeah, actually, you know what? I'll take a picture of just this. In fact, it probably helps if we have enough wisdom sludge to be able to level up. So let's just do that. Feel like I'm focusing on something too much right now, but if you have it in windowed mode and not full screen, open the menu and then settings, click undo changes. Screen goes back to full screen. Nothing major, just didn't expect it. You're saying you toggled from between windowed and full screen, but then undid the settings and went back to what you were at? Because if so, that's expected. Are you maybe thinking that you wouldn't expect it to undo the window setting? Windowed mode, then in the OS unmaximized. Then I went back to maximized after undo. I think I know what you mean. And I think this is minor, but I'll write it down. Toggling window modes and changing window size through the OS. Like I'm not there are a bunch of different kinds of bugs, right? There are the bugs that like users don't know how to recover from. There are low impact ones, there are high impact ones in this category. And then there are bugs that users generally like sort of know how to recover from. And again, there's low impact and high impact ones here too. I think probably most people would know what to do if they're like, oh, the game's not windowed or whoops, I accidentally changed settings. And as long as they can eventually figure out how to get it to what they want it to be, which in this case is just choosing a different menu option, I'm guessing, I think it'll be okay. Because if I'm understanding correctly, it sounds like you tried controlling the settings through both the game and the OS and something didn't align there. But I'm not, like I said, I'm not totally sure I understand, but if that's the case, I don't think it's super concerning. No, it didn't change anything in settings. Oh. Okay. Let me write that down. Yeah. I'll have to spend some time thinking about that in a bit. Adventures can be leveled individually rather than having them all leveled at once when you beat an elite monster. Because I want to take a picture of this. Actually, maybe even just this part. No, I think this contextualizes a little bit. Yeah, now let's paste that into our imager album. Where'd the imager album go? Now I'll just paste it here. Blob. When I hit copy image address. Huh. Maybe I hit copy image. I don't know. You can level up individually rather than having them level up all at once when you beat an elite monster. Also, skills. Skill points are given every other level. And skills are now randomly unlocked. Not a bug, just user experience. I'm a bit type A, so I focus on things more than I should. No, I think that's good. I think part of it is my brain is in La La Land right now. I'm trying to make patch notes, and I think I haven't, fully context shifted into being able to understand the impact. Why does a small window goes back to maximized? Okay. Yeah, I'll write this down. The latter may sound controversial. I want to share the rationale. Many players were getting overwhelmed by whatever I say here, people are going to start sort of like questioning the reasoning of this. So I should probably just simplify this all. This was done, combination of these changes, I should say, like, were made to simplify the leveling experience, prevent players from having to read through 10 skills at once, and allow for investing in specific adventurers based on just that. Nice to start battles yellow if some fighters with low HP, and green when all adventurers are at full HP. Are you using auto battle? It's possible you don't know that there is auto battle or where to find it. Okay, so we talked about adventurer progression. And we talked about farming and fishing. So next up, I think we should talk about perks for everything. Before this update, only the town hall formed a group for the dragon fight. Yeah. That is known, and I know that there's no turning on auto battle for those, so your adventurers won't wait until they're at full HP. We should probably just force them to be at full HP for the boss fight. I wouldn't say it's your fault. I think this is the kind of thing where it's like you'd never want to not be at full HP. Should probably just have adventurers wait for full HP for a boss fight. Start of the game feels well paced and things are introduced slowly but timely. However, after building a shop, warehouse, armor shop, I feel like the pace really picks up. There's a lot happening. Notifications are easily missed. So the guidance starts to feel lacking. So the pace picking up was intentional. But I'd be curious where you feel you want more guidance or nudges. Because I think at that point, it's almost like a sandbox. Not quite. But like you can choose what you want to invest in. And ideally, you feel like you're able to do so without being rushed. And I think there's enough time from watching people play, but I'm not positive, obviously. And yeah, so I'd like to know where I could sort of fill in the gaps. All right, where'd this go? So before this, only the town hall had perks, and it only had about like 6 to 7 real perks. Now there are 5 different sets of perks to unlock. Hey, Rescoder. Welcome in. Okay, so we should really unlock everything and then show a picture of maybe some of the more interesting ones. Maybe the enchanters. Well, ideally it's one that has all of the custom icons. So maybe we take a picture of this. Yeah. All right, now I'll paste that on Imager. Can I? Yeah, I can paste it there. Nice. Copy image address. Let's paste it in here. This allows you to spend money on what you find to be important in the game. Quick menu feels good. Nice. Nice. Hey, out of curiosity, Sidu, like what level are your adventurers when you unlocked it? Because I want to make sure it doesn't totally invalidate the rest of the gameplay, which is why we had to cost 150. But maybe that number needs to be even higher. 333 plus or minus. Yeah. Okay. Because if you got it in the very beginning of the game, you wouldn't even need workers probably. And it's nice to not have to manually move items around. But it makes it so easy to move items that I don't want it to be problematic. Some interesting, yeah. All right, what else? Slime perks. In addition, there are some shiny new perks. All right, let's add a bulleted list now. Item stacking. This lets you stack 2 or 3 items in a single location. This essentially doubles or triples your warehouse space, the efficacy of workers, the purchasing power of customers, and your own manual item movements. And then the other one, can we add another? No, we can't. And the other one was quick move menu. Is that capitalized like that in the game? Quick move. Yes, it is. Good. This lets you quickly select a destination for items without having to move the camera around. I just fed the red sword to the slime. I have max crits. Did you get a crit on it? I think you could do with a little more explanation of what different buildings do and what benefit they bring. I might have missed it, but I accidentally stumbled on the tooltip that explains what the sludge is and why it's useful, how it relates to leveling adventurers and sign posting. It either wasn't there or I totally missed it. Gotcha. Yeah. I think it'd be nice to have the game stop or pause when important information about the fundamentals of the game are being explained. Gotcha. Yeah. Write this down. Education or like tutorial. Yeah, so I think we've gotten feedback like this before. And it's not that I dismissed it or anything. It's just that we can only tackle so many things in a given amount of time. What we tended to do is put something like let's say we start a new game here. We tended to put a description in, so the farm, for example, allows you to grow crops that can level up your adventurers. People then build the farm and be like, wait, what does it do? So, okay, we put in an NPC and they kind of explain it, but there might be some gaps or something missing. So I think we should probably add some more tutorial stuff there and figure this out. No, this shouldn't be there. We should probably run, what's it called? Run .NET format. All right, get lunches done. We're still working our way through the patch notes over here. So those are fine. Other notable changes. All right. Remove the vault. This was a personal storage location for items. There just isn't a reason for it to exist yet. I think I just struggled personally with taking some of the information in because my attention is always being distracted with battles, managing potion placement, etc. Yeah, and I think reinforcing this information is good. I think there are like different ways that games can make you feel either at ease or more frantic. So for example, Stardew Valley, the graphics, the music, the setting of the game, that all puts you at ease. But then there's a time at the upper right of the game, and that makes you feel rushed. And I think it's helpful for Stardew. I'm not saying it was a mistake. For Skeleseller, there really is no time component. So if you got 1 gold per year, well, I mean that might be a problem. If you got like 1 gold per minute, you'd still eventually beat the game. You'd still hopefully have fun. So I think we can capitalize on that a little bit more and have more like, hey, look around, look at this stuff, see how this works. We can add in more tips and kind of make sure that you've learned the stuff that we have in the game. This I'm actually not going to comment on here, nor probably this. I don't think that's what matters. I think the UI will be apparent, and we've got a screenshot of it now. So revamp the tavern. Yeah. The tavern used to be... The tavern is still for quests, but the quests no longer grant health and power to your adventurers. Instead, you're actually completing the quests of other skeletons. And by helping them with their unfinished business, they'll join your town as a worker. That a potion could earn me money might disappear, so I'm anxious that I don't miss any. Yeah, you know, that's the one thing. That's like the time in Stardew Valley. Man, people have said so much about like, I don't like my items disappearing. And I just keep thinking like there's an infinite supply of them. Why are people bothered by that? And also it's an indication that probably your town could be more efficient. So one of the town perks, for example, is this one. Makes your adventurers transport and stock items just like you. And what I thought might happen, and this never happens, is that people would be like, oh, I'm getting too many items. Let me just get another adventurer or take them out of the battle that they're in, and then they'll just go stock items for me. But what we added in instead of that is this, the first garbage slime perk, seek food. As long as you get this, you can never lose items again. Well, at least you get it to level 3, you can never lose items again. And we made this cheap enough. It costs 25, then 45, so that's a total of 70. So 170 gold, and you never have items disappear. So I think that should be good. Improve the battle maps graphics. These now match the aesthetic of the game rather than being a generic inked D&D style map. All right, let's preview this. It's been about 2 months since the last big update, and that time we've been busy improving the game. New systems, we've added farming and fishing to the game. Both systems allow you to accrue food to be cooked by this little guy. Use the resulting wisdom sludge to level up. This brings us to revamped adventure progression. Adventurers can be leveled up individually rather than having them all level up at once when you beat an elite monster. Skill points are given every other level, and skills are now randomly unlocked. These, I should probably take a picture of that. Yeah, so let's get this to level 6 and let's unlock a couple of skills. And let's put some points like this. Yeah, let's get one more skill, I guess. And let's give enough money so that we could see this thing. Yeah, nice. Oops, I gotta actually get the border of this in here. All right, now we go paste this online. and copy and put that here. Image. Why does it keep doing that? I gotta wait for this thing to be fully uploaded, I guess. I found I was getting a lot of items, more than I could manage without manual intervention. I don't like taking adventures out of auto battles because it feels inefficient. Yeah, no, I know that. I wanted the tension to be there, but no one ever acts on that tension. So people know that it exists, but then they're just like, I won't do that. Changes were made to simplify the level experience, prevent players from having to read through 10 skills at once, and allow for investing in specific adventures. For this update, only the Town Hall had perks, and it only had 67 real perks. Now there are 5 different sets of perks to unlock. This allows you to spend money on what you find to be important in the game. In addition, there are some shiny new perks. Yeah, so this doesn't need an extra space. Item stacking, quick move menu. So if we delete this, does this get rid of that space? Where did I even just delete that? Perks for everything. It does. Okay, yes. So we should delete that. Yeah, this is why I don't like BB code. I want markdown. So I don't need everything touching each other over here. Because I think we're supposed to delete this too. And that way we don't end up with random spaces in the middle of this post. No, those spaces were actually good. Ugh. Yuck. Okay, there. So there's our post. I think we can publish this. And I think the picture we use should be a picture of something including the farm, let's say. So how do we do that? Visibility, sure, now. Artwork. Drag images here to upload. Cover image, 800 by 450. Okay, let's go get a picture of the farm. And let's upgrade it a bit. So let's get like 2 of those, 2 of those, 1 of those, and then plant all of our crops. That should do it. Oh, I got to turn this on, which I can't do unless I upgrade that too. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay. Now I want some of these to be fully grown and then other ones to not be fully grown. Let's zoom in enough. No, they took the carrot. I wanted that carrot. Go away. Okay, whatever. That's good. I want to take a picture of the farm actually having crops, and they obviously are automated, so they went and harvested it. All right, is that a big enough picture though? Is this the right size? Canvas size? We need to be 800 by 400. Oh, this is huge. Okay, so then let's first scale it to let's do it based on percent. Let's do it 50%. And now let's see if we can get it to be 800 by 600 or 800 by 400. Yeah, perfect. Okay. The problem is I think we should scale it maybe one more time first. But if we do that, then we're going to run out of pixels, right? Yeah, we could make it like 75%, but then it's going to look bad. Okay, so maybe we should zoom out in the game. I don't know. All right, let's do this again. Okay, now we take a picture of this. Now we have plenty of pixels to work with. Let's try this again. Hey, Explosive James. All right, so scale this down once. And then find an 800 by 400 area. Does the carrot get a missing from photo credit? We're going to use AI features to add the carrot back in. All right, how's that? There. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. Let's export that. Also, hey, Splorky, welcome in. All right, so farm. I'll just call this farm. Whoops. Farm already exists. What? Seriously? Oh, wow. That's the old style farm. Wow. Yeah, we're definitely overwriting that. All right. So let's export that, upload that. Where do we find it? Right there. Put it there. Oh, wait. What did it say 800 by 400 for? Oh, that's a cover image. It says 800 by 450. Where did I read 800 by 400? Did I just make that up? Oh, man, I did. Well, I mean, it's not that hard to fix that. Header image. Okay, so cover image, let's fix that size. I didn't mean to do that. So canvas size 800 by 450. Well, now we can fit a little bit more of the sign, I guess, or we could try to fit the garbage slime. No, it's probably better to just fit the sign. Yeah, but I kind of want it to be centered. So let's try that again. Or more centered, I guess. We can't ever get it perfectly centered. I want that to be on the right side, yeah. Okay. Yes, great. Excellent. Export. Stop doing this stuff. All right, so how do we overwrite that image? Can I like delete this? Clear. All right, so cover image, upload. Now we can get a header image, 1920 by 622. So we basically just take a screenshot of the game, but not with that much stuff going on. Maybe get the farm, get the fishing pond. Did I read that wrong? 1920 by 622. I'll just take a picture and then we'll make sure that it's looking good. In fact, I should probably start some battles, huh? Yeah, let's do that. And let's get the tavern. Let's get everything pretty much. So we have auto battle on. Oh, thanks. Gotcha. All right, so we'll send a couple of these over to here. Start that battle. We'll send another 3 over to here. No, it's got to look different. Let's send it to the volcano. And then we need to clear out the farm and fully upgrade it pretty much. And let's harvest some of these ourselves. I don't want any carrots on here. I want real crops. There. Okay, now we take a picture of this. Bing. And then we paste it into here. And then we get rid of some stuff we don't need. So it's got to be 1920. Oh, right. We got to scale this first. 50%. Canvas size. So 1920 by 622. Didn't really let us fit everything I wanted to fit. Maybe that. Does that look good? Maybe we don't have the battle windows. Yeah, I'll keep them. Oh, let's just see how this goes. Better than whatever I would have done. I'm sending items to the shop with a new quick menu. It seems it only tries to put it in one slot. If I have several open slots, it doesn't try to send anything there. I'm not totally sure what you mean. Can you maybe take a quick video, Campbell Soup, of what you're talking about? Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Because I was going to say, I'm trying to think about it and I can't picture that. Cover image, let's call this. Is the new demo out right now? Yes, it is. Yep, it's on Steam. I am just typing out the patch notes, but it's already publicly playable. You just won't know what changed. What happened here? Invalid. Image you selected is too small. No, I don't want that. I want that. Good. Okay. Yeah, upload. Okay, cool. So we have our cover image. We have our header image. This looks great. I love it. I don't know where the other image shows up. Where does this even show up? Wait, no, not cover one, right? No, yeah, the cover one. Where is that? Contains artwork and branding that represents the event. Appear on your store page and recent announcements. Yeah, I think this is good then. And then what this? You can also update the library hero image. I don't think I want to do that. All right, so save. And I want to publish this. Do we need to do anything else? I don't know. Let's just hit publish and find out what happens. Okay, complete. So now that's in an incognito window. Go to the Steam page. Oh, that's huge. Is that huge because of, oh. No, that's just huge. Not sure about that. All right, well, let's link to this, I guess. Share. Now we got to go upload the, or update the itch page. This should already say version 7, right? Yep. Or 0.7. All right, where do we have patch notes? Opens the perks. Maybe back here. Okay, so this is the newest version. This is, what's today? April 9th, 2025. So this is checkpoint number 6. Patch notes here. Oh, this isn't markdown. So I can't do that. And then please provide feedback here. That is now a new link. That is this one. God. I do this all the time. So many different websites do this. I drag and I just keep swiping all the way to the left. And by letting go of the mouse over here, it closes that dialog. There are so many websites that do that. Okay, let's save this before I forget. Save. All right, I don't know what we still need to do, but I need to use the bathroom. So I'll be right back. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay. Congrats, Sea-Doo. You won your first game. Close the game. All right, so blog post, patch notes. I think we got everything, right? Oh, no, not an itch blog. Haven't done that yet. I should probably do that. Video posted on Discord. Okay, let me go take a look really fast. Most of the time it doesn't seem to work. How do I do this? Did that work? Yeah. Okay, I wanted to turn down the sound before we open the video just in case there's sound for this. Sometimes people have music or something playing in the background. That's weird. The thing that doesn't make sense here is it's not even that it's trying to put it in one slot. It's just not even working for you when you try dragging to this. And I don't know why that would be happening. Because like right when you do this. Oh, I wonder if it's... I wonder if there might be a certain drag target you have to hit here. Otherwise, it's treating it as the item zone you're dropping it on. Yeah, but then why does it work for you sometimes? Maybe when you drag to the outside of that, that might be it. Okay, give me a sec. Test that out. You have items in here. We drag like... Oh, I don't even have the perk. Let's get the perk. No, that seems to work for me. Strange. Is it only when it's in the bottom? All right, I'll have to investigate that. Thank you for posting about it, though. Where is that? Did I add controller controls? No, but I think if you're playing on Steam Deck... Oh, wait, no. Darn it. Oh, darn it. I broke camera controls on Steam Deck. You need to rebind the stick to be WASD. I should write a note about that. Steam Deck needs the stick rebound to WASD. Perhaps we should just use arrow keys as camera controls at first. Controller is moving the camera. It's moving the camera. How would that be possible? Huh. I think by default, the stick should be bound to the arrow keys, and the arrow keys shouldn't move the camera. Can you press escape in the game and see what the version number is at the bottom left? Does it say 0.7? Or does it say 0.6.9? You can confirm controller moves the camera. Wow, I don't know how that's possible. Oh, wait. Oh, I know how that's possible. Because we explicitly bound the... Yeah. Excuse me. We bound the keys to the controller. I forgot. So if I search for camera in here, it says, yeah, joypad access 0. Interesting. Okay, yeah. So I didn't break this then. Yes, anyway, there's your answer. So it is intentional that the controller will move the camera, and as long as you don't have stick drift, then it should be fine. Okay, so that's been fixed. That's been fixed. I think we've done everything in here. We did that. We did that. We have not made an itch blog post yet. Make an itch blog post. And then see how farming and fishing land. Okay, I'm gonna close this. This is basically done. I haven't written the blog post yet, but I have that on my to-do list, and I want to close this issue. Okay, close. I think there's a dead zone for it. Yeah, there's I don't think there's much that we should do about that. I think that Steam has configuration options for controller dead zone in games that you launch through Steam. Actually, to the point where I think that some people launch non-Steam games through Steam so that they get those controls. And in that case, it would be something you'd configure for every single game you use that controller with. So see, I'm not super concerned about that. This has been closed. I want to write this in the questions that we had, because we have some questions I look through, which we should probably look through. There we go. So this is done. This is done. Let's go run this right now. This is going to mess everything up. What's this? Oh, this is remove an unused import. Yeah, let's run .NET format. This will delete more than we want to delete, but it will also fix some of the things that we want it to fix. Yes, there are a bunch of using directives that aren't needed. And now it's going to do a bunch of bad stuff. Yeah, that's the bad stuff. Did it find anything else? Town acquire sludge. Unused fields for all of these. I think these are spurious. I think every single one of these is spurious. Yeah. All the unused field stuff. This one's not. This one's probably real. Yeah, so I would have changed a whole bunch of things. Let's go find this one. Battle Simulator line 131. Yeah, this is just put a space there. It doesn't really matter. Would it be hard to make it so if you drag an item onto a display and an item was already there, it would swap places, or place the item you're dragging and pick up the item on the display? I'm not sure if it would be hard to do that. And that might be what people would expect to have happen. I'll write that down. Okay, let's go through all of these changes and just get rid of all the ones like this that shouldn't have been done. This is tedious. We don't want any of these things to be kept. So can we just revert the whole file? Adventurer panels tab there. Okay, same thing with this. Panel tab container, perk tab container. Revert both of those. And item action menu revert. All right, so the only things we actually have as changes should be things that belong as changes. Yep, bunch of unused using stuff. This should not be there. This should not be there. Okay, cool. Run .NET format. Let's run the game again, just make certain it works. Cool. Commit and sync. All right, so the only thing I haven't done is write a blog post on itch, which I don't think I've done before. There's a devlog feature somewhere. New devlog, here it is. Title required. Okay, so let's pull this from all the Steam stuff that I just wrote. Yeah, lots of things to update. This is one of the bigger kinds of updates. Usually I read out some quick patch notes and we're kind of just done. My productivity is ground to a halt. I hope you're having fun. Select a post, major update. Long form posts or longer posts for talking about how you create your project. If you're publishing a change log, update to your project or announcement, please select an option above. Oh, these are all, I see. You can attach things uploaded to this devlog post. Automatically attach some things uploaded recently. Do I want to attach builds to this? I don't actually know where this shows up. But I need some new images here. Let's use the ones I had uploaded. Wait, how do I write the post? Here. But this doesn't use BB code. Can I insert images directly into here? Add image, yeah. All right, fine. Any other place where I could put this other thing? Yeah, no, I can't. Okay, so yeah, let's copy all this in. Oh, nice. That just worked. Oh, thank goodness. Whew. Okay, so this is a header. Is there the concept of headers in here? Align, video, image, link, table, list, strike through, italic, bold, format, HTML. Oh, I see. I wonder if we change this to an H2, if that'll work. Yeah, it will. So can we copy this and have it be in that style over here too? Nice. Okay, so I don't need to keep bouncing over to HTML. Oh, that deleted it. Good. Yeah, thanks, Smoo. This has been quite the trip. And I think the game is turning out to be fun. I'm enjoying it when I'm playing it myself. All right, so we've added farming and fishing to the game. Wisdom sludge. Any other formatting things that look wrong? Yeah, the list. How do we make a proper list over here? Good. And then we got to do the same thing for this. Oops. Ah. All right. All right. Tag, language, cover image. 16:9 aspect ratio, minimum width 500. Is my other cover image 16:9? Let's find out. 1920 divided by 622. 16:9. No, not at all. Oh, it was pinned to the top. I didn't see that. All right, so what is 16:9 there? I guess we could just do this. 9 divided by 16 times 1920. 1080. Okay, so like normal screenshot. And what did it say? Minimum width is 500. Okay, let's just get a screen. Actually, we already have the screenshot. I don't even need to do anything. Easy. All right, so just make this 1920 by 1080. Resize. That is not what I wanted to do. I want to make sure we cut off the top. I don't want to center this. There. Okay, and then we will lop off however many pixels that needs to be. Which is like 30. So normally 1920 by 1080. We're now going to do 1050 as the height. So 19 divided by 6 times 1050. No, not that way. Wait, what was the aspect ratio? 16:9. Darn it, did I do that backwards? 16 divided by 9 times 1050. So it should be 1866 pixels across. 1866 by 1050. Resize. Okay, so now there should be no title bar. Nice. Okay, so export as cover image 16:9. Oh, okay. So we want that over here. Upload. Temp. Cover image. Enable contents. Okay, so save. How do I get this out of here? It is, but it's really tiny there. Here it's huge. What happens when you look at this in an incognito tab? It's still really tiny there. Why is it gigantic over here? Can't be having that. And what are these doing here? I don't want that either. I just want those. I don't want these. Okay, so save that. Yeah, I think the rest of this content is looking good. If we're going to put these files here, though, I don't see a reason to have these. There's already a download now right here. What does that do? Just brings us to the game page, right? Yeah, I think we'll delete the other things. So remove, remove, remove. Save. All right. Nice. I think what would help for these is some sort of animated, like a video here that just shows basic gameplay maybe. But I'm going to start with this and we'll see where this brings us. All right, how do we post this? Done. Okay. So what was on the list after all of this? Very first thing, post a major update. Done. Next is get Steam reviews working. I'm not doing that now. I'm running out of steam. Prioritize getting Quickie Joe the art list of adventurers and bosses. Let Windy know so that he can stream the game. Maybe get rid of upgrade signs. Get ready for Next Fest. Yeah. So the only like major problem I think people ran into is this. People getting the dialogue stuck. These should have been tabbed backward. Oh, and what Campbell Soup posted about, which I don't even think I wrote down over here, that video that we looked at. Like, why was this menu not working? Actually, Campbell Soup, are you still there? You are. Okay. Can you tell me if the same thing happens when you use the keyboard shortcuts? So you should be able to press 1 to make the item go into the shop. Does it still seem to happen when you do that? I wonder if it's a mouse problem or if it's a menu problem. Oh man. I'm glad we launched this. Is the adventure dialogue getting stuck? Yeah, it's getting stuck for people. Yours worked. Does it not work when you drag? Because Campbell Soup was running into the problem where it wasn't working when they were dragging, but it might always work for everybody when you use the keyboard shortcuts. Yeah, we got to fix this for sure. We can try this, but I think this solution is only when you resize the window that it's going to... It's when the root changes, which is not necessarily the window, is it? Window size changed? No, it is. Yeah, when the window size changes to call clamps to screen. But clamps to screen should already be here. What file is this? Dialog box. Keyboard shortcut seems to work without issues, so it's a mouse problem. Gotcha. It hit a problem where the quick move menu wasn't working via the mouse. They had slots in their shop and were trying to relocate a potion there from the bottom row of the warehouse. Oh, what if... Okay, hold on. What if it's specifically a problem with only having one row of the warehouse? I did not test that. So let's try that. We're going to get just the bottom row of the warehouse. We're going to get all of the shop space upgraded. And then we're going to put some items here and try dragging like this. No, it's always working for me. Unless I drag like outside of this dialogue slightly, but that's not what's happening. Seems to place them on the boxes above if I have another row. Let's see. It would do that if you were still within the circle. So if you zoom out, it's going to be easy enough to put them one row higher. But if you zoom way in, it should be... Well, never mind. I guess if you zoom in, you can just drag it outside of the menu. But it should... It should prioritize that menu. I don't know why it wouldn't for you. Yeah, weird. I wonder what would even be different there. Does game scale have something to do with it? No. I don't know. It's just at a glance. I'm not sure. Yeah, you can see the hover style. Maybe it has to do... Okay, let's try something else. This is a wild thought here, but maybe it has to do with some initialization order after loading from a game save. No, it doesn't seem to. Now I'm out of space in my shop. I guess we can just drag these things over here. Oh, I don't even have the garbage line. What is the shortcut for that? 3? Watch this. Super fast selling. All right, now we can do this and hit 1. Yeah, 1 already worked though, and we knew that. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what's causing that. And this problem, so dialog box has a clamp to screen already, and we wait for process frame, and then we clamp to the screen. And where is this called from? When we call show dialog after fading in. My guess, and there'd be no easy way to confirm this, unless I switch to Windows and can repro this myself, is that it thinks the viewport is maybe smaller than it really is, which we've had happen before, but I don't know how that would happen here because we waited for this thing to fade in, and the amount of time that takes is, what is that in terms of frames? 10 frames? About 10 frames? So like 10 frames is more than enough for sizes to be correct. This thing started to be visible, so that shouldn't be a problem. Unless maybe we somehow don't call show dialogue all the time. I don't know why that would happen. Clamp happens on the frame after it starts fading in, not after it fades. Oh. Yeah, right, because that's not synchronous. I wonder if we awaited 2 of these frames. I wonder if that would work. Okay, hold on. So James, you just hit this, right? The adventure dialogue is getting stuck. Is it happening like every single time? Because I wonder if I could send you a special build and have it print out like what does it think the viewport size is? It's common for me on a bunch of them. Man. We know there's something weird with Windows and computing sizes. Like Windows, the OS, and computing sizes. These also happen to be Windows and Godot. But... Huh. What would we do? It's pretty much just wait for longer. I mean, that's almost always the solution. Like instead of waiting for 1 frame, we wait for 2 frames or something. But we actually already have a problem. I guess, oh wait, maybe these things are related. When I spawn a dialogue, not that one. Oh, I saw this happen somewhere, right? I even took a video. Where was that dialogue? This, here. Yeah, this is probably the problem people are running into on Windows. I was testing the game from the very beginning and had dialogues positioned in the middle of the screen, but when winning my first battle, it showed at the bottom of the screen. You can see a faint outline of the dialogue here. It's at the bottom, and then it got moved up to the middle. So that's clamp to screen being called on that first frame of it fading in. So that's probably what's going on Windows, and it just doesn't have the right size at that point. And we have something else where we wait for a certain number of frames. I think I deleted that code. Here it was. Yeah, here. This is needed because the camera thinks the viewport size is 2 by 2 right after the camera's added to the scene. Usually waiting for 1 frame is enough. However, we've encountered some situations, especially on Windows, where we need at least 2 frames. This has to be some like known Godot issue, because as far as I know, you need to wait for something to be visible, and then you need to wait for this thing to be added to the scene tree. Typically this thing would already be on the scene tree. Let's search for small or like viewport 2 pixels. God, it's like impossible to find things. There's 149 issues I had to look through here. I'm around for several hours, so thank you, James. The thing is, okay, here's what I suspect. Because I'm trying to make sure I don't end up sending you like 14 different builds. What I think is going to happen is I send you a build that just prints out what is the viewport rectangle, and it prints out 2 by 2, which is wrong. There's no way it should ever be 2 by 2. Then we have to ask, okay, well, now what do we do to fix it? And that's where I guess I'd put in another process frame. We could do all of this. We could do all of this in a way that's kind of conditional. I could make it so like, oh, press F4, and now it'll always wait for 2 frames instead of 1. And that way I don't need to send 3 different builds over. But then what's the generic way of fixing this in the future? I even have a bunch of notes on this specific topic. Where is it? Process frame. Hey, Crows. When's the game coming up? It is online now, or at least the demo is, the newest one. We uploaded it maybe 2 hours ago. I'm not totally sure. Yeah, probably about 2 hours ago. But thanks for the resub. Yeah. It's online. You can find it through Steam or through itch. And we've got the patch notes uploaded too. Actually, you know what I didn't check ever since the last time? I think there were 6 active people playing it when I last looked at this. Let's see what it's at now. Now it's at 11. Yeehaw. Although the more people who run into that issue where that dialogue can't show up, the more we're probably gonna get complaints about this stuff. Oh man. Okay. So yeah, how do we find the issue? Maybe search for a process frame. Process underscore frame. What's the GD script way of this? That's probably the GD script way. Unintended window size changes. There are 5 open issues. What are those? None of these. Hey, Kelsey, how you doing? Man, what a puzzle. What a puzzle. What do I do? Yeah, okay, the GDScript way does have an underscore here. All is mostly going well. Today's been a really good day. We launched a new version of Skeleseller. It's still a demo, so it's free to play. If you do want to check it out, the link is there on Steam. And I'm excited about the changes and everything. There are, a few problems, but one of them in particular is really bad. And it's probably only on Windows, so I can't just test it here because I'm on Mac. But when you open up a signpost in the game, so like this, for example, there's a little dialogue that you can move around the screen. Some people are getting it stuck like underneath the screen and they can't move it. I don't know why either of those. Oh, wait a sec. If they can't move it, then that means that it probably always thinks the viewport is too small. I don't have VSync enabled. Well, I mean, if you enable VSync, does that fix the problem? I'd find that very surprising if that fixed it. Because I think what this has to do with is a viewport thinking that it's too small. So investigation, I suspect that a viewport thinks it's 2x2. And I would guess that we could just wait for another frame and hope that this fixes itself. I can move it, but it snaps to a random height. Okay, yeah. So it's got to think it's got the wrong viewport. Maybe it does have the wrong viewport. Yeah, worst case, we clamp on process. That's true. Yeah, that wouldn't be the end of the world. Unless every single time it clamps. Wait, no. That's the problem though, right? Clamp to screen is presumably being called. When you drag this, drag controller, here it is. Do we ever call clamp to screen? We do, but through here. But it's the drag targets viewport rect anyway, so it's basically the exact same thing. Yeah. I want to buy a sludge with gold. Yeah, too bad. You can only very indirectly buy it with gold by getting perks for your farm or your fishing pond. And then I guess dumping potions in and stuff. I'm guessing you hit a level where you've already kind of beaten the game and now you're just trying to level up to the max. And those aren't really balanced because there aren't any more perks for you to get. Also adjust the dialogue container size, so we should change it to call that when dragging, I guess. Main panel container. Target size. Yeah, I think I need to print out some of these values. Thing is, like I said, I'm losing steam pretty fast. Let me think about this. I think probably what we should minimally do is just print this stuff out and send a copy over to James and see what happens. So print the size before, the size, the new size and the viewport size. So viewport rect size before, position before, size after. Actually, the size after is going to be set exactly to what the old one was, so it's not going to change anything. I guess just position after. So this is the dialogue size. With VSync, it seems to be better. What's your frame rate, or what's your refresh rate on your monitor? Do you have a 60 hertz monitor? Whoa, wait a second. Yeah, it's 60. Okay, if VSync, you had VSync off, which means that it was... Okay, hold on. This might be clarifying some things, but I haven't fully formulated the thought. With VSync off, you'd be rendering at a frame rate that your monitor can actually handle. So typically higher than your monitor's frame rate. So let's say you're rendering at like, I don't know, 120 frames per second or something, which means that process is running at 120 frames per second. This is not being done through process, but the size of things we are waiting for process frame. I wonder if that's... Wait a second though. Some people mentioned the problem happening on Windows. That would mean they'd all need VSync turned off. Because now my gold flew into space. Yeah, item stacking needs to be introduced at the right time, and I'm not sure when that is. Turn VSync off and it started happening again. Okay, this is very interesting. Other people were reporting hitting this issue. I wonder if any of them are still there. Campbell Soup, do you have VSync turned off? And I guess, Kevin, you're normally on Windows. If you turn it off and then try this out, does it happen for you? In fact, I guess I could try on here too. Maybe that's the problem on everyone's computer. I just save this and now what? I try dragging this around or something. People mostly said it was the higher adventurer. I can't repro with or without VSync. It was enabled for you. Okay. Okay. I don't think it probably has to do with this. Explosive James is hitting this issue too and indicated that turning VSync on seemed to help. Campbell's Soup didn't have it on to begin with, and Kevin doesn't notice a difference with or without it on. Why does your code have that many different colors? It's just the theme that I use. I think whatever your theme is, you just eventually get used to it. Not noticing a difference. Okay, thanks for trying it out. All right, anyway, if we print this stuff out, then I can ship this over to James and maybe this will indicate something to us. I don't know. Do I still have VSync off? I should turn this back on. All right, so we click this. We should be seeing this like spam the console. I guess it doesn't. That's interesting. We don't ever call clamp to screen again. Oh, not through this. That's right. Okay, well, I guess let's have it through this. This is through the dialog box clamp to screen. Dialog box dot clamp to screen. And then let's print the same general thing through the other one. This clamp to screen. Yeah, here. This is in drag controller update target position. So the viewport rectangle is going to be the drag targets viewport rectangle. The dialog size is going to be target rect. The position beforehand is going to be, there's an offset here. I guess this will show up inside that position, huh? Maybe we just print out the offset. I don't know if the offset matters. And then the position afterward is going to be target clamped position. All right, let's try that out. Well, I don't know for sure this is a Godot problem. The scene is a center container and inside it's the actual panel. Besides, the center container would be the same size as the panel, but that only happens when the first showing the dialog. So if that fails to calculate the size correctly, it'll work oddly when dragging. Yeah, that's probably what's going wrong then. So it's probably the size of the dialog that's being reported incorrectly, and then we just never correct it. I'm gonna probably just send this to James pretty soon and just see, does anything interesting happen? Yeah, it'll at least confirm the suspicion. This doesn't do anything to try to fix it. But yeah, let's try that out. All right, so I'll export the Windows build. Let's go do that. Export Windows. Whatever. Okay, there. Engage privacy mode. Let me do something really fast. Why is this not working? There we go. Okay. All right, so I'm going to upload a build. I got to just go find this. Skeleseller game out. Windows skeleseller.zip. Okay. Hey, Fleet. You can call me Adam. How can I get the info it prints? It won't be printing to the actual console. You need to launch it through the console. So here are the steps you'll need to do. Download from the link I eventually give. It's still uploading right now. And then open, I think it's called skeleseller.exe, or it could be game.exe, but open that from like command prompt. And it should just print out. All right, anyway, I'll paste the link in chat. So it's share.bot.land/skeleseller.zip. So this is just for James. Anyone can download this. It's fine. It's just I'm only sharing that for James, really. And then it's going to print out a bunch of this stuff. I expect it's going to print out a size that is, oh, what's going on here? Oh, that's the position. Yeah, it's going to print out a size that has a width and a height that's probably just wrong. And maybe that's why people are seeing it happen with Higher Adventure more than others. No, that's probably not why. No, that probably is why. Because you would have built the town hall first. So you would have seen a signpost then. But Higher Adventure probably had some dynamic content that messes this up. I'm not totally sure. But like I said, I don't think I have the brain power to be able to fix this right now. I've been streaming for a decent amount of time today, and we put in a lot of work. So what this will do is hopefully confirm the issue, and then, I don't know, we figure it out tomorrow or something. By the way, for those who've been playing the game, if you haven't already wishlisted it, it is very, very helpful. We were at 1,499 at the beginning of today. A couple people earlier said, oh, I'm number 1,500 and I'm 1,501. So probably we're past 1,500, but still clicking this button is very helpful. Game needs something like a 1% to growth rate bonus for 1,000 gold because I have 10,000. I don't know what to buy. Well, the game's not done yet. Eventually, there are going to be things that cost more money, and then eventually you'll run out of those things to buy too. But yeah, I recognize for the demo, there's only so much you can do. Have you bought all the adventurer skills? Also, I should probably write this down because this is pretty important. I should do some testing on Windows myself. Let's see if I hit the dialogue issue. Infinite spend would be nice, regardless of the completion of the game. Well, this is one of those like kind of classic problems, right? Take any RPG, you have like a level up mechanic. You get to, let's say the max level is 100. So you get to level 75 and then you beat the final boss. Well, what does the final boss give you? I don't know, maybe they give you like a cool sword or something. And you're like, well, if it gave me a sword, like, shouldn't there be a final boss for me to fight? And yeah, usually there's an extra boss and you beat them. And then like, okay, what does that one give you? So at some point they either need to stop giving you something or you need to stop having content to use for whatever they gave you. Or you have infinitely procedurally generated content somehow, which, I mean, that would be core to your game. Anyway, what I'm getting at is we could give you something to spend money on infinitely, but that thing wouldn't have any value because we need to add content for you to use the thing. Interesting. It's not actually, and that's, James, to be clear, that's with the bug reproing. Like you see it off in the middle of space. That's when it appears on top. On top being a bad thing or being a good thing? Not in the middle of my screen. Oh, like off the top of your screen? Position before, position after. Nothing looks wrong based on that one line that you've pasted. Basically, you're on a 1920 by 1017 game window. The dialogue is sized correctly. That's reasonable at least. And it was positioned at 719.0, which fits within this. Can you show the print? That's the first dialog box when it's at the top, still on screen, but not being centered. Wait, can you take a picture of that first dialog box? Can you show the print? The print is here. This is inside clamp to screen. But then there's another one inside drag controller. Yeah. This is the one getting stuck. Okay, let's see. Update target position. Viewport, again, you haven't changed the game window size. That's fine. This is positioned at a height off the screen. What? Yeah, this Y value is too low. What language am I using? I'm using C sharp, and you have BE up. What is that? Welcome in, Pruda. I don't know what BE is. Backend. Oh no, this is a single player game. Yeah. So there's no backend running. It's all written in C sharp. There's only the front end for the game basically. It's just the game itself. Position after 756. So it moved it by 2 because of the offset. So yeah, that's questionable. Why is that happening? It's in the drag controller. And where's it printing out? It's dialog size that's wrong. So target rectangle is off the screen. I guess it's fine for it to be off the screen, but then it should get clamped back onto the screen, and that's what this thing should do. Target rectangle with offset, position plus that size. Yeah, that's fine. Size everything. So yeah, so then something would be going wrong here. But I don't think this can be problematic. We know all of the values for this, right? We're passing in the viewport rectangle. So viewport rectangle is 1920 by 1017, right? Where'd that go? Yeah, 1920 by 1017. And then this other rectangle is what exactly? Target rectangle with offset. Target rect is that, which we do print out, so we know what that is. That's being printed there. I shouldn't have printed it as size. And then we add in the offset, which we know is 2, so that's 756.0. So these are all the numbers that we have. And the viewport rect is actually 0, 0. Okay, so we can write all this down and we can just figure this out. And then rect is this. And rather than try to compute this myself, let's just call clamp to screen with these hard-coded numbers. So I'll just put a breakpoint right here, and we'll call this. So rect to James1 equals new 0, 0, 19, 20, 10, 17. And then James2 is that. And we call this James1, James2. Okay, let's try that. Hey Warner, I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing? I've just like 2 hours ago uploaded a new version of Skeleseller, and now we're trying to figure out a bug that people have been hitting. Those are the two logs, the clamp when it gets stuck and the update target position after I move it. Okay, let me see. How do I get this thing to show myself? I just drag this, right? Yeah. So now we can see what's going on with this thing. Actually, you know what? Let's just go out of this function and see what it returned. Oh, I didn't save it. That would probably have helped to save it. A vector2 output equals that. Yeah, so let's put the breakpoint on this and then restart this. So I want to see what we get out first, because if it's what we expect, then I don't need to debug this at all. All right, so output is 756.0. Yes, which is what we saw. Well, I don't know why I just did that. We know that it's 756.0 because that's what prints there. Now the question is that fine? And yeah, that should... Wait a second. No. This is... Okay, I was mistaken. This is 1236 pixels tall. It thinks its height is gigantic. Okay, that's a problem. I thought that was a Y coordinate. That's not a Y coordinate. Do you have a website? I have I have a few websites, I guess. I have the Skeleseller website. I guess I technically have the Adam Learns website, although there's no real reason to go there. And I have the Botland website, and I think that's it. Yeah, I think just those three. All right, so the height is gigantic. Where's the issue? Here it is. Okay, so yeah, gave James a special build that prints stuff out. When he dragged the dialogue, the height of the dialogue expanded beyond the height of the screen. Hey, Potato. Yeah. Please do check out the game at some point. I'm super happy with how things have turned out so far. Just from feedback already, it feels like we're mostly on the right track. Oh, I haven't looked at the form though. Take a look at the form. I can't even find it quickly. There it is. No, there are 0 responses. That's fine. I'm mostly concerned about feedback from strangers at this point. People who've never seen the game. Is there a summary of changes? Yes, I should probably go put that somewhere. Where is that post? It should be visible on the Steam page. Yeah, here it is. Okay, check this out. No, that doesn't work. Hang on. It's here. Copy. Okay, yeah, those are all the changes. I put some pictures in here too. Yeah. I've seen virtually nothing on the new content, keeping myself blind to it. Yeah, I think you'll have a lot of fun exploring it. And I think there are lots of little things we can do with the systems we have now to add more content. I do wonder what we're going to do about item stacking though. Because yeah, it's like what Sidu mentioned. At some point your money amount just starts ballooning. Although wait a second, it shouldn't give you more money, right? It should just improve the throughput of your town. You for hobbies or are you working for a company? No, this is all I'm doing right now. So this is essentially my job. Is there any movement on making it Steam Deck verified, controller support, Mac or trackpad support? So I have not forgotten about trackpad stuff. It should work better on Steam Deck. In fact, I should find my Steam Deck. Hang on a second. Okay, so I haven't tested this myself because we only just pushed this today. But let me turn this on. The camera controls should work a lot better. You'll still need to actually wait a second. We also added in the quick move menu. I think this thing's out of juice. Do I have a cable somewhere? Hang on a second. Where does this go? Huh. Give me a second. Okay. I have a cable now. Now, where do I plug this in? Maybe here. All right. Will you turn on now? Ah, there's a light. Probably need someone on power to not just immediately die, right? Okay, well, anyway, I don't know if this is going to turn on anytime soon. It's not right now. But yeah, we did a couple of things that should make it a little easier for Steam Deck, but still not like fully targeted on Steam Deck. So I'll show you really quickly. We have a perk you can unlock in the game that is only present as of today. This one, the quick move menu. So when you unlock this, now any items that you find, you just need to drag in a very nearby destination, like shop, and now it puts it in the shop. And same thing, garbage slime, I just drag it down to here, puts in the garbage slime. So this is a very easy thing to get to work with a controller. Like we just need to map these to controller directions basically. And then that'll fix so much. Then you can pretty much just zoom out and look at the town. Obviously we need to make all the rest of the stuff work with a controller too. That is going to be much harder. Like these things, how will you get to certain buttons here? So yeah, anyway, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Yeah, that new menu I think is pretty good. The reason we don't give it to you by default is because it would kind of invalidate the early game. But maybe on Steam Deck, we have to give it to you by default. All right, I don't know. This thing's not going to turn on. I probably don't have a fast enough charger right now for it. I just plugged it into a dock. But that is just one of many features that I think will improve the game. Virtual cursor might be the easiest way. Yeah. Yeah. We might do that. The thing about the Steam Deck is it has a touch screen, so anything that you don't feel like moving the controller to, you could just tap on the screen. I don't know, does every major Steam Deck compete have a touch screen as well? Like the Rogue? Or Ally, Rogue Ally? Touch screen? It looks like it does. Features a touchscreen. Yeah, they probably... If they all do, then yeah, virtual cursor might not be too bad. Obviously, if you don't have a touchscreen, you can't just poke at arbitrary locations, so it might be more annoying. I don't know what it takes to get verified. Yeah, me neither. And the thing is, I don't think... I don't know. I guess if it works completely perfectly for controller, then people wouldn't really care. They just use whatever they prefer. But if we're like, oh, we suggest you use a mouse and keyboard, but you can use a controller, I wonder how they'd feel. Yeah, it removes the ability to use the trackpads or touchscreen. Yeah. Yeah, so I guess I had to pretty much consider just that it's a regular controller and not even a Steam Deck. I'll write this down. Yeah, I'm going to write at the top. Note, this is not the same as Steam Deck support. Where's the Steam Deck stuff? Even with a Steam Deck, people may have it docked or far enough away from them where they can't use the touchscreen or the trackpads. In those cases, they may just be using an Xbox controller or something. The bug doesn't happen when I click on the sign, only when I use the available buildings menu. Really? Interesting. Okay, I'm going to write this stuff down, and thank you for looking into this, and I'm going to give you a point for helping out. I've not figured this out yet, like why is the height gigantic? But I'll write down some other things that you said. I feel addicted to the game. You must have like fully beaten it by now, right? Because you started playing pretty much at the beginning, and I don't think you've got any more content left. There's no way. And I get that's why you probably want some like infinite thing. Give me endgame features. Well, okay, so for you to say this stuff pretty much means that the demo is doing exactly what it should be doing, right? Like if I gave you endgame features now, I'm not saying I want you to have to purchase the game, but I want the world at large to have to purchase the game, of course. So it's like I could give you some of the, you could sign up as a tester and then play the newer versions. I just released this thing on here. I don't know if you saw this. And I'll copy a link to this. First of all, here's the Discord invite, but then second, here's the post itself. It says, are you interested in helping playtest Skeleseller? If so, click the thumbs up. So a bunch of people clicked this already. I'm not guaranteeing everyone's going to be a tester, but we'll probably add you all to a special group or something and then release some beta builds that you can use. Oh, you can repro using that menu. Oh, that's... I wonder if it repros for me too then. Wait, do you need... Is it... Kevin, is it because you turned VSync off and you are accessing it through this menu? It doesn't seem to happen to me. What did you say last? Available buildings. VSync is on. Okay, so VSync doesn't probably have to do with this. But that last detail is pretty important. Interesting. Kevin can repro it with this information. Okay, well, you know what this means. It happens on Windows. Kevin can repro it. I can't repro it. Therefore, Kevin should fix it. Are you okay looking into it, Kevin? Because I think that would really help. Yeah. It doesn't have to be today, and I can try to look into it tomorrow myself too. Doesn't seem to have to do with. It's not 100% reliable. Yeah, at least that it happens some of the time is pretty good, and even 50% is better than the like 1% repro cases where it's practically impossible. You know, like close a battle before a zombie gets summoned kind of thing. Those are rare. So it doesn't seem to have to do with VSync. Oh. Wow. Yeah. Well, I'm feeling pretty good. We've done a lot. And like I said, this is the first launch in like 2 months. In fact, we have, oh, before I forget, we've got to save this. Where is this from? What day is this from? Is this today? January 21st. No, that's not today. I don't know why I looked at the month. It's not January. I know that. You know that. I gotta, okay, whatever. Delete me. Whoops. Delete me's already taken. Well, why didn't I delete it? Oh, this is gonna have all the printouts in it though. I gotta delete those first. No, wait, no, it won't. I didn't re-export. Why does it have a big, like, no opening this symbol on it? What is that doing there? I've never seen that. Can I click this? What? What is that symbol? Why is that there? Why can I open this anyway? Huh. I don't think I've ever seen that before. All right, yeah, replace it. What do I care, right? Whatever, keep both. I don't know. Maybe I do care. All right, so we call this Skeleseller checkpoint 6. Okay, and I'll write myself a note to back that up tomorrow. Back up the checkpoint 6 build. Interesting. Do you have a feature request or for a day-night switch so fighters can rest, etc.? Not for the sake of functionality, no. I think day and night for the sake of just aesthetics could be interesting. But part of the reason why we haven't done anything like that so far is because I don't think you could have a day-night cycle in this game and make people think that it's truly just for aesthetics. I think they would assume that something different happens at nighttime, and it's just not the case. But it would be cool to see like these lights turn on, and I don't know. Yeah, it'd be cool to just ambiance. Hey, Josiah. But as far as fighters resting and stuff, I mean, I guess we'd have to have something for them to do in town if they were not going to be battling anymore. And there need to be some way to automate all of that because it is still kind of an idle game. Okay, I think I got to get going. I've been streaming now for almost 7 hours, and I didn't really take a proper break, which is okay. I had a fun day. I think it was exciting. We've got the new version of Skeleseller out. Night cycle for a Halloween event, just one day out of the year. All right, who are we gonna raid? I don't know why I do this off screen. I should do this on screen. Give me a sec. Let me just mute this just in case. Okay. Okay, we can raid this person. They don't have a crazy amount of uptime. Yeah. All right, let's go check them out. Thank you all for watching. So if you didn't see, there's the Steam page. You can try out the new demo if you want. You can wishlist the game if you haven't already. I will probably not stream tomorrow. I think on Friday when we come back, I'll tackle some of the feedback and I don't know, just getting ready for Next Fest basically. But I probably got to take it easy after today for a little bit. So yeah, thanks for watching everybody. I'll catch you next time and have a good rest of your day. Ciao.